each other, the fans at home and in the arena. Now is the time.
Please give it up for Barry. Every time he gets a kill, I want you guys to go full crazy. He needs the love, he needs the support, and we need your energy, guys.
Refresh and Sprout, they need the energy. God B, what about yourself?
Anytime my players get a kill also. Do whatever you like to do and hopefully cheer for us.
Amazing, everybody. Once again, give it up for our first two semi-finalists, Sprout and Big.
That was absolutely brilliant.
Oh,
Shout out to Refresh. He's like, just Barry. Yeah, just Barry. And then Gob's like, well, I'll just do it for all the kills. They're taking all of my team in that.
To be fair, he is their secret weapon.
Yeah, you know.
Yeah. Actually benching Laux just to get Barry in for the semifinal.
Didn't use him for the major. Didn't want to win that.
Yeah.
He saved it for Finland.
Actually not ill, you know. Like,
Talk about saving strats. Like, that's
next level.
A whole nother level.
But he also did spoil the veto just a little bit. No Vertigo in play, you know, just letting us know already that won't be coming into it. But right now between these two teams, a bit of fun on stage, but it'll be all serious when it gets inside that server. For me, guys, though, you look at these two teams, they're both now wounded. What's the better wounded animal?
well, I have to say Big. They've shown how they handle the situation. They've been on the stage before, so we know what we can expect from Big. For me, right now, Sprout is a little bit of an unknown. I don't really know how they're going to handle, you know, one of their star players basically being out. Obviously, Barry, he's going to do a good job, I'm sure of it, but it's going to be tough either way.
It's going to be extremely tough, and a lot more pressure falls on, you know, already pretty inexperienced guys, especially with the likes of Siphon and Stare, right? Those are two of the kind of go-getters, if you want to look at the Sprout team, together with Laux. So with Laux gone, now it's more on them in terms of like finding openings and actually creating space for the rest of the team. A lot more of it is going to come down to them, and you know, we can't really fault them if they're not able to necessarily, you know, basically fulfill everyone's hopes and wishes at this stage. But again, I think that is a win condition for them to have an amazing series if they are to topple Big.
Now, when it comes into this veto, right, that we're going to be getting into shortly, Big, we've seen now Nuke from them, right? We also saw that obviously Dust 2 and Mirage are maps that we always know they can play and come into. Do you expect them to be able to play into some more of that? What are you looking at here?
I mean, I always expect Big to have a kind of a wrench in a plan. It's always been like that when I've played against them before, which means because they're doing these kinds of things in the veto, you actually have an extra map you have to prep for, generally. So it's kind of smart that they do it, because it can be very, very intense to even prep for a normal game. And adding another map just because of those wrenches gives them a little bit of an edge, actually.
Yeah, no, and it's going to be curious as well. We know, obviously, that Vertigo is not going to be part of the equation, but it feels like both teams do have a little bit of a flex potential. Again, in the first quarterfinals, we didn't see 500 actually punish Big with letting Overpass go through, not being vetoed out, and we didn't see 500 actually take that opportunity and jump at it. That way with the Inferno and got punished heavily. So we know that Big actually know how to play Inferno, actually to the point where they can beat a team that's very, very comfortable on the map. And it feels like those are kind of the two options where I feel Sprout can somewhat surprise us in terms of where they go with the veto as well.
So Sprout removing that Dust 2, taking it away from the clutches of them, but also that kind of does benefit Big, because you really want a Syrison to be there, right? You'd want your dedicated, sick AWPer to do the damage on a map like that.
Yeah, no, absolutely. But we also mentioned a little bit, you know, that open question. They had a different pacing, good prep. They were able to get a lot of T rounds early on in the series.
Yeah.
So we'll see an Overpass pick. I think this is what we discussed when Big were playing 500. We wanted that Overpass pick because it's so crucial to have a very, very stable AWP. Because that's, as you mentioned, the A side is so difficult to even approach, because of that AWPer and so many different angles, fallback situations. They can re-angle in every step of the way, so it's extremely hard to force the AWPer off in those angles.
Yeah, for Ts, a lot of the time you kind of have to be okay with spending, what, a quarter of your, or basically 75% of your utility before you've even gotten close to site. So obviously your site execute is not going to have that much oomph, or you're just going to have to take the risk of potentially walking into an AWP that's locking an angle. So that's never fun, but obviously Syrison not here. tabseN's going to take over his spot over towards A with the AWP. And by all means, we've seen that tabseN can be serviceable with it, but he's not Syrison. No. Like, to make that very, very clear. So we'll see if Sprout take advantage of that, if they head more over towards that A bomb site where Keto and tabseN resides, or if they're just going to stick more to what has become more and more meta, which is basically just focusing on the B bomb side. But I think this is a good choice from Sprout, considering what they had available to them, considering what we saw Big basically do to 500 on Inferno as well. I think this is going to be more uncomfortable for Big to kind of get their grips around than, let's say, just playing Inferno with a little bit of, you know, a mixed lineup.
Are you expecting a lot of adaptation from here from Big, right? You're going to expect them to maybe have to change things up on the fly to get ready for this?
I mean, it's a tough map to just change things up on the fly. Obviously, you will have an approach. You try to push the A defenders on the CT side back to the A side as defensive as possible, so you can kind of abuse that scared of where we are, if we're in toilets long or if we're actually rotating to underground. It's easy to fake A once you get to that position, but it's extremely difficult to get there.
Yeah, it is very, very tough. And it's going to be curious to see as well, like if they kind of identify, is Barry literally just going to fill one for one all of the positions the Lynx are having? Is
some
that
very good spots?
Yeah, they're good spots and they're active spots as well. So does that mean that we're going to see Big potentially target that? Because that they know he's not at the same kind of individual level as Lynx, so maybe that's an easier opening to find on the various maps, at the very least when Sprout are playing on the CT side. That remains to be seen, but
I think it's a little bit dependent on if a player plays like a role on this specific map, that they're not their ideal role, they'll switch things around. But if everyone is in their ideal place, they've built a team where everyone's comfortable in things, I think they will just swap straight up.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, in terms of players you guys have highlighted to watch here within this series, we're looking at Steer this time around and Crimbo. Talk to me about these guys.
Yeah, Crimbo, extremely talented young German guy, extremely efficient in clutch situations. He has that specific style to him when he clutches. Really, really, you know, I think he's just growing and growing and growing into this team. You know, he was impressive at the, you know, when he joined this team, but I think he's just growing and taking more responsibility in the rounds compared to when I saw him the first time.
Yeah, and one of the cool things about him is the fact that he came from the Academy League and the Academy team of Big as an in-game leader. So obviously you're used to kind of being in control of what's going on around you. A lot of the times it's not going to be the same kind of scenario when you have tabseN and Gob B behind you or with you in that sense. So that's a new adaptation for him as well. He doesn't necessarily get to control as much. So he might be a little bit more limited in terms of how much space he has or what kind of rounds he can do that he would be extremely comfortable with, which is a big adaptation for a new player, right? So the fact that he's been able to take to the level as well as he's done, really, really impressive. And over on the other side, might have Denmark's biggest talent.
Ooh,
yeah, and I don't say that lightly, and I will preface that by saying Stavin is not a talent anymore, even though he's still
he's solidified
even though he
Upcoming
still looks like he's
talent,
13 years old and still extremely young. He's obviously, you know, a established top player.
Yeah.
Stair, on the other hand, to many kind of came out of nowhere, and this again comes back to Barry and his talent scouting and just how good tabs he has on that Danish scene. Finds Stair, snaps him up before like any of the I guess tier 2 Danish teams gets a hold of him, before Astralis talent gets a hold of him, all of those kind of things, and now he's a front figure for a team that's just been rocketing up the rankings and, you know, qualifying for majors and whatnot. So he's been vital for that. He's also a very, very good aggressive player, which I think is kind of a rarity because he has that balance to him where he's not gung-ho, he's not going to run in and die, you know, every single round just because he's an aggressive player, so he's going to run through a smoke or a Molotov, etc. But he's measured. He's typically Danish, but he's also aggressive.
You like him? You're a big fan of him, Devilwalk?
Yeah, I think he's a perfect rifler to have in a team. He's stable, consistent, plays maturely. So it's always a blessing to have that as a coach.
Yeah, and apparently as well, he does actually get some mentoring from, I guess, a bit of an unexpected spot, which is Device. Yeah, that's what I've been told by the team manager from Sprout. The fact that Device actually has a pretty close relationship with him, and again teaching him the ropes and so on. And
anyone would be very happy for that. That's
exactly,
brilliant.
that's a pretty good role model and mentor to have for you. Even though obviously they don't overlap in terms of roles, but yeah, I could listen to Device talk about Counter-Strike any day of the week, right? So I think that's an extremely valuable thing to have. And if he is a bit of a sponge, right, and he's able to take in information and actually, you know, make something out of that, then he's basically bound for a great future in Counter-Strike.
Now for Faven on the side of Big Right, I want to touch on him because he was the guy that went out, he comes back in. Are you being satisfied with what he's been able to put up? Did you have low expectations considering he had been out for a while?
I mean, I'm a little bit of both. I have higher expectations on him as an individual to put higher numbers, to kind of be more in that Tabson mark of like impact on the server. He's been a little bit below my expectations, but obviously he hasn't been practicing with the team regularly, and it's been on and off. He obviously taken up some new roles to fill in for Sirson on some maps, and playing his regular roles on others. So it's a little bit of a difficult situation for him as well to be adapting into all of this new stuff while also not being able to practice with the team regularly.
Yeah, I kind of fall into the same boat as Devilwalk as well, because he was brought into the team meant to be the missing piece of added firepower that was going to basically shoot big and to be a top 5 team. Just boom, done. Instead, yeah, like performances have been ranging from very good to very underwhelming.
Bad.
You know, exactly. They haven't been bad. They just haven't been consistent enough. And I think for Big, obviously, that kind of makes sense with how 2022 has looked for them as well. So you can't necessarily fault them. I think we're going to see a very different Big in a positive way going into 2023. And I think that's where we're going to see Faven also have more of the limelight in this team. And it's not only going to be eyes on Tabson or Searson.
Now, I think that we've been really enjoying doing here across our games, look at some of our key points and moments when it comes to these series. So guys, what have you got for me this time around? What are some of the highlights we should expect? What are some of the moments we need to really delve into with this game?
So it's basically can Big find the continued success without that AWPer? Can they find that pacing? Will they be able to catch Sprout off guard early on with their T-sides? Or will Slacks be able to prove a stronger AWPer opponent than Dennis Law put up against them?
Yeah, because we didn't really get to see 500 actually take advantage of it. Obviously, it's easier said than done, but he wasn't able to have that impact where you're like, oh yeah, Big are really missing an AWPer right now. And second point, adapt and overcome, which is even more fitting. We wrote these down before we knew about Lunks, and now it just matters even more. For Sprout, obviously, we were thinking back to the previous meetings they've had versus Big, the fact that Big have had the better of them, even with all the issues that they've been going through. So how do you adapt? How do you overcome? How do you strategize for what you're about to go up against? It's not like Big are an unknown entity, right? There's so many demos out there on each and every map. So where do you go from there? And now it just kind of gets, you know, multiplied by...
They probably haven't even entered the server to be able to play a practice game until these news actually came out. So it's just like a instant step in and try to fill in the gaps and have a quick discussion about it. It's incredibly difficult to iron out all the details from just a conversation.
Yeah, we should have gone and just asked Barry quickly, like, so when did you last play like a competitive game? When were you last on the server to try and deal with this? Because there's one thing about playing some pugs, playing with some friends and stuff, but when you go up against this level of opposition, you can find yourself kind of just deleted very quickly.
Yeah, absolutely. And as a third and final point, we do kind of have the battle of the game plan, which is Gob B versus Barry. Obviously, now Barry's going to have a very different role in this matchup than what we expected. But I guess in a beautiful sense that he's still going to be extremely vital to Sprout's potential success here as well. But initially, our idea was the fact that we know that Gob B is a team that, or is a coach that likes to prep very, very well towards his opponent. And again, he would have had the opportunity to do so versus a Sprout team that has a set way of playing. They didn't show up to the event with stand-ins. They have been playing with their 5, and they've kind of had to showcase what they have, again, being a fairly new team, at Rio and so on and so forth. So they would have had a game plan. They would have known how to play without Searson available and so on. But the same thing goes for Barry, right? Again, if there's going to be a methodical coach on the other side of the scene, he's going to have to know how do you adapt to a team that's probably going to change up their playstyle. If you don't have an AWPer anymore, so maybe your opponent's going to play faster. Can you actually do anything about that?
The one advantage you could like kind of put in there, which isn't maybe as obvious to everyone, is obviously the barrier can communicate at all times right now, comparably to Gob, and they might be in a situation where they don't use their pauses, just not to give Gob any time to be able to communicate any extra.
Yeah, that is a pretty interesting aspect as well. And in that sense, there is a benefit. So obviously, it's not going to weigh up for the fact that you're missing Lounge, just individually speaking. But in terms of like having a constant flow of ideas, just having that guy constantly reminding you like, oh, no, they might be doing this execute because this is something Barry's seen on demos time and time again.
Well, my question was going to be to you guys. Does Refresh just take a series off, not IGLing, you let Barry do it, and maybe open up Refresh, just focus on shooting heads a bit more?
You can do it that
yeah.
way, definitely,
That's
definitely. Yeah. You could put the brunt of responsibility on Barry and just let Refresh take loud control. Maybe Barry fills in for Refresh and be more that supportive. That's
I actually
definitely
hadn't
an
considered
approach.
that at all, but it kind of makes sense as well because obviously we know that Refresh has had gone through various roles in Heroic as well, etc. It might not be a one-to-one overlap with what Lounge is doing for Sprout right now, but again, he's obviously better set just from an individual point of view than Barry to actually have these outskirt positions and actually try to pressure opponents, while Barry having basically a past as an in-game leader for just about 20 years now.
Yeah.
It's not that that's going to be unfamiliar territory for him, where he's going to come into this and just be like, well, I don't really know what to do, because he's going to have the added experience as a coach, also the in-game leadership in his back pocket to play off. So that might actually be a possibility if, obviously, the three others are comfortable with it.
How old's Barry? You just added 20 years?
No, I want to say he's 32, 33. If I'm not completely mistaken, but he's been around since the dawn of time, pretty much. He's been an Exen Ferris in 1.6 and Roskilde the Ravens.
I'm trying to bring our age down. You're supposed to make us feel better.
I'm
here,
old
man.
and I'm proud, man. Like,
I'm trying to hold on to my youth, man. Bit by bit, we're trying to make it happen. Here we go. Come on, get it up for us.
Yeah.
Mr. Devilwalk is quickly
32.
searching.
He is 32,
you're right.
Accuracy. Yeah, my age as well. Thanks. Yep, thanks for pointing out.
So he's old as dirt. Old as dirt. But he can still play Counter-Strike. And again, as a 32-year-old, we don't have many above 30 still playing professionally Counter-Strike. You do have, obviously, Kerrigan, Snappy, like those kind of guys who've already crossed the mark. But Barry is someone who just recently retired compared to a lot of the older coaches who are still around. Like if you look at Azonic, for instance, right? Like, it's been ages since he's been an active player.
Yeah.
For Barry, yeah, sure, might have not been tier 1, etc. But he's always been around, and that's why you're seeing talents like Stair, like Siphon, ending up in Sprout.
So what's happened, right? Well, Denmark's got so many of these people that can bring these young players up. We look at both your countries, Norway and Sweden. It's not happening.
Nah, they all retired.
Yeah.
Gone.
They're gone.
Yeah, it really is as simple as that. And I think we're both extremely jealous of what Denmark have been able to do. And we secretly curse them when we're off camera and so on. But in a sense, we just kind of have to look at them and take them as an example of what we should have done and what we can do going forward in the future.
But they've been in the scenario that we are in now as well. They've obviously adapted to that and obviously I think that they're one of these CS communities that try hard so much casually that they just become better and better and better because of it, and it's like a habit of them playing Counter-Strike, which makes them so knowledgeable, each and every player, even when they're super young, like Stair.
It seems like there is a bit of a mentality thing where it's like, Counter-Strike is fun, but Counter-Strike is extra fun when you're winning.
Yes.
So therefore you try hard all the time. But it seems like, at least speaking from my own experience with Norwegian players, it's very much like, oh no, I just want to relax and win. And the Danes have, exactly. They think
doesn't work.
Yeah, like they have fun when they're goofing around, etc. And you're not going to win, obviously, like a majority of your games that way. And that's where the Danes are just
That's an illusion. We'll sit there quiet and be tilt anyways.
Yeah, exactly, right? Because nobody enjoys losing. So it kind of defeats the purpose of it all for their sake. But the Danes just seem to have figured it out. It's like, yeah, if I try hard, I might be sweaty, I might just be sitting camping, I might be doing boring stuff, but at the end, I get to go away from the server with a win, and that's so satisfying.
And in terms of getting that win here, right, one of these two teams will be making it to the grand final tomorrow. One of them will have that shot of getting the IM Katowice play-in spot, which is also wanted by these teams. But imagine you've got to do it with such harsh circumstances. This is terrible, but I guess this is why some teams, for example, Big, you've got the academy teams, you've got the subs in there. For Sprout, this is the less than ideal situation. Do you think we should start having more teams like, even Fnatic, right? Pepsor, he's coming, he feels in for Crims. Like, you have an active player, because playing with your coach is such a disadvantage. Don't we think that it should just now become the norm that there is someone you can rely on, pull in?
I think the problem is that if you have a player, let's say, who's good enough to potentially hop in for Sprout at any given time, he's going to have another team where he can play.
Academy level
Well, academy level player, sure, yeah.
You sell him off
but then obviously you need to have teams being able to finance academy teams as well, which is not necessarily going to be the most expensive tip, but some teams are just small and they're starting up and they can, function with the 5 plus their coach that they have, and that's kind of how they have to go about it. So unfortunately, I don't think the infrastructure is there for every team to have that opportunity, but the ones that do definitely should make use of it. And I guess we're seeing that with Astralis on the opposite side of the bracket, right?
Yeah.
They're making use of their players. I mean,
It's every team
Big,
left,
Big has got Sen
No,
and Crimbo.
everyone.
Yeah.
So it's definitely happening.
Crimbo's not standing.
No, he's not a stand-in, but he came from the academy team, right? Like he's
yeah.
gone through that circuit. So yeah, no, definitely more and more teams are using it, and you can see the benefit of it as well. So yeah, having the opportunity, that's fantastic.
Because we still got a little bit more time to fill out here, right? I want to touch on something with the Astralis thing while we're having this conversation about academy players coming up. You know Device is coming back, right?
Yep.
So give us Device, Glaive, F, Zip.
Yeah.
Is this the battle for Mr. Christo trying to get the 5th spot, or do you see someone else filling into it?
Well, it wouldn't make sense for Christo to get that 5th spot if he's an AWPer.
Yeah.
At this point, they've been changing people off AWPs anyway. It's not out of the
revolutionizing.
question, Devil.
They started with a
Astralis.
10-man lineup, and now they're going to revolutionize it with a triple op 5-man.
Who got pulled off the AWP last time?
Farlig.
Yeah, see?
My old player.
It's all possible, mate, but is there a fight for this?
No.
No, if I'm going to be honest, no.
Who do you think is going to stick as the 5th then?
I mean,
think
again,
that's
I
still
think
up
they
in
would
the
have
air for
loved
them.
Stare. I mean, obviously that was a bit of a thing in social media as well.
To quote the Sprout manager,
Yep.
no.
No. No, thank
We do
you.
love those social media fun bits.
Absolutely. And but yeah, I mean, they're obviously looking for places. And to be fair, I guess over the course, maybe when we get closer to February and tournaments starting up again and so forth, maybe Mr. has kind of taken another step to where they, I guess, extend his trial period, or they're not as actively looking, or they're not panicked to find someone. But I think coming to the next RMR circuit and all that kind of stuff, we're probably going to see a different 5th on Astralis.
I mean, it all depends how patient the actual core is, right? How much results they want now, how much they want to build that final product now, because they've been in a rough spot for quite a while now.
Yeah.
And I could see their patience level kind of dropping down, and motivation is harder and harder to bring up. So I think it really depends on them.
But this is something that you have experienced as well from the FBX period, because you guys went through a stage kind of similar to Big actually, where you constantly had to rotate in new players and have a stand-in for a stand-in for a stand-in.
Actually, new IGLs as well, which is like the worst.
The worst bit. You should have just stepped back in, mate.
But the problem obviously is that it does wane on a player's motivation, again, because you know what your realistic level is. You know where you can be. And again, if you're able to, let's say, hold on to player number 2 that you're having as a standing, if you can just hold on to him for 4 months or something, all of a sudden you're going to be established at this point. But instead, now you're losing games that you shouldn't be losing because you haven't had practice time. Now you're dropping out of tournaments because, you know, you had to jump in with a new stand-in, etc. And for the guys who are basically solidified in the team, they're going to be like, well, how long can we kind of just keep this going? Because it's getting ridiculous, and they're used to winning, and they want to continue to win.
I think it also a little bit depends where you put. If you've already decided, okay, you know, let's forget about this year. Let's just do the best we can right now and have our aim and sights at the next year. I think you're going to be fine.
Yeah.
But depends how early. You can't just make that decision now. That should have been made like 6 months ago, you know.
Yeah.
So
and
you're in that kind of mindset.
I think that's harder to do as well for the players to kind of come to terms with.
They don't want to accept it, right?
No, again, like, how do you really want to? It's not wasting a year per se, but obviously that's probably how a lot of players feel. Because again, keep considering that, you know, within CS, etc., you're not guaranteed to have as long of a career as Kerrigan, for instance. You know, that he's one of the extremely few. Exactly, right? And maybe we'll see it as the longer the games goes on, the longer just general esports careers will last, etc. But as it stands right now, you might have a 1-year career, you might have a 2-year career, etc. And if you waste 6 months of that period of not doing anything because you're waiting for the next rebuild, that's a tough pill to swallow, I think, for a lot of individuals.
Yeah, it definitely is. Well, I think what we're going to do, guys, because we're still waiting to find exactly how we can fix this up, it's probably a good idea that we head to a break real quick. So grab yourself a snack, some drinks, or whatever else, and get yourself ready, because hopefully we'll be able to take you on this wild ride that is Sprout versus Big real soon.
Katsokaa kuinka Silvan Krois saittia samalla kun Henu kaataa aivan täydellisen kupillisen.
Ei sinne kuppiin kyllä enempää mahdu. Myltsillä on tähtäin kohdellaan. Viimeisenkin tulis osua, ja osuuhan se.
On se Myltsi vaan tarkka. Vielä jaksaa painaa jalkaa toisen eteen. Hupi hupi!
Hyvä tempo päällä, poika.
Podi yrittää pitää vielä tiiminsä pinnalla. 1 vastaan 2. Pommi on jo pläntättynä. Podi löytää ensimmäisen saitilta. Sitten hakee vielä sitä viimeistä.
We are back and we are ready to deliver this game finally. Espoo Arena, are you with us? That's not bad, that's not bad. You're still awake, sorry about the delay. Ven, who are you cheering for in this game?
I've got one man in my heart. Well, actually, I have two of them. Yeah, and they're called Tabson and Gabi. So I'm going with Big. I'm going to root for Big the entire day.
Okay.
Yeah, hoping for good things.
Have we got some Big fans in the house? Okay.
Yeah.
Devil Walk, where you going? Where you cheering?
Barry!
What about some Sprout fans in here?
Pretty even.
It's pretty even, we'll take that. I think we got two commentators who are eagerly waiting for this game to start as well. Jay, Dweg, who are you going for? You guys ready?
Oh, we are so ready, Mr. Banks. Yes, I think we're all riding the big hype train up here in the skybox because of the nature of the situation over on the Sprout side. Both sides are playing with stand-ins, but the fact of the matter is you're losing one of those bigger elements, right? Lawnix is such a massive guy for that Sprout side. The idea that you're losing him off the back of that group stage performance, that's going to hinder them massively for these playoffs for me.
Yeah, we're very familiar with Sprout when it comes to these Elisa events, but we're not familiar with Berry being played. Funny enough, actually, Berry and Stair used to play together on QB Fire and Upa actually played one of the early Elisa Nordic championships together. So there's a little bit of mix. Berry's back in the server. It's been about a year since he was giving up playing.
And certainly going to be one of those things where the lack of playing time in that sort of sense might hinder him in terms of individual performance. I mean, as a stand-in, as a coach stand-in especially, you don't expect to have a star role in the context of this matchup, but you do need to know that you are losing out a massive element. And that's the thing that ultimately sets it back for me. Sprout, I would have usually said, listen, this has been a fantastic group run. They've made their way into the semi-finals effectively. And given the rivalry between Big and Sprout in terms of history for the organizations, they'll be hungry to get a victory on this one. Whether they can do it, though, it is the thing for me, right? I just don't think they can.
And knowing that you've got tabseN playing at such a high level right now, he was very impressive down in the group stage. Even against 500, we saw a further better performance from him. We know he's the IGL. We know that he's one of the top fragging man. He even had 9 AWP kills too because he was picking up the big green. So watch out for tabseN.
And watch out for this matchup. Espoo, it's time to get the semi-finals started. Sprout taking on their bigger brothers of Big as we get into Overpass, the Sprout map pick. This will have to be the one strong suit for this side as they get started with a T-side pistol.
Now, Overpass picked 1/5 of the time in best of threes in the last 3 months for the Sprout side, not quite being able to come through with the vertigo that they like most. tabseN looking for an early spot of information, very quick out of the gate from Ticon to try and edge their way forward with map terry towards the front side of bathrooms and out to long.
That initial prod just to look for the information, but nothing really gained off the back of it in terms of tangible kills or damage. The teams will make their way into the bathrooms as tabseN escapes from it. Onto the center of the site now.
Now he can just continue here to spot, get as much info as possible, allow k1to to rotate up quickly from that heaven control.
Spotting jump facing as a slow T-side default. Seen a number of slow T defaults over the course of the last couple of days, especially here on Overpass yesterday, as tabseN takes the first fight and loses out the Goosh damage. 13 HP for him. Still looking to try and hold defensive and does indeed get a kill with a bit of support. Refresh with a responsive though. A 4-on-4 has been gained. k1to looks to swing back as the bomb does go down and k1to goes out of the rounds.
Zyphon might try and take some map control, get aggressive out here to bank.
Taps on the jump face. Farman does get Refresh dropping in towards the bank basement. Farman ends up with a double as a fact. Sin tagged low. Stair needs to stand his ground, but doesn't stand for much longer. Crimbo and Sin clean up the pieces, and it will be a successful retake for Big.
And that's very nicely done. And I think what Sprout find themselves in is, while they've got a man advantage, they've got the bomb plant, you even have Berry up towards top of connector to try and deal with those rotating individuals. The aggressive approach into bank just didn't work out at all. Look at what Farfan does in the mix.
Perfect headshots down there at Dumpster, adjusting so effectively. Crimbo and Sin, again, the last 2 elements to pick up the pieces, gain the pistol round for the Big side. Bomb plant was successful for Sprout, though, so they'll be on the force up here.
Now, Berry's got the 2nd highest played maps on LAN out of his entire team, and he's the coach, Jay. So maybe that even helps in this sort of environment, because again, in the past, he's been in these sort of environments.
Well, again, certainly the experience factor is going to be something to play into, but you've got to think about the experience factor on the Big side, right? They played at this big stage environment much more than the entire Sprout side combined. tabseN going to prove the point here. Look at the aggression he's going to take in the CT bases behind one T-side player. He's going to try check that angle as well. I don't think Berry's going to last much longer. First down in the round.
Very positive coming through from Big. Just looking to siphon off so much of that presence out there from Ticon. And this means for Sprout, it has to be a little bit more influence out towards the B side, taking connector, taking short pipe, because they still don't know, is there an aggressive setup out here towards Park?
Information gained as well for tabseN, aware of 1 AK now in play for Stair. He fired back through that smoke. Be a little bit wary about how they take the mid challenges from here on out. He still sticks around aggressive and might look to challenge the man as he's caught flashed off by k1to. tabseN with a triple. SMG casualties for days, and now he upgrades to the AK. Only 1 left in play for Sprout.
Well, I think we know what tabseN are going to get today, Jay. 2 rounds in a row that he's given us the goods. And that's exactly what Big are looking for. Sprout, they're just hoping to trade this one, man, before they can get the bomb back.
Well, the HP advantage above him at least. He's looking for even more. Another flash of support. That's a quadra. Will tabseN make it an ace in the 2nd round of the semis? Not quite. k1to stole it away from him. That's still 2-0 at the start of Big.
tabseN just doing so much work there. And I like the way that it feels from the get-go. They're going to give it to the likes of Sprout. Knowing that you've come in with an overpass pick, knowing it's not your vertigo, and you're in there with a stand-in, let's get in your face. Let's try and muddle all of the tactical edge, because tabseN was just flying forward behind that smoke. Jeez, Jay. 2-0, now a Glock round. This should be a fairly easy 3.
In theory, at least. 1 Deagle brought out by Stair. See whether he can try and muscle up some of that anti-eco shenanigans that we like to see. Sprout have been partial to that in the past, in the online circuit especially. Positions held as Keto's SMG starts to swing forward in connector control. Not seeing anything in his mid control.
And tabseN taking that first phase. Now it allows Keto to get a slightly more pressed up here with the MP9, because all he's looking for is the farm cash, that kill bonus.
Burst up, Ziphon got a 4 follow-up as well there for Slacks. A 5-on-2 gain as tabseN leans around that corner, spots 2 more. Doesn't quite catch off Refresh, eventually does get a second chance, and will take it in full force. All 5 alive for Big, a very confident start from them. And now the true guns can come through here for the Sprout camp.
And I want to get your opinion about the big 500 game, because you could look at the scoreline and say it was 16-13 on map 1, 16-9 on Inferno. Scoreline-wise, it's quite competitive, it's quite close. It didn't feel that, though, when you watched the game. It didn't look like it was a game that had much back and forth at all.
And that's a qualitative data piece that we want to sort of pull from when it comes to discussing Big in terms of these playoffs, right? Again, their main entity, the main thing they're going to have above a lot of the squads in this half of the bracket is going to be their experience. Above 500, above Sprout, from God B's coaching, from the players overall. They've competed in the major, obviously. They've been on the big stage multiple times across the course of their career. Maybe less so in some of the younger guys' position, but as a core, they've got a lot more backing on them than Sprout do. It's the case of that firepower over on the Sprout camp, though. Tactical was taken by Big, of all teams. And very liberal with the usage of them. Been a confident start from them. Now to follow it up here into round 4. Still rocking that SMG for Farven. It is a bonus buy.
And we've seen Stair being able to be the highest rated player in the server on Overpass in the last 3 months of a 1.20 rating. And in these sort of circumstances, he's got to be a guy that you look at.
Not just for this map as well, but to be the backup starman. And your main star is missing for Sprout. Someone needs to come in and fill that role. It's Farven downstairs, that SMG, trying to look at that smoke, of course, put it up there past connector. No vision being given up to the T side, though.
You can see a lot of movement coming through from Big, though, out here towards the top of connector, towards that rotate back to A. Sin's jump spotting towards short water and connector. Still not seeing anything.
Sin's got that information now. Utility in hand, wondering whether he goes for the wallbang spray or tries to put the incendiary up. But opts for the wallbang. Doesn't get much for it, though.
And now for Big, it's all about that tempo change, how they can deal with this slow default. You've got Farfen still trying to work here, close range with that MP9. Always a great weapon to have in that stance out to connector. Even to the long control, you can see the way in which Sprout are regrouping. Now you've got Keto towards the back of the site, Sin to play off one another.
Barry trying to be the first man entry, just pass that bomb back towards Stair. Jump up, top of the flower pot, unable to spot anything past the CT side. They're very passive in this position. Most forward player in Con might throw a spanner into the works of that mid control.
And Sprout just hoping to try and catch a timing, get an over-rotation to come back. tabseN aggressive towards Divider. Time is low.
Counter incendiary going to stall for even more as the smoke starts to fade. Takes the fight on Ziphon and drops the bomb for it. Advantage sits with Big once again. Trade from Stair is decent. The SMG for Farven still comes up good though. Refresh drops Berry on site, gets one. Almost with the double entry, but not quite able to capitalize upon Sin. Low HP across 2 players though. They can't get the bomb down from here.
Now, can they get it down safe though? They might think about another peek towards connector.
Oh, they're getting caught up on each other as well. The smoke comes in and the bomb will be planted successfully, but now the nades come to effect. Slacks gets a decent kill. That's the highest HP player of Crimbo, but in from the backstab, Farven will fall, and now Sin is all that remains. 7 HP against 2. They're also just as low, but Stair takes the fight and wins it, and Sprout get on the board.
And what a lovely round coming through there from Sprout, and I think it shows the initiative there from Berry to get aggressive, to take that map control away, to try and win that fight out towards the truck position, and then put emphasis back down towards Bank. It puts up a HP differential, makes it more difficult for Sin to win out that round, but then Slacks and Stair on low HP come out successfully in that 2v3 on the post plant.
Massive stuff for them. And again, the start the Sprout need in the rifle basis. It was a bit of a bonus round for Big, though. They did damage. They're still going to have the better buy coming into round 5. The Mac 10 in for Berry will be the forward thinker. Try and get aggressive in towards that mid position. Going to challenge that AWP, but falls back intelligently for it.
Now, we saw tabseN doing a lot of AWPing yesterday. That will be something that Sprout have picked up on, because one of the big question marks coming into this event was, who is going to AWP? Is it going to be the likes of a Keto? Is it going to be a Farfen? No. We know now in the playoffs it's tabseN.
And sat with it in the bathrooms as well, waiting for contact in long. He's about to receive some as well. Flashbang turned away from shot, still connects towards Berry. Disappears behind the smoke and gets the safety.
You can just see that reposition, how important it is behind that utility to make sure you're not getting caught up. You're not over-peaking, looking for more. It allows themselves to fall back to the bomb site with a man up. You've got Keto that's still holding slightly on the front foot towards the edge of the bathrooms. Now, they were very successful with the long take in the previous round. I wonder if they do it again.
Less than a minute to do so. Sin continuing to swing, try prod back for another man advantage on the big side. Got many T's to face him here in the long presence. Refresh gonna hunt for the information. More spots. Will dive out of the way.
And now Sin could just play up towards the side post, get tabseN up to the top of dice. This has got to be a full commit. They can't afford to fake it here. They have to go in towards A.
The third man linchpin element of k1to also involved in this one. Flashbang sent over towards that mid presence. 30 seconds remaining. Sin still hunting for that pick. Almost caught Refresh forward. Molotov sent. No flashes available. Stair catches tabseN, so it's a 4-on-4. Zyphon also gets one out on k1to, and Refresh follows suit. The individual firefights are being won by Sprout players. 4-on-2. They have the bomb site now.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of adaptability over towards A, which is very uncommon on a map like Overpass. Haven't seen many B-pops at all here from Sprout. Haven't seen much working forward to a monster walk or a contact play out towards the short sandbags. And I think you just found there for Big, even though it started off with the right foot, with that first engagement being won by tabseN, it's the response and the entry frags there from Sprout.
And forcing Big into submission, saving in round 5, holding onto their 2 rifles because they don't have a lot of cash in the bank. Neither do they have a lot of loss bonus built up either, so we'll let that tick over. Sprout will gain their second, mount up their early game themselves. And this is the one thing you're going to always rely on if you're a team like Sprout. If you're down on the experience basis, you need that firepower to come to the fold. In that particular round, all the fights got won so easily by the individual players. And they're all making a case to be that new star of the Sprout side.
When you think about experience, have a look at Overpass as a prime example. Big have played it twice in the last 3 months. 0 wins, 2 losses. It's not a map that's frequent in the map pool for them. Whereas for Sprout, okay, they don't pick it a massive amount. It's still 10 maps played against Tier 2 competition, online and out at LAN. We know that they've got a lot more tenure in recent times on this map of Overpass.
You're keeping your eyes on those protocols for the Sprout side, seeing how well they adjust against Big, what their defaults are set like. Everything that they'll do is appropriate. Eco now coming in around the 2 save weapons for the Big count. The USPs, the 5.7s, the Deagle also in for k1to. Slack set with the AWP, trying to prod out to that short presence. Refresh catches the booster. Barben goes falling. Crimbo with a decent trade back. tabseN still in amongst the smoke. Can't quite find an angle here.
Now, they're going to know that there was 2 out there towards Connector just with that boost up, so it's all about distraction now. Even the AWP is peering down towards Connector from Sin's perspective, just to try and put some pressure back on. Now, while that's happening, Stair's taken the reactability to take long control by himself. They've been able to muster up a lot of A presence.
Yeah, tabseN's picked the M4 off of Farben, and Sin catching Slack's enabled that AWP to come into the mid control when he can strike with it. 1 man down, not quite the second. Gooshed up, 34 HP, does get away.
Now Refresh just has to commit, start bringing some pace down towards A. Crimbo's even getting out to the side post, out in the open, deals with Stair.
Refresh with a responsive. k1to's Deagle now stands alone on the back of the site, needs backup to get here real soon, looking for the headshots. Refresh knows that he's there, but k1to still lands him. Flick's not quite successful. Zyphon stands alone. A little bit of time to play with, but the bomb out in the center of the site.
It's all a matter of timing and how he can draw these fights. Big, they're giving him the cautiousness, the peek up in from tabseN, and of course, it's the in-game leader to step up again.
All down to timing there. It worked better for the main man on the Big side. Back in control after a bit of a hiccup and a hell of a steal for them as well. Again, they didn't buy much into those pistol bases. Sprout and Big both having tenure across their lineups, across their organizations in the invitationals leading up to this point, earning their spots here in the Masters.
And we saw Zyphon playing with Copenhagen Flames. Even k1to and Sim were a part of Big Academy in the last Invitational. So we've seen more pieces being added to the team that we've seen previously.
Chance to use those Academy call-ups to great effect here for Big. Molotov sent in on the T side. Slacks will be tagged up initially by HGs. He's placing that AWP out towards Park. Where does he find that opening kill, though?
Well, we haven't seen many sort of high-tempo moves. I think in the first few rounds of the game, we saw tabseN playing up to T-Con out there towards Party, but in the majority of the rifle rounds, it's not that full-on extension. So Sprout gonna have to continue to try and use that utility well, keep taking long. Even k1to just ends up backing off, so that slight maneuver out towards Party, they realize, okay, we haven't been able to manage a pick, we haven't got contact, let's just fall back, let's end up keeping 4 on B because of it.
Grimbo holds his M4. Ready to receive that side of Monster. Deep smoke in from the T side. They're not going to act off the back of that, though. They're stalling for time.
And just get himself up towards that grill position. Even Refresh has been able to get very far forward out here towards the short sandbags. Finally, a movement over to B.
And the rotations coming in from the CT side at the wrong moment. That smoke does go down towards Heaven. And Berry makes his way into the MAC-10, past the likes of Crimbo, but Stair has his back, and Berry only just misses out the kill. Refresh capitalizes upon it, and Sin spam down, 8 HP, flash blinded. Spray gives away his position. The bomb will go down at default. It's a 4-on-3 for Sprout.
It's a very difficult retake here coming through from Big. Even Stair repositioning doesn't get caught by the Heaven player.
M4 leaning forward, another smoke onto it, and still gets caught by Stairs headshot. 2 left standing in for Big. Sin's too low HP, he's got to escape. Tabson does find an exit here. Any more? He's fighting another player, but now he's been seen. Sin will drop, and Tabson's got to escape.
Sprout putting on a very good show right now. And you mentioned Berry not finding anything. He was a decoy in that round. And I think maybe that's what we'll see him being shaped up as on the T side, is the distracting element. You think about the pace he brings forward out towards that pillar position, that's just driving CT's attention over. The more that they look at Berry, the easier it's going to be for your Stair, for your Slacks, maybe even a Xiphon in the mix to get those trade frags, to open up the bomb side.
Again, that is going to be his role in this matchup. Don't expect a massive amount from him, except in those supportive positions. In terms of distraction, you saw how Krimbo was looking towards Berry, assisting with that kill and refresh. That is what we're looking for out of him in this game. Sprout making good use of their stand-in coach position. Now held to the 3rd round on the Danish core.
We saw overpass for both of these teams in the group stage. I think back to Big's 3rd game against Gamer Legion, 14-16 loss on overpass. And for Sprout, their last game against Gamer Legion, 25-23 in OT on overpass. So both teams having some very close affairs in the group stage in the best of ones.
Flash is sent over, 5-7s in from Krimbo, being the weakest weapon on server at the moment. Both Big and Sprout having issues with their buy-ups. Again, Berry's on the Mac 10, missed flashbang there. Doesn't catch the CTs as they go back in with their own counter smokes.
And for a round like this for Big, you're probably leaning into an opening man advantage. You've got Tabson trying to work out towards that divider angle. While that's happening, Keto's then pressed up towards the top of connector. It seems like it is going to be a B-pop, though.
Been successful so far. Much tighter crossfire from Big, though. Here come the flashes. Berry going to enable his teammates to make their way in. 5-7 now been seen. They don't act off the back of it. It's another respoke in from the CT side.
So I think that was just an info tell there from Sprout, just to get an idea. Is there a stack involved? Is there some further spam? What is the setup out towards the B side? So now it can almost be put upon as a double pump that they can start working in later in the round.
That information prod from Sprout is going to give some back towards Big here. They know they've given up the 5-7's position, so they think it might be likely that they go towards the B hit. So a 3rd man of Sin comes in with support. Krimbo getting tagged up by the Molotovs. 35 seconds, Sprout need to go.
That flash over high out from Monster. Here come the entries.
Xiphon first man in, still stalling. Counter flash of the CTs. No swing, Molly's in. Next player up, takes face. 5-7 does a little bit of damage here. M4 support from Farben, mows down one. Xiphon with a trade and doubles up as well towards Krimbo. Sin back towards Rab, gets one. Slacks trades it. Bomb needs to get towards site here. Tabson can still shut this down. The burst not connecting though. The bomb's on site. Berry will get the plant in.
They're going to try and get denied. Keto drops and now Tabson's the last on left. Out in the open. Slacks with a huge round. Great sequence from him out to the monster control and just providing that tight assistance when pressure's building, because you could see the way that Tabson was getting close to denying the bomb. Slacks delivers.
Big AWP sequence. Way forward now for the Sprout side. Another timeout has been called, this time by them. Chance for Berry to get involved in this one, of course, has been playing supportive. You have to question, obviously, with the whole dynamic of the coach being the 6th player, having an overview of the whole matchup has like I don't know how to describe it, but like they're not in the server, they're not tunnel vision by the other things that the players are worried about. So they can come in and give a bit more support in that sense, to give a 6th perspective, to give them the boost that they need to get back into the game here. So how's that going to affect things now that he's in the server and playing?
Well, I think Vendetta spoke about it perfectly on the desk. The idea that you probably don't want to give those tacks forward over to someone like GodB. I think for Berry, it's all about trying to keep the mental strong, making sure that there's no players getting tilted or anything, calming the players. And he's familiar with this. He's familiar with the team. He's played with these guys before. He even stood in with them at the Antwerp RMRs, which wasn't even that long ago.
He's had his proceedings. They know how to play with this guy. HE sent to the stack. Keto and Sin giving up their lives to please the crowd here in Espoo. They were happy with that one. You can see who the favourites are at this moment, Dwayne.
A nice smile coming through from Berry. Realises, yep, read that to perfection. And for Sprout, one thing I do want to touch on is the result that Big had against Gamer Legion. 11 rounds on their CT side and 3 on T side. So keep that in mind on what we saw in the group stage and now what we're seeing here in the playoffs.
Positions held still. Tabson trying to prod for anything, but just 3 USPs in play for Big, so not much will come out of this. Sprout should be able to mow them down. Be nice if Berry can get the Mac 10 in for a couple more picks and the $600 kills. He's going to be the first face out towards Monster. Only one man to receive them, and even the smokes coming in as they start the rotations back to the A side. So they'll concede this round. Simple affair for Sprout. They will take the lead above Big as well.
And just knowing that Sprout have come off to a slow start, they were down 2 to 4, I should say. So you're down by 2. You now not only tied up the scoreline, but you're starting to work it even further. This has got to be very confident from them.
Berry to boost his confidence. Is he going to find his players? Might do. There's the kills. Come on, give us an ace, mate. Mac 10 HE ace. Is he going to find him? Oh, he's looking the wrong way against Tabson. He's checking all ahead and low. Reload catches. Oh!
Shame. So close.
Oh, that would have been lovely. That would have been a massive boost as well for his own individual confidence. Again, he's not supposed to be the star player, but to get an ace like this on this big stage.
Would have been the cherry on top.
It would have been. Cherry on top of Sprout's lead now, going up to 5. 1 ahead of the big side, conceded off the back of that eco. The gun buy can't return from here, though.
And this is for big sake where they have to respond. Start thinking to yourself, okay, well, we've seen a lot of success coming through from Tabson. We know that he's been a key piece to this puzzle over the entire event. Farfen was the second backup dancer in that game against 500. Now, we're not seeing much out of a second individual. I mean, you can even look at the kill distribution. Crimbo down at 3, Keto at 4, Sin at 4, Farfen at 5. Someone's got to step up to help out Tabson here in the first half.
Farfen's rocking a Mac 10, so it probably won't be him. Not in this round, at least. Stair challenging Keto, flashed off position. M4 looking to try and engage against the T side. Zyphon and Berry will drop towards Sin and Keto's opening kills. So 2 different attacks on 2 different sides of the map. It works to a 5-on-3 for the big side.
Keto's kind of stuck here out towards trees, so you just got to keep fighting. No retreating angle possible at all, so keep it going. Now we can get some reassurance from Tabson as a crossfire.
Yeah, no utility in that mid and long position. The only flashbang was there for Refresh. Stair now just rocking a smoke and his AK. Refresh does creep forward. If he can find a bit of an angle here on the B side, maybe they could rotate this bomb in, but now Stair just drops towards Keto. Another dry face, giving him a pretty basic triple. And Refresh just left to fall down all the same. Surely should not get much in this clutch. And Crimbo will make it so.
Nicely done there from Keto. Very tight out there towards the rock position and very consistent. That's what we can expect from someone like him. Nearly 250 maps played on LAN, been in previous iterations of this big lineup. Always someone that you can rely in to get you out of uncomfortable situations. The first kill comes through from a spam, but it's Keto's importance towards long.
Making it look easy as well. And for him individually, question marks around his individual performance in this team recently. Obviously, he was knocked down to the academy team, then called back up to the main squad. It's been a little bit hit and miss in his outings at times, so this needs to be a hit for him. Big. Marking in with their rifles. Again, another buy-up will come through. Lacking in the AWP department, though.
We've seen Slacks very crucial when it comes to some of the entries and post-plant rounds. Haven't seen much from him when it comes to opening man advantages, creating that first pick. And Farfen flashed forward, doesn't quite see anything out towards short water.
Did reveal his position with the footsteps, though, so the T's will be aware of this. Refresh will try and adjust towards it. They might even go for the boost, which might work out pretty well for them. Making no noise, AK pulled up. Oh, and Farfen's watching it. Read it like a book. Big can do the same.
And just knowing now, for big sake, you've got the aggressive stance of Keto looking out towards long, but he misses that timing. And Stair can continue to walk forward undetected in the bathrooms.
Tabson is considerate of that factor, though. Keto is aware that that's a blind spot not being watched by anyone else. The site covers it off. Stair looks to prod forward, jump faces, might throw things off for a second. They might have to catch timing. As the AWP tries to catch the pick as Slacks in from the long control. So focused on the long entrance for now.
And this seems to be a good read. Even Sin's rotating up, so they can keep 3 towards A. You've got Keto in a little bit of an off angle, catches off the AWP.
Didn't expect it. Now Stair with a gap to play with here against the CT side, against the smokes, looks to swing forward, catching one of the reload. There goes Tabson, backside undetected, but Stair still adjusts towards Sin at the dumpster position. 3-on-3, looking for his triple, can't quite land it along. Bomb will go down, he continues to extend, and Crimbo finally puts him out.
And Berry's going to try and do the same, but now they're just tailing, now they're behind out towards Bang.
Group together, good bait jump there from Berry, but now they know where both T-side players are at. Matt looking to face, sprays down one and gets so much damage on Crimbo. Swing back from Zyphon does not work out. Keto gets up close and personal and wins the round for Big.
I don't know if it's me just overlooking it there, Jay, but to me, that felt a little bit panicky there from Sprout. You got a 3v3, slow it down. Just work the post blood. Instead, you've got Stair running down towards that bank control, looking for a fight. There's no teammate in sight. He's got no one around him, no one that can trade on that position.
Stair was almost the winning element for them, but when this trade came in, you could see where they were going at with it. Decent efforts from Berry, though, again, to bait in the first player, enable the kill from Zyphon, and to almost get the second one on the bomb carrier. One more bullet would have stopped that defuse. Instead, it's Big with 6, back in the lead above Sprouts. Rebuys in across all the rifles, and Crimbo takes aggressive stances.
It seemed like they expected a quick beat pop, actually, with some of those anti-rush nades. Now, Crimbo can be close towards that right-hand side, allow himself to keep spamming down. The Sprout have got a single lurker from Stair, but everybody else is regrouped outside of Monster.
Smoke coming in, might get body blocked, or even going to get a kill if both the players here. Zyphon with supportive kills of his own right, 5-on-3. Sin up close, undetected as Tabson does get one to return, send the line a little bit further back, but Zyphon is still fragging. Sin's caught, Tabson drops Keto now alone in the 1-on-3. Up in heaven, focusing 5, but rotating back the same as that bomb is going down.
What an incredible response coming through from Sprout after that last round, and it all came off with those entries. Keto now being forced out in the open, and they could just peek off one another. Slacks with the AWP again. We've seen how much he's able to find towards that B-side with the AWP.
Bit of a risky peek in from Berry towards the end there, though, so I think they're getting a little bit overzealous. You're right, a little bit panicked at times from Sprout. Even in a 3-on-1 situation, that's not a very good sign. It is a round for the Danish core, though.
And I think it just shows with that immediate double entry from Monster how much of a back foot Big really were. Allowed themselves to try and come in quickly from Heaven and Graffiti, but not to be. And with their economy being reset, it's going to be another eco.
Upgrade pistols in, Deagles, P250s, a USP for Sin, or for Slacks. Ready for that first phase, does not quite receive it though. Nade stacks again, a little bit too late this time. Crimbo escapes the ire of the HEs. So no kills early.
It's all a matter of timing, isn't it? You might be able to get away with it once or twice and a half, but any more than that, and it probably won't happen. There's a little bit of a stack towards that right-hand side of the pillar angle. You've got Stair again, being that lurking entity, just providing some util down towards A, making sure that if there is a gamble stack from Big, just with this presence, they should start rotating a couple of players off. That's what he's indicating.
Instead, just prodding forward, refresh. Similar story out towards that B site, flashed into the bomb site itself, not checking Toxic. Zyphon's got that covered. Center of site does get one good kill on Fartham, with Keto's Deagle also getting us to a 3-on-3. And that forces Sprout to rethink their stance.
Now, Stair would have heard a lot of those footsteps retreating, trying to rotate away back out to the B side. And now he's got the edge. Now he's got the advantage of the B bomb side being opened up. Should catch this first player on the timing out towards the dumpster position. That's Tabson to fall.
Bomb still a little bit far away from the bomb site, though. And now Keto and Crimbo have the rifles that were dropped on the center of the B site. So there's firepower to play with, potential still in this round. Smoke's coming down towards dumpster though. Player been seen, and that's that firepower I'm talking about. Keto with one pick, almost getting the second. Crimbo does drop back towards the B side. That counters the rotation one more time. 20 seconds though, they have to commit towards the bomb plant.
And that's a vital kill coming through from Berry. And Keto might try and beat Berry to the punch.
Spray back, taps it down. That's 2 kills, actually 3 so far for Keto. One more to gain. The AWP knows exactly where he is. He's out in the open. 10 seconds, swing for the shot. Plant not even secured as Slacks gives just a little bit more to Keto, who steals one for Big as they hold on to the lead again.
Oh, that's a specialty coming out from Keto, and against his old team and all. The Sprout delivering what Keto's able to do on the server. What a tap. Very similar to the Zip one that we saw yesterday.
Can watch it from his POV every step of the way. It was these two that are the most impressive. Tap onto Berry's head. And if only the last man didn't jump, if only Slacks just prioritized the plant, maybe it could have been a different story for Sprout. As it stands, 7-6, Tabson's caught the opening frag. Berry, first of all.
And just knowing that Tabson's shown that AWP, already got that impactful frag, that now starts putting more cautions into the mix. What is the setup? What is the crossfire towards A? Tabson's going to be pretty much playing A by himself. The only next player in charge is Keto to connect up.
They're leaning up. Ooh, back's turned at the wrong moment. Does Keto see him? No, he didn't extend far enough. M4 still looking to engage ahead of that flashbang. Doesn't see the T-side players, though. Their crossfire's a little bit scrambled. Big will hold their nerve. Keto is desperate. He's hungry for a kill here, though.
It's all about who makes a footstep first and when the timing works out from Keto, because you can see he doesn't want to overextend. He doesn't want to come out into the open, expose himself.
Zyphon dive down with the AK. Down towards mid, the flashes again from Tabson should come through, blind off players of the T-side line. Tabson looks to escape. Keto about to catch Zyphon, the adjustment's not quite there. The M4 wins the fight, 5-on-3, backstab for Crimbo, meanwhile sees 2, gets 1. And Sprout are getting picked apart by Big here, piece by piece. The bursts are coming through, and Refresh is in a 1-on-5.
And just a wonderful info play coming there from Big, just allowing themselves to read that round to perfection. The follow-up flashes out there towards the top of connector, the way in which you've got a backstab even being presented from Crimbo towards that long stance. The Sprout just had to brute force all of those duels to get themselves out of trouble. This has been two very key rounds in a row now for Big. They could end this half on a very high note, a very big positive for them. And just knowing, Jay, going into the second half, going into your T side with a 9-6 half, it might still be enough for Big.
It's entirely plausible. Their CT side that does get the advantage. Sprout now looking to try and steal one back if possible here. Smokes ahead of the monster control. Is this a rush tactic? It looks like it will be. Slacks lead the charge in with the MAC-10 sees one player back to the pillar, and Crimbo's caught blinded by the flashbang of Refresh. So advantage for Sprout. The bomb will go down, but Keto evens up the man stance.
And now Farfan can start peeking through. Out towards the bridge control. Zyphon's able to get the pick back, but look at the reposition from Keto.
And two players on that backstab as well. Slack's very deep in it. Graffiti taps and rotating back in from mid. So they have an idea of what's going on here. Keto making his way in with that AK. Sprout on the take one back. Two rifles now in the hands of Slacks and Refresh. Zyphon is low HP, so we'll just rock that Deagle. Post plants are very awkward though. They can sit the whole defuse. Refresh, however, comes up with a decent kill. Sin looking for the response if he gets it. Last man, Tabson, now on the bomb. Defuse to get stuck. Deagle peeking. Zyphon lands one, but they still hold the defuse here. AK can't make it round the corner in time. And Tabson, just by the skin of his teeth, will still win the round.
And that's another impeccable performance coming through from Tabson in a great half for Big to give themselves the advantage of 3 rounds.
9-6, up 3 to the good. Can Sprout bring it back on their own CT side? We'll find out after the break.
We have a solution for you.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Positions untenable for the Big side, currently feeling like a cohesive unit, leading by only 3 rounds though. Their CT side has concluded, Dweg, and again, it's only 3 rounds to the good at this particular stage. Can Sprout resurge over on the CT side is the question.
They had a slow end to that first half. It has to be noted that was 4 out of the 5 last few rounds being won by Big. That's a lot of control. That's a lot of positive feedback for such an experienced side. And moving into that second half, we've seen some struggles from Big on the T side, but this time around, Keto and Tabson, they're working together as a unit.
Yeah, Tabson was the man that we were watching out for. Keto's become the secondary star. We get to see a true secondary star from the Sprout side, though, again, trying to fill the shoes of Lawnix. As a result, a team effort has been what's required to get them into this T side thus far. So CT halves now up to play for the Danish core as they get into the pistol round. Very fast in from Big, trying to play a similarly fast pistol basis. Rushes in towards short control for tabseN. Spots out Berry, taps him up a little bit, but only for damage.
And don't quite commit off of the back of it. Instead, slow it down. Sin can come out of the gate with the entries. This has to be a retake setup. Berry's going to have to play passive.
Molly sent in. Glocks making their way around the corner. The bomb will go down at default. It's retake on and a 5-on-5.
Look at Crimbo. He's got all the advantage in the world onto Zyphon, and even damage is exchanged towards Monster. That's the pick to get gained. Same from Keto.
Doubles up as well. Gets the triple in and all. Stare, refresh, and Slacks dropping with Sin to Sin onto Berry. 10 rounds to the board of Big. They take a very confident pistol.
Well, that's a statement if I've ever seen one. What a beginning into the second half coming through from Big. It's pacey, but it's controlled. You can see the way on the post plant. You've got Keto to dive back out towards that monster control. You've got Crimbo to cut the rotate off from Connector. You have Sin getting aggressive towards that right-hand side of Graffiti. And double digits loom here for Big. Could we see the youngsters and the inexperienced land squad of Sprout struggle from this point onwards on their map pick?
This may be the half. Big generally tend to do better on their CT sides than the couple maps we've seen from them in the last couple of months. Call back to that Game Elysian match. It was a 16-14, and mostly down to the fact that the CT side was so good from them. So Big, in theory, on the back foot, but with that pistol basis, with the scoreline being where it is, the buffer could already have been gained for the map win for them. So Sprout might need a miracle here, especially with the Deagles out.
Slacks looking to try and take that first contact out towards Divider. He's done some damage onto Crimbo, but Berry's already been caught off guard. They don't know about Stair just yet.
Good wrap in for a backstab. Nades to suppress. Counter HE is in from the T side, and look at Stair's position. tabseN core, 2-5. The Deagle lines him up. That's rifles picked up as well. Nice in, Sin. Mac 10 overwhelmed by refresh on the site. And one backstab is all it takes for Sprout to steal the break rounds.
And it's down to one of the youngest players in the server, 18-year-old Stair with that dig out in the bathrooms, unlooked, undetected, and unleashed. What an incredible round that is.
Patience is a virtue as Stair proves. Keto and Crimbo caught off guard as tabseN went down. What a play. And what a round for Sprout. That is going to be massive for them.
That's more of a lifeline. That gives you a way back in directly. Allows yourself to put a lot of pace and pressure back down onto Big. You've won the pistol but lost the second. You're now forced onto double eco territory. Have to force buy.
Scouts in. Hero AK for Keto. Deagles and P250s for everyone else. And of course the full gambit brought down rifles. AK and Galil was saved from the previous. SMG for Berry. Sprout with the firepower, but receiving that force buy already, Stan wants nothing to do with that AK, so he backs off.
And knows he's in a stance where he's got no teammates to back him up. And tabseN trying to look down towards that connector control. There is an MP9 waiting for him.
Keto caught down by Slacks. Damage was done towards the man. tabseN does recover that AK as far, and Scout does find one, but now tabseN's taking some damage. 4-on-4 scenario, refresh holding his nerve, and he finds that AK again.
Perfect flash coming through from Berry. Nothing that tabseN could have done there at all. Even that smoke off towards Connector. Slacks could go down though, he's low HP.
Depends on whether Sin checks this corner though. Indeed he does, but Slacks' head's just a little bit too good. Now down to 2 players for the Big side. Slack still holds his nerve here, hearing footsteps of that one Scout player around the corner. Farfen does make it an easy shot to connect, but now gives away the info at the bomb.
Farfen just hoping to see if he can find a response, but now, with 35 seconds left, they still have to keep acting towards A, and while that's happening, Berry's just maintaining control of Connector, making sure that bomb does not shift over to an over-rotation.
And Crimbo walking forward, meanwhile, 23 seconds. Big will need to make a move. They want to try and take this round back and counter-steal against Sprout. Is it a fuse kit in play for refresh if they have to go for the retake? But ideally, they want to stop even the bomb plant from them because bomb plant bonuses will matter. Smokes on bomb site. Commitment in from long. Engagement for Zyphon wins it. SMG burst. They do get a decent amount of damage on Crimbo. Plant just coming in time. Still denied by refresh. Sprout will let nothing go past them as Big will concede the 8th.
Yeah, Zyphon seems to be an individual that's putting in a lot of hard work in these last handful of rounds. Allowing Sprout to get that slight edge, to come closer to tying up the scoreline, come closer to trying to get a lead themselves. Knowing that Overpass is their map pick, knowing that you're playing in front of the stage, up here in the semi-finals, you'd love to be able to get the start in this best of 3 with your map victory going your way. 2 rounds the difference, another eco. This should be a sit-up.
Pistols pulled out, big en masse in Monster. Nade sent in from Berry a little bit too early. Split off towards that short control anyway. The flash is in to indicate what's going on. The Incendiary's taking the damage, and Refresh just mows them all down. Crimbo and Farman a couple of decent picks back, but Siphon still has the site, as does Stair have Connector. So only those 2 casualties. The money can continue to build here for Sprout. That compounds damage, though, with 2 players falling in the previous round as well for Sprout. It does mean they will be on the verge of reset. So Big could still bounce back with this next rifle win.
Hey, you might look at that round and say, it's only an anti-eco, we lost a couple, but you are right, Jay. The more that happens, the better the chances are of that reset, of the rifle round to come through to really hit home. It might not be the next round, it might not be the one after, but it will tail.
You can just see from the money state right here for Sprout, right? Refresh on $100, Berry on 650. Siphon on 1,500 will barely be within the force buy zone. Hanging out SMGs for his own part of things. The T's will play quick into the defaults, but it's passive control for the most part here on the CT Forces. Again, it's only really that refresh play.
And just knowing that he's out here aggressive, he can spot down towards T-Con. So with that in mind, you can actually have Stair and Slacks to rotate back to B, to get out to the Graffiti, out there towards Heaven. Even the boost up from Farfan doesn't quite work out for the pick, but a lot of damage.
A stroke of luck for Xiphon, though. 6 HP, he's barely alive. Might be falling to the trade. He's watching for that boost, hoping Farman gives away a pick, so he's still holding it, and they reface. Berry's been seen, and Farman does get that kill. That's a lot of impact found by that position.
And there was no drop down at all, so no sound cue, and now they're going to commit off of the back of it.
Keto already walking up towards T, ramp spotting one, dropping in from Heaven. AK pulled out, Slacks gets caught, and Keto and Farman combined. Still got Xiphon on the back of the site, though, trying his best to hold on, but won't hold on for long with that HP bar. Refresh now in a 1-on-4, and surely he just saves here.
And I think that's the edge that Big have in this series, whether it be Overpass, whether it be their map pick of Nuke, it's just the composure. You've taken that first engagement, it's not quite a pick, but it doesn't get unsettled. They slow it down, they don't give up on the boost, and what happens? Another pick just presents itself.
As you mentioned, no sound cue given up there by the Big side, so Sprout just assuming that it had gone down. Maybe that third player might have made a footstep noise to throw misdirection into the table. Either way, it's a mistake made by the Sprout camp.
It could have even been the idea that because no one was holding Monster and you've been filtered away from Pillar, there might be a Monster walk. There could have been a timing that they're just coming out.
Still a round loss for Sprout anyway. No matter how they adjust towards it, Big still hold control and extend their lead above the Sprout camp once again. You see the loss bonus on your screens, not ideal for the Sprout camp. The buy bolstered by at least that one M4 here. What are they going to get around it? 2 more M4s by 7 for Berry. Scout in for Slacks. It's okay, but it's not fantastic.
And Sprout, no, we lose this round, we probably lose the map. Like, this is the one that you have to respond in. You don't want to be reset. You don't want to be back on the recovered foot again. And for Big, they know the importance in coming through here. For Sprout, you've got a very early aggressive challenge. Refresh trying to take short water by himself. Dry, no util.
It's a massive concession at the very least. Refresh trying to play the high ground. Flash over, perfect from Sin, perfect from Farvan. Advantage for Big.
Now Farfan's hoping for another. Xiphon out towards that right-hand side. Can't afford to go down here at all. Now, while that's happening, Farfan's got more teammates outside of Monster to regroup. Xiphon in the open does respond.
Gets out of the way as well. Back onto the side defensive, conceding that short control to Crimbo, who did see the jump spot. That's information going both ways there. Crimbo trying to use it. Incendiary forward against the pistol. Berry does get caught off guard. Again, not able to adjust towards the shots back, and the Molotovs and flashes are thrown. Stair going to cut rotations. Keto might concede one as Crimbo goes dropping. The headshot seen. Stair advantage gains. Sin takes it back. 2-on-2.
The bomb site's open. They can afford to get the bomb down. Now it comes down to Stair's information already given up towards Connector. They don't know about Slacks.
Scout firepower limitation though means the headshots does land on Tabson. That sets Stair up. Swings up, looking for the wall bangs. Good read in his rough position, but unable to connect much more damage. 30 seconds, they've got to get the bomb down here.
Try and get it down to safety. Planet open towards Heaven while it's still being smoked off. Very smart there from Tabson.
Knowing that short control could be taken as well. Indeed, it is a smart call. And they back away, the understanding the Monster could also be a play here from the CT side. Tabson focusing entirely on this Heaven control, trying to isolate Slacks from Stair. Stair still wins against Sin. Scout's now seeing where Tabson is. There's information called. A kill gets found, and Stair charges around the corner. Almost we're losing the fight, but takes it back for the CT side anyway. Another important clutch for the Sprout side.
And we've seen Stair in these positions before, stepping up to the plate in the 1vx's. It looked as if Tabson had done enough right there, isolating the individual duels, repositioning back over, but not to be. And Farfan up on screen, you remember that? Played on Sprout for 3 years, Jay. Played over 1,000 maps on HLTV with them. Imagine how important this would be for him to beat them again.
Knowledge as well that Sprout have always played little brother to big brother, if you will, right? They've always been a feeder team to the bigger squads, and Big had been one of the teams that have always looked to poach from that side whenever they get the German players through, especially when they were the German core in the tier 2 space. Now facing the challenge, the little guns growing up. Second tactical called in by God B, because Sprout are down by a single round.
Now this is where we could talk about the economy again, Jay. Remember, you win a round, it's a lifeline, but what about the reset? What about the return? Because they are down with a very low money float. It's actually a bit of a swing round for both teams. You think about the loss bonus not really being there. Neither team got money in the economy. Whoever wins this is going to be able to follow up.
The definition of a swing round here. And a swing for Big into pretty much victory row at this stage. Slack's involved with the early contact in connector, tanking that nade damage, hoping for a pick. Farvan couldn't quite get the tap on the jump face. Looking miffed about it. Does the information claim.
And just knowing that Sin can just continue spamming, allow more presence to be shown outside of B. Sprout have got to find a way, because they're down on utility, they're on an MP9 for Berry, to give themselves an advantage elsewhere. Remember, they don't have a kit to play with at all in this sort of round. The Slacks with the NWP, or at least the presence of mind to look for a pick towards that divider angle out here to the bathrooms.
Slack's eye set. Offset in, SMG moving up to Berry. Farvan gets the pick. Zyphon also drops isolated duels of each individual fight, but Refresh wins the third one. So it's only a 4-on-3. Still favors Big. He's looking for more.
Oh, I thought he was going to get caught off guard there from the timing. Big are going to be able to try and fake him around. Refresh has to try and come back into connector.
Hyper-aggression doesn't work out. The aim punch harms him. And now Sprout are reduced to 2, but Big are reduced to 3. Slacks keeping the man advantage manageable. When do they swing forward and get it back to evens?
Oh, look at what they've done here. Keto is left alone up towards A. They've got 2 options. They can fake out the B site, bring that bomb back to A, or even Keto can come into heaven. This is a perfect mid-round adjustment.
Slacks has already rotated into that B side, so they're going to be aware of what's going on. Keto's so deep in the A play.
Oh, this is done, mate. You can't go for this now.
Slacks will try rotate back, catch and exit. Even that's cancelled as he joins the B side defense, and they rotate to another save. Need to hold on to these guns because there is nothing in the tank for Sprout. Big gonna re-extend the lead off the back of that. 12-10 now to the German side.
And remember this, Jay. Yesterday against 500 in the quarterfinals, Keto was the lowest rated player for Big in that best of 3. Think about the impact he's had today. Think about some of the rounds he has single-handedly won. I mean, even that, it's just patience. It's slowing the round down. It's getting aggressive, catching off the over-rotation. And he's up here with 21 kills. He has been the man of the hour.
Leading the charge for Big. And we're all still asking the questions of whether he's fit for the first team. Certainly he's looking fit right now. A pause has been called. Typically, I would say this would be by Sprout, but with Coach standing in, it doesn't look like it's going to be the case. A moment for God B to discuss things.
And for Big, they know that they're in a leading position. They know that they can close this down, but it's still going to be a tough affair. The scoreline's close. It's back and forth. Now, one thing that they might be thinking about is the idea of, well, what is the comparison like with our experience and theirs? 100 maps on land this year against 60. That's almost 2-to-1. That's double pretty much.
It's always going to be the edge the Big have. Not only 100 maps on LAN, 100 maps at the top end level of Counter-Strike.
Very true.
Sprout playing online in Tier 2 in the Invitationals throughout the course of the main Swiss stages to get towards those playoffs and, of course, find their position here at LAN. Very few of those maps, I'd imagine, on 60 that Sprout have are going to be on that big stage as well. So there's extra details around the stats that we have for the Big side. We're charging straight into the B sites. Sin bursting through the MAC-10, trying to find players to wrap in against them. The flashbangs keep him blind, but Farvan and Crimbone still have the kills, and no one gets a single thing out on the Sprout defense. Slax has got to save again. That was a harsh investment as well for the CT side.
Yeah, that was quicker than the train on overpass. How quick is that into the B site? Very fast indeed. And that is a perfect adjustment. You take a tactical, slow it down. Right, bang, in we go. Very quick. Even Sin noticed the way that Mac 10, before he even found a pick, he spotted both players towards the back of water and out there towards the toxic barrels.
Oh, and Slacks didn't even get away with the AWP. Second stage loss bonus is all they have to work with on the Sprout side. This could be where things come undone. 13-10. We should be seeing the eco to come through for the buyback in round 25. For Sprout, that will be their last chance to hold a lifeline against Big, who are closing in on the overpass win.
And Refresh mentioned it earlier, at least it's not Vertigo. Both head-to-heads in the last couple of weeks in best of ones have gone the way of Big. Now, it might be a different map, Jane, it might be a best of 3, but it's looking like it's going the German way again. And this would be a steal to set up the semi-final, to start this best of 3 on the right foot. Gamble stack out towards the B site, farm potential in this sort of rounds.
Big playing away from it and all, flashes into that monster position. The CTs are spread out, might catch k1to off guard. 1 pick, 2 picks, 3 picks with a taps and all. He's just not missing a beat today. As Varvan comes in with support, Stair drops, Berry is alone. No clutch on the table for him, not with a USP, not in a 1-on-5. Not with Sin standing by, with a Mac 10 in hand to get a simple headshot burst and a 14-10 result now for the Big Clan. 2 rounds to go. Sprout have 1 opportunity in this rifle buy to turn it all around.
And this is probably where I'm looking at one of the OG members, someone like a Slacks here from Sprout, one of the pure entities of this core, of this lineup. He's had a slightly underwhelming group stage, hasn't been able to show much at all. Now, he doesn't have the AWP in his hands, but he is the face of Sprout, and this is a round, this is an opportunity where it's still comebackable, it's still recoverable, it's just about being able to deliver.
No AWPs in play for either side. Sprout with the M4s across the board. Mac 10 in for Sin again, straight into connector. Stair, the closest player to challenge, but backed up in bathrooms. Meanwhile, Farban up on the short position, hunting for CT contact. Won't be able to get it this far.
Yeah, he's been using this from us for quite a few rounds now. And now Stair drops. That's going to start mimicking the over-rotations. And B-stack has to be broken from Berry.
It's massive for Crimbo. Farvan taking face, losing it to Refresh. That's 1 back. Even standing, can they regain the advantage here?
Oh, k1to on the other side. Refresh behind the smoke.
AKing against it. M4 standing by. Who's going to see who first? Manic sprays in from the T-side player. Slacks catching 2 kills. Meanwhile, Refresh does get caught off guard, but k1to now alongside Crimbo being tagged up more so. Molotov misses out the toxic barrels. The player still falls forward. Zyphon is burning. Still wins against Crimbo. It's k1to in a 1-on-3 to put us on map point for Big. The taps are good. The second one is not. Sprout are alive, but only just.
And there we go from Slacks, right? 2 huge kills out towards that B side, set that round up. You could see the way that Refresh was just toying with him outside of Monster. Both him and k1to just face to face to one another. And Sprout end the streak of 3 in a row, respond with their own round. But how much more is going to get offered up?
Overpass has certainly been the deliverer of the close games so far in the playoffs, Blake. Overtime yesterday between Ents and Astralis. Sprout within 3 rounds of Big as Refresh takes the forward face, gets k1to to start.
And no one's there to trade, no one's in a position to fight off the back of him. Instead, it's quick out to the B side from Farford.
Leading the charge, got 1 player to hold the defensive, and that's Zyphon standing his ground, winning the fight back. Smokes in out towards Ram, and the flashbang also sent over, trying to regain that map control ahead of the incendiary. Burning away. The smoke's also down. Sin catches him. Zyphon panics, gives away his angle. Sin will still drop the stair as Tabson finds a trade back ahead of the ramp control. 3-on-2, bomb goes down.
Get the bomb down and now work off your teammate. Crimbo's got to try and get some assistance going.
They're smoked off short on the CT side, so they must be aware they're all inbound from the A site. Tabson trying to get up close and personal and silently dropping in towards water with Crimbo's lineup. Tabson closes, and that is finally map point for Big.
That was a gift. That was an opportunity, one of the best chances Sprout had, but not to be. It's the IGL, the captain of Tabson, to work off his young man. Him and Crimbo. Oh, that's just quality.
4th tactical now for Big. Need 1 round to push us past the finish line. Sprout need 4 to go to overtime. That is crippling as well. The loss bonus hadn't built up. They got one good round, got knocked back a peg. The buy should be rough. It should be very rough now for the Sprout camp.
And just knowing for Big, that was the round that was going to be the more difficult one. This is, in theory, what should shape yourself up for the win.
Yeah.
Because like you mentioned, the money's not going to be there, the loss bonus is back. You've got a better chance, a much better chance of winning this round than what you did in the last rifle.
And how poetic is it that Keto, 27 kills, the top fragger, a former Sprout player as well, dishing out the damage against his former team on their own map pick. M4s for Masters, SMGs, Deagles and P250s. It is a rough buy. Sprout, what can they possibly do to survive here?
Well, they've got a hero M4 out from Refresh. We've seen some of his impact with the aggressive maneuvers towards the top of Park in previous rounds. Now it's a very heavy B stack with Berry being the only spotter towards A.
Smokes in. Berry just jump faces, holding out hope. AK's lean forward and the Molotovs are sent down. Incendiaries to follow suit from the CT side, trying to suppress, but landing in the midst of the smokes.
Berry just trying to jump spot. And even the rotates, they're going to come slowly, aren't they, Jay? He's got to waste as much time as possible.
Minute to play with. Slow things down on the big side, knowing they've got the firepower advantage. They can't afford to get caught off by any traps of the CT forces.
This is where Sprout have got to make an info play. Aggress short water, aggress connector. They've got to make something happen. It's so stagnant in this round.
Berry will now find the info he needs. Long is contested. Backup is on the way in Stair. Berry re-aggressing. Where does he go with it, though? In the divider.
Just patience. Farfan's hoping for an overextension to come out from divider. They've got to clear this first left angle when they start charging up to A.
Oh, they spam him down. Sin detects it. Flashes now for Tabson getting into the site, not quite catching Stair. Sit to the edge of the smoke. The flashbang does catch him in the second phase. He drops that bomb, all important. 15 seconds, holding off, lining up. Spray is getting another good kill, but not the third. Farvan trades it. Bomb will go down here.
Oh, they might try and deny out from the connector stance. Refresh gets the first, but not the bomb carrier.
And Tabson returns fire. SMG back in for the bar from Slacks, holds on to control. Farvan doesn't know what to do. He gets that one pick, focusing on the second, but Slacks keeps Sprout in it. Another clutch hell with a Danish core as they get to 12 and stay in overpass.
Refresh gives them a chance. What a jewel that is out towards the top of connector, straight down to default. Allows himself to pick off the damage, comes close onto Tabson, and sets up that clutch. Slacks in so damn quickly, and just the pressure applying down onto Farfan. And Slacks is coming through in an all-important round, a survival one there for Sprout.
Another massive play. Another survival moment for the Sprout camp. 1 out of 4 that they need to bring this back to overtime again on overpass. Big. Got the rifles out as you would expect. Savings in the bank accounts, bomb plant bonus and all. Keto is tagged early, but Farvan creeps up so close. Looking for first contact, tap first on Refresh. Can't adjust to the second player though. They've gained the advantage.
And what an easy pick that is too from Farfan. Just gets a timing, catches a reposition. Doesn't even have to use util in the process. And now they can slow it down. Now they can wait for the reaction. Try and bait a response.
CTs holding 3 players on this B site. Big don't know. They're prodding for information, trying to buy some breathing room in connector. Crimbo, if he gets up top gone, he will be able to get them back into the mid control. It was Big by their time.
Now Slacks is posted with the NWP looking towards Monster. He's going to take a shot, fall back towards that water angle, try and get as much impact as possible.
Sin looking to swing. The flash is perfect. Slacks gets nothing out of it. Tabson holds on one. Zyphon's blind and gets only one pick of his own right. Sprout can only survive for a little bit of time. Staving off the inevitable. A Stair, setting a clutch, can't make it happen this one. 16 to 12 for Big. They've taken the opposing map pick. Sprout wanted overpass, and they still concede it.
That's another map Another series perhaps that can go the way of Big. They'll be so pumped with that one because this was the start. This was the all-important. Can it be another 2-0 for Big in this event?
It could well be. 500 in the sharp yesterday and a weakened Sprout looking like a weakened team at this moment. Still brought it close on their own map pick, but Big were the ones that took it over on. That is the bottom line here to Edge. We were mentioning before the match started, before this map had kicked off, that the idea that this is a weakened Sprout side means that they've got to win Overpass to have a chance in this series. They've lost it. That's the win condition removed from the board here.
It makes it so difficult going into Nuke. It's not a map that we know historically has been very successful for them. And all you can say here for Big was tabseN and Keto in that first half, and then towards the tail end, Farfan, he started showing up in huge ways.
Such a good set of moments in the early game as well for Sprout. You saw that T side thinking, have they done enough? You know, have they brought in enough rounds? Are they going to be able to just turn it over on the CT basis, bring back from there? Not quite able to work out for them. Sprout, so close, man. It really does suck for them knowing that they've got within that 3-round margin.
Well, consider this. Only 2 players for Sprout had a positive KD at the end of that map. Everyone from Big was positive.
Indeed they were, and they had the better stars and the better moments over on their own side. Keto ended up with 28 kills over the course of that one. So it's big success for Big Clan, and Heku's down to talk to one of the players.
Big congratulations, the first map is in your pocket. We saw that there was a little change in the lineup. Were you, I mean, obviously no one expected this, but did you feel that they were playing differently?
They played definitely a little bit differently, but also very strategically. And yeah, they made not many mistakes, to be honest, and it was not easy for us. They made it definitely very hard.
And you probably think like that happened because of Barry, who's like the coach, who's like, most likely was like kind of IGLing for them right now.
Probably he supported the IGLing for sure. It felt like they played really smart CS, but also like we were not 100% there individually as well. So combined of that, that's why we yeah, ended up very close game, into a very close game.
Well, we were just told that Lungs is actually coming back for the second map. So I wonder, do you think it's good or bad for you? Because maybe it's good because you will know what to expect, but maybe bad because obviously he's a stronger player than Barry.
Yeah, of course he's a stronger player, but for us it's always the best if the enemy can bring their best, so we can show our best, and yeah, hopefully it feels great and we can have a great second map.
All right then, let's see the best.
Hopefully.
Spoken like a true champion. Gob always wants to see the best out of his opponents when he's going into these fights. And that is right. Heku did tell us Lounce is coming back. He's got the meds. He's feeling a little bit better. And he wants to try and save the day for his team. But sadly, that's their map pick out the way, right? And that's the one that you may have had the best chance going into. But overall, this was, I'll start with Barry, because it's a good topic of conversation. Wasn't too bad, you know. He was giving his all, he was fighting as much as possible. You've got to give him a lot of respect for that performance.
No, yeah. I think he did all the right things on their T side. You know, he set up the nade kills. He always jumped in the scenarios to gain information for his players to trade, and it set them up for a lot of rounds. He took a lot of initiatives to take map control in awkward scenarios when flanks were coming in. They needed some new map control to reposition to be able to defend that bomb site after plant. So he did a lot of those things which helped. But once he got to the CT side, it was a little bit of a struggle. Yeah. Then you know about the B side.
I'm a big fan of it. I'm a big fan of it, and obviously, Big seemed to be too, pretty much. And again, you know, for as good of a start, again, Reefer said it in the interview, right? We're bringing out our secret weapon, and they got off to a great start. Honestly, yeah, they lose pistol, but they still managed to get a hold of 6 rounds on the T side of Overpass, which is, well, way better than what we've seen other teams in this tournament do, to put it mildly. So the fact that he was able to contribute here, do a solid job, that was above expectation for me, honestly. And I thought Sprout had a legitimate chance to actually winning this game. The thing is that a lot of things that could have gone wrong did go wrong for Sprout. I mean, pistols, both lost, you know, in each half.
Yep.
Opening frags, not really in their favor by quite a significant margin as well, but they still managed to make it pretty competitive, which is very, very impressive considering the circumstances they had.
As we may have just witnessed Barry's last ever competitive game, hopefully we won't have to stand in it at any point again. We'll have a little look at his almost ace, you know? He almost showed up in big stars.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, we started us off in the anti-eco round, right? And you got to win those rounds. You can't really fool around with them. So the double HE kill to set us off, and then obviously a nice little double with Macta, and then gets obviously taken down by the final big player, as we can see here. So a little bit unfortunate that he couldn't get it. I do love the fact that the crowd were 100% in tune with what Refresh was saying. Like every time Barry gets a frag, start cheering. They went wild. Great atmosphere all around. The unfortunate part kind of happens when you get over to the CT side, because Barry sadly didn't get a kill on the CT side.
I can just imagine this moment. Everyone in that booth is just saying, "Go, Barry, go, get it!"
Everybody's like clearing the path, like running further and further away.
Let him have it, you know.
Yeah.
Why not, for sure. Now, overall, though, Big got the job done. We touched on Keto in the pre-game. He had a monstrous time. He is stepping up and pulling it off when they need it.
Yeah, huge clutches, huge kills in difficult moments. He was one of the... He brought back a swing round there on the B side especially, which was huge.
Oh, yeah.
When he got
shot on the
slacked
slacks.
over the B bomb side. This is the clip right here, and it's just incredibly important for him because they caught the rotation. They got basically a free site there. If they just be a little bit more patient entering, they would have gotten that round. But Keto was there to punish.
Yeah.
Well played by him.
Yeah, I mean, he did everything he could have done, really, in that scenario.
And he kept 9-9-9.
Yeah, there's no chance he was losing, right? 9-9-9, not losing to a team with a stand-in. And to be fair, he did a fantastic job. And he was actually the one who kind of kept it going as well, because to start off the game, it was very much all about Keto and Tabson. And once we got further into the game, we didn't really see too much of Tabson, but we kept seeing Keto. And eventually Faven jumped in on the fun as well, and that's kind of what took them over the finishing line over on the T side. But Keto has been just going from strength to strength, really, in this event.
Now we've got to see if Big, though, can replicate the success on their own map pick of Nuke. That's what's coming up next. So stick with us, get yourself a drink, snack, whatever else you need to do, and make sure you're back in just a few minutes when we go into the second map.
Katsokaa kuinka Silvan saittia samalla kun Henu kaataa aivan täydellisen kupillisen.
Ei sinne kuppiin kyllä enempää mahdu. Myltsillä on tähtäin kohdillaan. Viimeisenkin tulis osua, ja osuuhan se.
On se Myltsi vaan tarkka. Vielä jaksaa painaa jalkaa toisen eteen. Hupi, hupi!
Hyvä tempo päällä, poika.
Podi yrittää pitää vielä tiiminsä pinnalla. 1-2 pommi on jo pläntättynä. Podi löytää ensimmäisen saitilta, sitten hakee vielä sitä viimeistä. Tän ensimmäisen kudin täytyy osua, nyt ei virheitä saa tehdä. Podi tiputtaa vielä luolaan viimeisen.
Löytää sieltä pimeästä se viimeisen pelaajan, hakee vielä sen pommin savuista. Podi otaisiko ottaa todella eteenpäin hakemaan ne. Kaikki tarvitsevat trackit.
Eiköhän tää riitä. Tulkaas nyt.
Red Bull gives you wings.
We have a solution for you.
we're moving on into Nuke, and it's time to see if Big can book their spot to the grand final here at the Elisa Masters Espoo 2022. And that's something I didn't think we'd be saying, considering they were there with the stand-ins, all these plague dishes we spoke about. But Sprout, they hit their own issues, but now they're back fired up and ready, but probably at the worst time for their fifth man to come back.
Yeah, but I mean...
Better late than never?
Yeah, better late than never, I guess. And we were impressed with the nuke we saw from Big in the previous matchup. So it's going to be a really, really tough game, especially to bounce back after this, just as you mentioned. It's always tough, but I think they still can bring some belief with what they did in the first map with Berry. And actually emulate a stronger performance, a little bit more belief, and, you know, let's get to that point where let's actually bring it this time.
Now, considering the amount of Danes on this roster, you'd think they'd have a better showing when it comes to Nuke, right?
Yeah, well, I mean, they traded one out now. so they lose Barry, so they lose a little bit of the Danish tribe, but you're absolutely right. Like, it's not like Refresh is unbeknownst to Nuke at all, right? Like, having played in Heroic. I guess Stair might be too new, really, to have obviously been in like a lot of these established Danish teams that did play a ton of Nuke, but it is very much the Danish home turf in that sense. And I would expect Sprout to get better at the map as we go along, but again, it takes time to develop a full map pool and all that good stuff. So they might just not have gotten there to that point yet, which is obviously unfortunate because, yeah, now you're coming back with your full strength roster, but you're still, you know, going into your assumed worst map you have in the pool.
Yeah, not ideal for them, but we do have their manager Daniel standing by because the players were getting ready, they need all their time. So let's hear from him and see what he's feeling before this one.
So we have some quite new news, Daniel. Can you please explain me the situation with Lungs? What happened?
Yeah, Lungs has sometimes stomach problems, and we didn't have his medicine ready, but now we get it. And he had 1 hour pause, and now he feels amazing. And then I know, crowd, you all cheered for Barry, and you give some positive spirit, but now our Romanian star, Lungs, is back, and I hope you cheer all for him and give him some power and screaming as loud as you fucking can. Thank you.
So just one more thing. You expect that this will go to all 3 maps and it's going to be full crazy?
I mean, like, they are better on Nuke, but now Lowy is, like, motivated as fuck, and when Lowy shoots heads, there's nothing. So I hope he will do it. I hope he's fit enough, and then we can see a third map.
All right, then let's see the third map. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Quite the happy potty mouth we have in the Sprout management side of things. But at least they remembered the medicine and got him on track. Obviously, we all expect more now coming into this, right? But it's just... it's in this way, like you mentioned the map statistics, you mentioned what we saw from Big yesterday. Big threw in that nuke where we thought having the standard situation, not having Sirius's going to cause them problems. Well, they showed, actually on their T side especially, it looked great.
Yeah, but it's heading into nuke. It's not a map they've been performing particularly well on. But there is one bright side. They did beat FaZe in a 1916 win, which is their only win
I was about to say.
In a relevant time frame. So they need to bring that kind of nuke, but it's very, very hard to do that against a methodical and well-prepared prep team like Big.
Yeah, one of the benefits, obviously, that they will have going into it is the fact that we saw Big play it yesterday. We saw Big with an alternative game plan play it yesterday, right?
They don't have that, like, surprise factor anymore,
yeah, exactly, right? So like, if you're seeing a significant change in pace from the Big side because they're playing without Sirius, etc., now you're kind of mentally prepared for it. Obviously, seeing kind of what kind of rounds they lead towards us. Your data isn't, or your data set isn't that big, sure, for Sprout, but it's better than nothing. And it's probably better, honestly, than having seen a bunch of Big demos with Sirius in it, right? Because they definitely played differently. So that's something that they can take into account, and they're going to start on the CT side, so maybe they have a bit of an easier time getting into it. We'll see, obviously, Lounge is going to obviously oftentimes be in very active positions, so we'll see how quick he is to kind of get into the game, get warmed up, because all of these guys have a bit of a head start on him in the semifinals.
But what do you want to see from Lounge coming into it, right? You say the other players got a head start, they're more warmed up, but is this an opportunity for him to come in and just change it all, give all this explosive energy in one game and try and change the tide?
I think he's just going to start, you know, obviously on the CT side, he can kind of take it easy to start, see, feel his way around everything, obviously feel the crowd, the stage, the atmosphere, and everything, and kind of take that in on the easier side. So that's actually a good advantage for him, just jumping in. You don't want to start cold, have a terrible T side, be down, you know, 13-2 or something, and not get anything going. then you can kind of force duels and get into this awkward headspace. So it's good that he starts on the comfortable side, he gets a little bit of warm-up, and I think he's going to be able to deliver. I hope he feels as amazing as
the manager said.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And, you know, obviously, as much as we would like for him to have, or as much as we're portraying it as a bit of an easier start to the game, etc., he still needs to be on.
Yes.
Again, like, a good enough team to the point where Sprout needs, I guess, the three usual suspects in Stair, Siphon, and Lounge to fire off on all cylinders to win.
Well, let's see if that happens. Let's see if Sprout can bounce back, or if Big will be booking their spot to the grand final. Jay and Dweg, it's time for you guys to shine.
Well, once again, the Tigers have healed on the Sprout side. Launched back in server and back ready to go. Probably missed the mark to have the most amount of impact, in my opinion, though. That was the Sprout map pick that they've just conceded. Maybe if Launch was in server, they could have had a bit more to get that first one on the board. But now the reality is that they're down by one. He's going to have to be the big star now to step up, bring back Nuke, and take us to a third.
And we've got to be realistic with ourselves. This is going to be a challenge, a very tough affair if Sprout want to send this to a third map. Nuke is not a map to their liking at all. 1 win and 5 losses in the last 3 months for them. For Big, we saw it against 500, and we saw comfortability on that map pick.
Indeed, we did. The notion that it was only just yesterday as well, where they scored the 16-13. It was still a little bit of a close affair from 500 to bring back something. So it does show to me that Big is still not unbeatable here on this map up, right? It's still plausible that you can make this close and you can still bring it back. But ultimately, you need that 16. That's what Sprout need the most. So let's see whether they can take it. CT side start for the Danish core as we kick things off with a pistol round.
And for Sprout, it's all about being positive from the absolute get-go, and this means the pistol round. This means the first round of the second map. Long's playing out towards a ramp control. Fast in from Big.
Ito, quick up, first contact, trying to spot the man. Did see him, but couldn't quite get the headshot. Very quick there from the Glock. Couldn't quite see the man get the shot at the same time. Long's backed up as Refresh on the back of the A site will receive the utility inbound from the T side, but no commitment yet here from Big.
A very fakey with a top side split to come out towards a ramp challenge. Even Xiphon trying to peek out from hell. He knows exactly what's going on.
Taps doing a bit of damage to Keto. Launch now on the back of the bomb site. Get the first headshot, but only the first. Drawing first blood before trades come in. Stair, however, does strike, and Slacks is on the other side now to try and prod forward. He's down by a man here on the Big side. The bomb is on the site to get planted soon.
They try and get that extra cash injection. Tabson knows there's a player out towards single door. It's all a matter of time until they can press forward out towards the doubles, but Slack still gets a kill before finally being dropped.
Even doing damage to Farben at that low HP. That's very good, but Farben is still fragging. He gets his second. It's a 2-on-2. And now they're in the bomb site with 2 CTs locked outside of doorways to try and get themselves back in.
Bomb plant being out towards the back side of the pillar. You've got both pace and acceleration out towards double doors. This is being heard.
Farben watching out for that back line, watching out for anyone coming in from ramp. They're unawares of how many players are out here, just that the doors got opened. They'll move together. Close up from Crimbo. Doesn't quite last long, and Farben's out of ammo. 2 headshots to gain. First man falls, but Refresh is a bit quicker. 3 HP. He clutches it for Sprout as they get the defuse and get the pistol.
And Refresh, the IGL, one of his best maps in the pool actually is Nuke. And we can expect him to come through with some important rounds, get them over the line. That's an excellent starter for them, but think about it from the Big perspective. 4 kills and the bomb plant. You might be thinking about buying up in the second round, putting that pressure right back on. Refresh doing absolutely everything. What a great bait from him to come out of the double doors, and then, of course, the final connection, the final bullet being landed onto Farfen.
Risky play, but did work out for them, and at that point, you do need risks for Sprout. How many do they take over the course of this map up? Big opting to go safe in the next round as well. Bomb plant bonus, but still opting with an eco and a scout.
And try and get as much out of this as possible, but their main influence is going to be on the rifle round. Farfen up here towards the top of the silo onto Slacks.
Shots ringing out from him. Flash is sent over as well, turning away. Stair leans forward, Keto caught. Less than 70 HP for him.
Slacks could just continue to back off, be a little bit further back, passive out there towards Hell, even the spam towards main, no one there at all. Sprout, very deep in this sort of round, not many info plays.
Crimbo holding. Taps continue to come through from these pistols. The Deagle's desperate to get a lucky wallbang or so. Finally, Stair comes up from the lower portion of Secret. Kills found on Cine. Keto taps and drops the Xiphon. His eco gets cleaned up pretty effectively by Sprout as they find their contact and do not miss a single kill.
And for Big, they invested only little into that round, but not much has been presented at all. Crimbo just trying to see if he can find an exit out here towards the back of T-Red. And D going back and forth with a couple of bullets, but Zyphon's going to be able to end it out. So Sprout in the anti-eco find themselves a very just round that's clean. They don't lose anyone.
Yeah, that's what we want to see out of those kind of rounds. Shenanigans, of course, do apply when appropriate, but that is the way that eco should go. And Sprout take control for it, get their start up 2 in a row. The guns come in from Big, though, and they have the AKs to respond to what is still a bonus buy here for the CT side.
And now just knowing here for Sprout that you can have that long-range engagement again from Slacks, out to Garage, out to Credit Card, to spot outside. And Tabson putting some nades down towards that outside cross. You've got the roll of smokes to come through. Only a single lurk, though, from Sin.
Stare bursting through the smoke, doing damage onto Sin. And blind past the cross, still connects the man on the second face. Unlikely that kill comes in, but just blind firing does work out in some cases. And that was one of those.
Slacks is trying to get deep out towards the back of Red, but he's been seen already.
Scout shot misses. The one player trying to adjust towards Tabson. Stare does come in with a decent trade, but gives away a little bit too much to Crimbo. Head gainer with 3-on-3. And Lornix now back at Dark. Tabson walks right past him. That's 1 kill. Only 1 kill. Refresh in with the trades. Backside of the rafters. And Keto left alone 1-on-2, trying his best to tap onto a headshot. Now they peek together and force him away.
He's going to try and double bluff them. Peek back in towards that left-hand side. Force refresh out to the open. And you could just see how much of a reposition there was down towards that lower bomb side. That's a great stack play from Sprout.
A good win for them as well, considering that was a bonus buy. Rifles set back in for them once again with no limitations, as you can see. One from Arsenal staying in for Zyphon, the AWP out for Slacks. And the basic pistols in for Big, who are down to eco again.
We saw 7 rounds on the T side against 500 yesterday for Big, so expect a somewhat similar goal from them here today. Down 0-3, should be 0-4. The Sprout couldn't ask for a better start.
They should get this fourth, as you mentioned. Big will try pull something out of the hat, but it's unlikely that it really comes through for them. Refresh ready at close quarters. Trying to mow down the T-side as they come, but they're playing more careful than that.
And knowing that now Slacks has got the AWP, that things are moving forward more on the front foot here for Sprout, this is an opportunity for him to show himself, because we didn't get to see much on the first mount.
Prod down from Stair, down into the vents. Now hold off against potential vent dives from Big. Still undecided as what they're going to do here.
It seems like it is going to be the upper play, try and see if they can maneuver their way out towards a hut control and through there from Squeak Door. And first Molly being lined up from the back default. It's all about the initial flashes.
Waiting for that pop. Big standby. Gonna wait till the timer hits a certain marker. Not 45 seconds. 40 seconds perhaps. Yep. Here they come. Flashes, Molotov sent, AWP might get a little bit overwhelmed. His teammates on the back of the bomb site do get those kills. Crimbo with 1 decent trade. Now the M4's coming to pick up the rest of the pieces. 1 player left standing. Slack deals with him. That's 3 alive for Sprout. Indeed, a confident fourth goes their way.
And I like the way that Sprout adapted there. You had yourself getting flashed off towards a heaven control. You end up just forcing back, but then eventually once the flash starts to clear, you get straight in there. You make sure that you don't give that respect forward. You try and put a challenge down, disallow any bomb control. And in the 4 rounds that we've seen on Nuke, it's only been 1 bomb plant, and that was just a pistol.
Now the guns come in for Big to try and get another, preferably a round as well. Quick into the lobby control once again. Keto going to charge out initially. He was going to get himself towards the hut position, but not try and base outside of it. Try and run some basic wall bangs on pre-fire positions, but no one standing there on the ground floor.
You got Zyphon slightly wide out towards a heaven presence. Doesn't know about the walkout towards a Squeak Door. That's actually Longs going down in the vent control silently right now.
Farven be allowed a lot out of this. There's no one in lower for the CT forces. You've got 1 player playing around the smokes towards the diagonals, but won't be able to protect against this. They can make their way into B-side very quickly.
Stare. How much does he get?
Potentially 3'd around the corner. Lineup is perfect. Triple not gained. Crimbo holds the line, but a 4-on-3 game for Sprout.
And knowing that Longs can be here so quickly towards the double doors, this could put even more empowerment out towards a secret presence.
Adjustment not quite there for the Star, remaining 3-on-3 as a result. Into the bomb site they'll look to go. The bomb, a little bit of tailing behind. Refresh could potentially cut it off. It does go down towards the toxic barrels as Farven drops. Now Crimbo's isolated, does get the plant in time. And now Keto is all that remains. Very far away on the upper site. Defuse is tapped once. They try and suss him out. But this should be a successful round for Sprout.
There's nothing that Keto can do. He's hoping to cut rotates. He's hoping to slow that round down. Instead, both of his players towards lower have been caught, so Refresh is going to stick the bomb. That's going to be a 5th round being gained there from Sprout. And I love that pressure being applied there from Refresh. As soon as the bomb goes down, look at the charge out to Crimbo. Doesn't give him any space to work with.
And now Big are getting spooled up here. They're starting to find a little bit of their confidence of their own right. And one of these two teams being knocked out in the top 4 of this stage. They've both had their struggles in the Elisa Invitationals in the past, particularly when Big get the invites to the quarterfinals. Sprout again having to work through the main twist at certain periods.
But they've gone twice out in the playoff round 1, so only top 12 placing twice, never gone further than that. So this is actually a position for both teams in Elisa events. They've never been in a semi-final before.
And how special would it be to be on the Grand Finals of Masters? It's really what the bottom line is for both these squads. Big want to try pace their way into the finals. Half invest with a couple of rifles. The Tech-9 is what leads the charge down in secret, and they've made all that progress as Slacks picks up Keto to start.
And now it's going to have to be the ramp take. Put some pressure down onto Longs. Slacks finds that first pick already with the big green. And now for Big, it's how they can find themselves the regroup, get down towards that lower portion.
Tabson picked up by Refresh behind the smoke. To kill found to a 5-on-3 now. AWP posted for Slacks. Jump face from Farmander's Bay team. He still refaces for it though. Molotov sent back to his position, and Sin comes up from the lower bomb site. Gets a kill on Slacks, buys a bit of breathing room with Farman finding Longs as well. It's an advantage for Sprout now.
And the issue of even getting the bomb plant probably won't happen. Stairs repositioned in quickly.
M4 backed up, swing, spray, Farvan is traded, and Sin is left alone with the AWP versus 3. Shot baited, swing out to the right-hand side. Stair will get the kill, and the streak will continue for Sprout. And even though these rounds are getting closer for the Big side, at the end of the day, if you get a good CT half in, no matter how one-sided or back and forth the rounds will look, if you get a good start, it can turn to jello very easily.
And I think for Sprout, this is a fresh start. Yes, you've lost the first map in the series. You're going out to Nuke, which is Big Map's pick, but your main man's back involved. You're playing with your full 5. You don't have your coach Barry standing in going into this one. So everyone's positive. Everyone's feeling good. You're up 6-0. You feel as if everything is going into your favor right now.
Aggression from Slacks just proving the point. The AWP prodding towards outside does get forced back by those flashbangs, but he was so ready to take some aggressive kills. Stair will stand by and wait. Sin checks out all the corners, particularly back at red box in the midst of the smoke. He will make some noise. So the AWP's posted and standing to receive.
Slacks has got that crossfire out there from main, so doesn't have to swing out too wide. It's all a matter of timing until Sin is able to catch him off if he starts over peeking. Looking down it towards credit, still not been seen.
Doesn't catch the info on either player though. He's aware that there's one player downstairs. Is he aware of the player on the mini boost? Apparently not. He's going to fall back, play a bit more of a passive angle.
And for Big, this is where they've got to start looking at some of those key entities to make something happen. Is it a Tabson, is it a Keto, maybe even a Farfan to open up an entry kill to give themselves a workability on a 5v4. Refresh working out towards that lower bomb site. Can rotate down as Keto takes outside.
AWP is trying to hunt for him. There's 2 players to receive, and now he's going to have the high ground advantage above the big green. Checking positions, adjustment still there for Slacks, but Sin is able to respond.
And now even Thompson's able to crack back in towards the upper X. Refresh only gets 1, but Stair's still alive.
Still more players as well out from that hot position. Farvan repositioning back towards Squeaky, leaving it all on Lorx now. 1 on 2, yet to truly get started. He's got 4 kills at least, but not at the top of the board right now for the CT Forces, making his way quickly up to check the rafters. Look towards 1 kill, get the adjustment. 1-on-1, Farvan is low HP as well. Lorx 100 to play with, and the engagement still goes well for Big as they get their first on the board.
Farfan coming through with an all-important round. I think it just showed there towards outside the control that they were able to put down onto the AWP. But Slacks was able to deal with that first player up high of Keto, but just gets instantly traded by Sin. Tabson then responds out from the squeak door and the hut control, and it comes down to a back-and-forth trading game that works out in favor of Big. Tactical timeout, Barry can call it. Now a very similar situation where Godby on the other side, coaching could call the tacticals. Barry can do the same now.
Takes his moment. Again, that 6th perspective that we talked about in map 1, regained on the Sprout side. Right time to abuse it and use it to get yourselves the insight as to why they lost that first round. Stop Big from gaining another. Vitally important to the Sprout camp. They have that buyback once again, but they don't have another one for the follow-up round. The money's been exhausted.
And this is for Big stance, where you attack, where you start coming back in, where you start grinding up the T rounds. This is a perfect opportunity. The Sprout, no, let's keep the tempo, let's keep the opening stances continuous. Early nades out towards that squeak door. Keto trying to get aggressive into hut again.
Molotov sent. Burst through the AKs, the M4 on Stair. The smoke's coming towards the general direction. We'll try and block off towards the mini-cross. Still holds his nerve at the top end boost, does find Sin, but tabseN catches him dropping off that position.
And now he can start making a little bit more of a play down towards Secret. You've got Refresh out on the other side. Can't afford to cross through from those smokes. There's more players behind it, T-Red, that he doesn't know about.
How far does he extend? How much does he gain out of this? Re-smokes on from the CT side, and the initial ones of the cross will start to fade. His back's going to be turned, though. Kito's going to grab him.
And now even Zyphon's got it for a spawn, and it just doesn't happen. The M4 gets caught out in the open. Big have got everything going their way.
Slacks and Lonks, 2 players versus 4. Big to get there first on the board and continue to recover the deficit that the Sprout side have gained. Still playing it slow, though, aware that there could still be some cheeky plays in from these two. But so far, so quiet on Nuke.
And tabseN's waiting to cut that rotate off. Even Farfen's expecting the wrap stab. And just knowing you've got time, you've got a lower bomb site, if you're able to get the bomb down and then start hunting, think about what we might see in the next round for Sprout.
The key thing, right? No money, no loss bonus. Opening up the Condor, of course, going to reveal themselves to be on that B-bomb site. The plant secured, uncontested by Sprout. They don't want to have anything to do with any sort of post-plant or retakes. Trying to escape back towards lobby, but right into the clutches of Farven here.
Sprout hoping to try and maintain both of these weapons. And for Sprout, the last time that they were in a semi-final was against Saw online only a few months ago. It went down as an 0-2 loss. We saw Saw in this event, and we saw them go out of the group stage. Big, though, we know how many times they've been in these positions.
We'll see 2 players go out of the round there for the Sprout side. Slacks and Longs unable to hold onto their weapons. It's another good round for the big side. No real buy potential for Sprout. Tactical has been taken by them as well. Their second of the game. Back-to-back as well.
Even Stair, just how quickly he just gets caught on. And for Refresh, he thinks, okay, the smokes are clearing. We probably have an inkling that tabseN's moving down towards Secret, so I'm going to trail him. I'm going to get him from behind. What he doesn't know is that patience. You've got Kito and Ko just sitting there at the back of T-Red, and Refresh just goes, man, how are they still there? How have they not crossed down to lower yet?
No questions asked about this round as well. Sprout, USP is in. Harsh eco that Big should be able to deal with. Make this run a pretty simple affair to get their own 3 on the board, their own little streak running on the T-side line. Sprout, the flawlessness that they had gained in the early game has all but disappeared at this stage. Quick from tabseN, leading the charge towards the outside. Red box crossbows coming in a little bit late, but no one's there to contest it.
And just knowing that there is a gamble stack, all the pressure in the world is going to be on dropping this one AK. And tabseN just trying to spot. He's got teammates behind him at Secret, still towards outside. Big have got plenty of options in this round.
Smoke sent, Molly's down. Kito watching upstairs towards the heaven position. Flashbangs do come in to blind him off. I think that was a T-flash, though. And in at the locker rooms, a tripod forward of the smoke. Zyphon, what can you gain from this position? You might catch players off guard, but a kill to be found is still going to be difficult with the USP here. His best window is closed upon him. He still does find Sin, though. That's something.
Drops the bomb. AK gets recovered. Things getting a little bit awkward. Kito recovers things, but he still falls in the process.
The Eagle of Stair needs to get out of the way. Doesn't quite do so. Back to a 2-on-2. Very good damage being done by Sprout. The question is, can they still convert this round? The bomb's going to leave them very little time on Big. How does Sprout adjust to this?
Well, they've just got to play it cautiously. They've got to stack together if they can. Recover a weapon towards outside. You got Refresh as a wraparound. They might not expect this sort of angle.
Got to go in for Mini, else Refresh will punish it. He does make his way towards outside, making a lot of noise as well. So Farven's going to go for the hunt. Refresh being quiet about this. Meanwhile, on the actual bomb site, Lornix could find the man. Refresh playing Ring of Roses like this. Flawless does fall down in the end. The Refresh gets tapped up by Farven. Good effort there from Sprout. 3 players to fall on Big will do some damage. But how close did they get to making that round work?
Very close. Very nerve-wracking in that sort of round. And Sprout, everything is going to be coming down to how much they can get on this City side. Because, Jay, 28% round win on the T side of Nuke in the last 3 months does not scream positives. So we're looking at a conversation of double digits. If you really want to be real with yourself, Sprout need double digits, as close to as possible in this first half.
We're forced to get there. This will be one round that they can gain them. Damage being done to Farven. Very quick pop in towards the A site. It looks like initially to go out towards the sweet door. Refresh runs out of ammo. The USP's pulled out. Zyphon's there to at least hold the trades and a man advantage maintained by Sprout. With Sin being low HP, this could still work out for them as Zyphon capitalizes upon that kill. One man with the bomb now dives into the vent. Tabson and Crimbo, very different positions, forming up towards that B site, but Crimbo's down. It's all Tabson to run into their star player on Sprout and lose his life with no plant secured.
And what a hold coming through from Refresh. You can see the way that he disallows any of that control with a quick pop out from the squeak door. Even Zyphon up there towards a Mustang angle just drops two, allows himself to waste time, and then Lorx just gets into a very quick reposition down to that lower bomb site. 3 rounds in a row for Big, and answer back in a rifle from Sprout.
Back to 4 rounds in the lead here. Guns, of course, will get rebought back by Big. Kneeling for Tabson, though. The cracks in the economy game are starting to show here. Not a lot in the reserve either, so potential swing round for Sprout. Really reset them and get close to those double digits at least.
You got Lorx out here towards a ramp control with the AK. Does drop down, thinks about a maneuver down towards lower because there is a cross smoke outside. Slacks with the NWP, just gets blinded.
That flash is so perfectly timed to follow up there as well. Longs does get flanked in by Tabson, so the pickup found. Slacks unawares of how close Keto was going to be. Focused on the ramp control when he made his way out towards Hell in the corner. He does get spotted, but Keto wins the fight. Looking to double up, and that's exactly what he does.
Stairs the last one. Even Sin's able to find one down at lower. 1v5. And how does that happen? How do we just have a convincing round to come through from Sprout and then an answer back towards a ramp control where it's explosive and it's clean?
And it's similarly confident from Big. Again, it was a swing round. Money loss bonus. Knocked back a peg from Sprout's 1-round victory. So not the max. The AWP needs to stay in. The money is a little bit exhausted thanks to the investments, and they're going hunting as well. Damage done. Swing back. Stair does not survive. And therefore, that weakens the buy now for the Sprout side.
You say buy. I don't know about that, Jay. We might not even have one. You've got 3 players that can get rifles. Everybody else is very limited. So they've got to make a tough decision here. Do we force with limitations, or do we play it safe? Do we have them on the ropes, or do we not?
They do. They force it up.
Ooh, this might be a round we look back on.
I mean, certainly so. You can consider that position. The AWP would have been nice to hold around the M4s. You can see what saving that AWP could have done to the Sprout buy. They wanted to continue to commit towards it. Fast players in from Big, meanwhile, trying to overwhelm with Strip Force. Flashbangs keeping players blind. Farven and Keto still save tabs, and the Refresh and Zyphon a fall. Lawrence gets only 1 frag for it, and they have the A site.
I think you're gone. You're out of this. You don't have the nades. You don't have the kit. You're down by 1. You instant save. And again, you might look back at that round and it could be a difference maker. Could have had a perfect rifle to come into the next. I think that's a very good adjustment there from Tabson, realizing the money's not great. If they do buy, it's not going to be fantastic. Let's just send it. Let's beat them with aggression.
With max loss bonus in for Sprout, they should be able to justify a force in for this round with all 3 of these rifles staying in. Unless Farven finds Longs. That might change things a little bit because that was an M4 to drop, not the Scout. Stair should survive. Slack should similar story for him. Stair is trying to look for an exit frag. A bit risky for my money. Again, I'd be playing passive to try and hold on to the white weapon above all else. Oh, does give himself up. I don't think he'll be hunted down, though. Indeed, he holds his nerve for the 5th round now for Big.
Yeah, there's nothing here. Nothing that they can do at all. Hold on to those couple of M4s. Maybe have some upgraded pistols around it. 2,400 loss bonus going into 29 in the next round. Big. Consider the idea they're down 0-6. This is a pretty good recovery to me.
Certainly on the T side, it has looked far better than how the start of the matchup indicated. Sprouts had to receive the aggression again, the fast pacing in for the vent dive, but this time Stair can mow them down. Block off Tabson, damage onto Crimbo. Farven took a little bit of that himself. 1 player does get downstairs in the vent dive, though, and Lawrence has got to adjust for it.
It's whether he can adapt here towards Farfen. Now, he's now going to give up the ghost out towards Secret that he's down here. Sprout have a lot of players that can come in towards Secret.
He's got the bomb on him as well, but Sin's going to get picked up by Stair. That's a 5-on-3. Sprout have been partial to steam rounds in the past. This time with the extra firepower, is bolstered upstairs with the 2K. Farven looking for his way in, and look at Refresh. 5-7 up against it, turns in, does drop to Keto, but Stair's going to catch off Farven. That's the bomb in CT control now.
And this is very uncomfortable. This looks ever so promising here from Sprout. You've got Crimbo and Keto to work off one another, but realistically, to work together downstairs with a low HP individual and the bomb being dropped, there should be no way back.
Crimbo and Keto taking their time with it. They have a little bit to play with. Only 45 seconds worth. They're just being passive, careful, so far away from the lower entry positions, and one player's even escaping towards CT. This looks like a safe call to me.
It could be. They realize this round isn't winnable. They realize that there is no opportunity in this at all to recover things. And we've seen quite a few steals coming through from Sprout.
Yes, we have. Proving pivotal to their game here to keep them up at 8, winning the half. Still need 2 in a row to get that double digit that you mentioned, Dwayne. Might be important, might be required for the Sprout side on CT side. At least they can recover a couple of weapons here. AK staying in for Slacks, of course. M4 and Scout still out. Can upgrade that Scout to an AWP. Lornox should buy, Refresh should buy. Be 8-5 now for the CT side.
And while we have seen an overtime victory for Sprout against FaZe, we've seen losses to Eternal Fire, B&E, Bait, K23 and Spirit, a lot of them being one-sided.
There he is. The Lonks fan club all the way from Romania. Thanks for joining us, boys. Right now, he's doing all that he can to make his country proud, make his squad proud at the moment. But he's not the top fragger. Stair is the man to watch out for on Sprout.
I think it's understandable. Look at the performance that he was able to put in map number 1. He was very clinical in some of those post plants, very clinical getting some of the clutches together. And one of the guys that was very impressive out in the group stage, currently the 7th highest rated player in the event.
2 rounds left in this half. Big back up on the guns for it. 3rd tactical was just called in by Sprout as well. What could they discuss? What do they think about here?
Well, it's about economical management. The last thing they want to do is get reset again. So it's about providing emphasis on this sort of round to follow up, to make it 10-5 towards the tail end. You got far from putting some nades towards out from the squeak door. Now, they did vent dive in the previous. They don't do it this time.
Refresh just hugging the edge of the fire there. The nade stack from Crimbo and Tabson, though. That does find Zyphon. Advantage for Big.
Now, we call that a big special, don't we, Jay? Out of the book, the creativity comes through with a triple nade stack. And you might see it on overpass. It's a little bit less common on nuke.
Off the back of that kill, Big are going to slow things down. 1:20 to work with. Stair tanked to 9 HP meanwhile. Things are starting to go off the rails for Sprout once again, taking a moment's respite, and Big just bounced back in an instant for it.
Yeah, Stair needs to try and get a flash out for his teammates. Sit dark out, the opening's a goner.
Oh, Longs has come up with 2 in from Secret, though, looking for the triple. We can't quite land it. Refresh comes in with support. Spray does damage, but the Deagle's pulled out, and Longs can't get it himself. Slacks now, left alone in the 1-on-2. The AWP picked up, can't quite land the first shot. We'll have to reposition back towards the Heaven control. Look onto Mini, that's where they're inbound from. He drops in, and he can't hit the shot either. Oh, a little bit too far out. Had he held his position, maybe the shot would have connected. Maybe he would have held some chance in the 1-on-1. But not to be. Rip Dust 2, by the way.
Yeah, Slacks, one of the most experienced players that we have on this Sprout team. Coming up to 120 maps played on land, the majority of them with their Sprout. Not to be in the clutch scenario, and Big. Look at what that's done to the buy potential. But in saying that, Sprout have come through with a lot of these wins in these sort of buys.
Even worse than these buys at times.
Very true.
Scouts, M4s, 5-7 inbound for Refresh as part of the main limiting factors here for the Sprout camp. Setting that pistol up as close as he can, but didn't see contact. The swing comes in from Farthen, but Zyphon able to adjust towards it, so focused on that top hut, so he's punished for it by the M4.
And just trying to catch a timing, trying to swing out wide and gets red because of it. Even Sin with a slight press towards outside gets punished down to 31 HP. And for Sprout, this is looking very much with a lot of momentum in this sort of round. You got the first pick, you've done more damage onto Sin. Now you can just play simple crossfires from this point onwards.
Big, once again, off the back of their defaults, happy to slow things down. Play careful. Smokes in, and Tabson catches Zyphon just before it blooms. That's perfect to trade.
What a timing coming through from Tabson. And now for Big, there is an opening out here towards ramp. Lonks is the only player with the M4 trying to play out towards that health control. Tabson just trying to keep more of that attention over towards lobby.
Chipping away at the HP bars. Bit by bit. Sprout will get whittled down. 45 seconds. They're going in aggressive as well. Refresh needs to win this fight. Trying to escape, but gets caught with his back turned to Tabson. Smokes up towards Mini. Stair trying to make his way ahead of it. Could still charge down against 2, but there's a counter smoke also towards Squeaky. All 3 players down on the B side, and Slacks trying to hold his nerve. Scout in hand. Another smoke comes through. Incendiary try to block off the back of the site, but a bomb plant comes in amongst it, and the spray through from Lonks comes up good with Slacks' kill.
Look at Sin though. He's got a backstab. He's out towards a ramp control. He can get him in behind.
Tabson coming up. Stair Stair looks forward, slacks adjusts, Sin gets caught, tabseN goes down as well, and Crimbo stands alone against 3, gets the first, bursting through on a second and trying to stall for time. The taps are brilliant, and now he's locked on Stair. Taps continue, needs to hit that one good shot, and he lands it! A full-on 1v3 to close the half for Big!
Oh, Crimbo, he plays it like a vet for the young man. What a way to end it down. What a confident end to the half.
And what a recovery for Big, for 0-6 now to 7-8, favouring Sprout still as we head to the break in their difficult half after this.
We have a solution for it.
Red Bull gives you wings.
An 8-7 half that Sprout barely were able to take, brought back for a single round difference by Crimbo's 3K and full-on clutch there, Dwayne. A hell of a way to close out the half. The question on my mind, though, is have Sprout done enough on the CT side?
6 maps a nuke in the last 3 months. They average 4 rounds on the T side. It's not a juicy number to be happy at. It's not a number that you can look at with an 8-7 half and say, we got this in the bag. We're going to map 3. They're going to need the crowd. They're going to need the X factor. And they're going to need every positive in the world to close out the second half.
They're going to need to look towards their star players. Long still yet to see him top the board. Currently middle at 10 kills. Stair's been leading the charge, however, throughout the course of this entire series. We're looking towards somebody to try and fill up his shoes on map 1. And he continues his performance on map 2. 8-7, single round to separate. We've still got a hell of a half ahead of us. But will it be one-sided for Big?
Could be very quick. Out of the gate towards the squeak pop. They're trying to go down, but tabseN drops the first.
Instant dome in on Stair. Zyphon is sent down the event control. Diving in to try and set up the B hit. Farben set for the B defensive. USP ready and waiting. Looking for the shots back. Sin's going to get goosed down to 3 HP meanwhile as they look for the engagements but not get the kill. Slacks does find one to return and Farben is low HP. It's a 4-on-4 with a bomb down.
Even Refresh can try and cut those rotates out towards a mini position, try and catch Sin or even Crimbo. No, you got the likes of Keto actually from main.
And Crimbo follows suit to the man advantage on the Julies here. Glock's pulled out, Zyphon and Lorks trying to hold on as Slacks is dropped. Zyphon gets one, Crimbo trades it. Lorks with a 1 versus 2 when he can't get it. Keto comes in with support, too many angles to watch for. As Big take another pistol.
And remember what we saw from Keto on that CT side of Overpass. He was the second man. He was the guy that was backing up tabseN in so many of those engagements. Big could not have asked for a better start in that second half. They have that first duel that gets won out by tabseN, and then diving down, Crimbo and k1to work together. Sprout have got a bomb plant, and they want to force.
8 apiece. Big have equalized, and you mentioned that bomb plant bonus for Sprout. Big, similar story on their T-side, didn't abuse it. This time it will be the force-up. AK only on Stair, though. Galil scout, and I think there's a Glock there for refresh as well, not opting to go much heavier. May have actually dropped that weapon over to Stair.
Try and get as much out of it as possible. Sin, early HE towards the backside. Big. Now, we've seen them lose some of these force buys. This is all about them keeping that round 2 conversion.
AK's up. Spot spray. Stair wins that first trade, but tabseN back in with 2 of his own. M4 engaging the headshots and now backing off.
The tabseN being able to provide so much assistance towards outside, and what that might actually do is drive a little bit more presence in towards main. He's got a teammate with him. It's actually the shotgun from k1to. Now, we see him normally playing around the heart control. Instead, this time, he's down to the lower portion.
Trading up weapons here towards the outside. Refresh trying to prod in towards that mini entrance. tabseN, meanwhile, marking in alongside Crimbo to check the lobby control alongside Father. No one's there for Sprout. It's an info play for Big.
And this is looking very promising. Mount advantage cleared out lobby. The only inkling that you have is that they've got to be towards outside. Now, Slax is going to be able to pick up another rifle. That's an M4 now.
What can he do with it? Where's the AK as well? There was one in play for Stair. Cover that for firepower basis for Sprout with plausible. Crimbo makes his lean in, the M4. Checking up the rafters, but Slax has dived away.
And that would have been heard from tabseN. It's all about a bait, though, all about the draw. Fight being won out from tabseN again. And now for Big, they've got so much going for them.
2 left standing. Crimbo does get picked up, but k1to and Farven close it down. Lead regained for Big for the first time so far in this map-up. Not for the first time in this series, though.
And it's incredible to think that Sprout have not been able to get double digits and Big have a lead when you're up 6-0. Sprout have to look at that first beginning and said, we got the round streak. We got the round after round. But since that point onwards, there's been a shift in control that's going the way of Big.
They've shifted up into the lead. Sprout shifting down into the eco round. Force buy didn't work, no bomb plant bonus. Quickly aggressive from the SMGs here. Look at how aggressive they're gonna go all the way towards outside for one. MP9 could get a lot of cash out of this. Refresh going to adjust towards tabseN. Leave his teammates for dead as tabseN able to get a tidy double and a triple adjustment. So good for Big.
And we saw tabseN dropping nearly 30 kills against 500 on Nuke yesterday. Now, he might not be in the similar portion with the frags, but it's coming through with the impact. k1to trying to see if he can get some more money behind him. Get that big green out for tabseN in the next round. Stair, 1v2, low HP though.
Oh, he's caught one off. That's k1to, not quite aware of his surroundings. Stair. What can he find here? One good bullet against Crimbo could still win the clutch, and overall Sprout could be happy with the damage they've done. Let's entertain this clutch for a minute, though. He's got the bomb on his back, and Crimbo is going the whole 9 yards around the map.
This is very doable. This is an excellent position for Stair to be in, and it's a matter of timing. He's hoping that Crimbo's going to get aggressive towards the lobby control, but this angle, this should be too solid for Crimbo.
Yeah, Stair's got to be the man to make the move. He needs that bomb plant. Trying to face around the corner. Oh, but Crimbo's moving. Deagle shots not connecting. Good flick adjustment, overcooked it by a tiny amount. And Big will just about claim the round, but again, Sprout will claim lives. Damage has been done to the Big economy.
And I can just imagine the likes of tabseN and godB being relieved of that round, but focusing in on the next. Focusing in on that rifle round, because you're right, the economical reset will be there. tabseN felt as if he was doing a lot of farm damage towards outside. He was making a lot happen, and then sort of out of nowhere, it starts becoming very impactful, and you're actually losing a lot of casualties.
You can see what the money looks like for Big as a result. Sprout, a chance to swing back to their favor, convert momentum, and start off their T-side with potentially 2 in a row. I mentioned the average of 4 rounds on the T-sides for Sprout. That's already half of those gains. Another good rifle round off the back of that to fulfill the full 9 yards, and then from there, what can they do off the back of that? Smokes in, k1to trying to extinguish the flames put up by the utility prod towards A site. Outside, it's staring towards Mini, and Sin gets caught for it.
You got players rotating up quickly. k1to's still got a hold out here towards the left-hand side, towards the squeeze door. He doesn't find anything, turning away from the flashes, and Longs and Stair find entry.
And tabseN doesn't stand a chance either. That is the most confident round we've seen from Sprout all day. All 5. alive with bomb down and Crimbo with no chance.
1v5 just to hold on to it. And just when Sprout are able to find so many casualties when it comes to kills in the last round on the Eco, now it's been able to be followed up onto a rifle round. That's going to hit home when it comes to the money being farmed up.
No hunt for Sprout here. Go back to safety, save those guns, because the money is in a little bit of a pickle. Obviously better than it is for Big with the round win coming in and no loss bonus for the CT side. But even so, don't want to concede any of these guns here to Crimbo's exit frags. It's a smarter call to make for the Sprout side. The guns will stay in for both teams. The M4 are part of the next buy-up, if there even is one for Big. Again, the economy to be questioned at this stage.
Oh, we've seen Sprout playing 4 land best of 3s in the last 3 months. Big have played 14. So you just compare the idea that nearly 4 times as many matches in the favor of the Germans. And Sprout have got to use this experience, use map number 1, give themselves as much as possible. Again, they had a good group stage. 4 wins, 1 loss. The only loss actually coming to Big on Vertigo. Outside of that, they were flawless against everyone.
A small tech pause before we go any further. Hopefully it won't last too long. Everyone's itching to get back into this game quickly, especially on the Sprout camp. Again, they found a bit of momentum. They found a swing round above the Big camp. And the economy should lead to an eco for my money. I think Crimbo might be the only real rifle, only real weapon to work with in this context. Is there a steal on the table? We've seen so many from Sprout over the course of the first half. Will it be the same story for Big?
It's a difficult position to even put yourself in, knowing that you've got a safety in M4, knowing that you had single round loss bonus, you don't really have any money in the bank to rely on at all. Yeah, they'd love to be able to get at least something out of that M4, as much out of it from Crimbo as possible. Now, kill distribution is very solid right now for Big. You've got Farfan up there at 15 kills, Tabson at 15, Crimbo 15, and Keto 12. So between those 4, it's very tight. But it's who's going to start moving forward, who's going to start getting into those high 20s, who's going to be able to push Big in a position of closing down this second map in a 2-0.
Indeed, it will be mostly an eco for Big here. Upgrade pistols are in effect. And that M4 save for Crimbo. Be the highlight man of the CT side, playing aggressive as well towards outside. Stairs hunting him down. Who's going to find the pick, though?
The Stair, trying to see if he can work towards outside. Clear out Africa, look back down towards that secret control. M4 gets flashed in, still doesn't see anything behind the smoke.
I'm actually up to prod for it. Crimbo, check this position out. He's not going to hear anything, though. He's going to have 0 info as to where the T's have gone down. 4 players he can finally backstab against, but he's not going to move because he hasn't heard a footstep yet.
And just knowing that even Refresh is back here towards T-Red, if there's any workability of Crimbo getting aggressive in towards Secret, he might just get caught.
Tagged up. 22 HP. Refresh will get the kill in the end. Start on for Sprout. And Big now only have the pistols to work into this one. They might isolate Refresh towards outside of the crossfire. Even then, the Heaven player still will get into position. Tabson has grabbed the M4 at least.
Even Sin just trying to see if he can spot. Is anyone coming out from hut control? Anyone out towards the squeak door? And Refresh just makes it another. This is easing the takedown to lower now.
Defending that M4, making sure the CTs can't get their hands on it, evading the HGs as well. Plant will be secured, meanwhile down on the B-bomb site. Player's been seen, tap burst through from Refresh, not quite going all that effective, so Farman does get 1 exit. That's 2 rifles they can save into the next round here for Big. But for Sprout, it's a 10th on their board now.
There's still a positive round coming through from Big. You came in with 1, you come out with 2, you've got yourself at least armor for the likes of Sin and from Keto. So when we think about money being saved, it's not going to hit as hard with the full investment with the rifle round in the next.
Escape the ire of the T side. Sprout again not going to go for the hunt. Just build up the money state with 4 players alive and build back into an even stance against Big. 6 rounds for either side to claim Nuke. For Big, it will be to claim the series as well. For Sprout is to force us to map 3. Given what we've seen so far, Dweg, how likely are we for either eventuality here?
Of going to a map 3?
Of either one, of the map 3 or the 2-0.
I think the 2-0 is more likely here. Big, more comfortable on Nuke. They've got themselves a very good scoreline differential. We haven't even seen the rifle rounds really in this second half, so it's very difficult to get a judgment of this comeback from Sprout with their first round on T-side, only because we don't know what's going to follow up after that. We don't know what it's going to be like in the rifle rounds.
We've got B's called another tactical. Chance to discuss with his teammates. Only their first so far in this map up. Have no reason to really call it in the first half. But now Sprout are applying pressure. Nuke is won and lost on the T side in my mind. You're guaranteed to have a decent CT half. For Sprout, they are putting in the hard yards to make this second half the best they can. And Big can only afford to get a couple of rifles in, so there's another chance then to build into a lead again.
So we're seeing Stair put up a valiant performance on map 1 and map 2, even towards outside he gets caught. Tabson, it's him again with the opening pick.
He's been the star guy for Big for so many occasions, and here and now in this series. And on this map, he kicks things off in round 21. Slack's hoping for a trade, but Tabson gives him none of it. 5-on-3 for Big.
Oh, he's gutsy. That is a very high-risk play. You've already maneuvered outside and got your first, and he double dips. We often criticize that, but look at what he finds from it. The idea that he's still sitting there at 74 HP with a 2-man advantage, and there could even be more.
Look at his position. There is no way Sprout adjusts for this. Refresh, dealt with, Tabson with a 3K. Hoping for a bit more as well. Zyphon can't get anything out towards ramp. It might have been a broken buy for Big, but it still had so much success here.
And what a gimmicky angle that was from Tabson. Now, while that's happening, Farfan's now starting to peek aggressively.
Oh,
he dropped that bomb. Oh, this is looking good.
Zyphon alone and known to the Big side.
The eco still, Jay. You were wondering when we're going to see it.
Now there's rifles, upgrades, AKs on Farfan and Crimbo, more for Sin and Keto to grab. Zyphon knows that he is in the worst spot possible. No bomb control, 23 seconds to clutch a 1-on-5. It's not going to happen.
And just think about the emphasis that Tabson does to his team in that round. What a sequence from him. Ended up with a quadra. And that's your IGL being able to say, listen, boys, I've got the lead back. I've got us out of trouble. Now you back me up. Now we're going to work together as a unit. That's a huge, impactful round from him. And it all starts with the confidence towards outside. And Tabson is probably having one of the best events that we've seen in quite some time. Knowing his consistency in the group stage in pretty much every best of one, and then the likes of 500. He's on an MVP level performance out of any player in this event.
Up to 19 kills so far. Still 2 behind the top fragger. Stare on Sprout though. Towards outside, he will be challenged by the T-side player himself. A potential high frag duel. Looking towards heaven though, he's looking for Sin first and foremost. Will do a lot more damage than they can dish out on the CT side. And 4 players will make their way in towards Secret, where Keto is lying in wait.
It just got the off angle. Now a rotate can be down here quick from Crimbo. Keto actually fires a little bit early, so he's gonna have to retreat. Adjust the angle back towards Decon. And for Big, it's about settling. Sprout have got players down towards lower in Secret.
And Slacks his AWP. Holds his nerve on the lurk. Not revealing anything to the CT side, of course, but will hold on to hope for some sort of aggression that might get punished here. Meanwhile, Keto re-aggressing into the massive T-side forces. Fort around the corner. Stare on the boost, is going to look down towards the double doors first and foremost, and Keto is just waiting for his chance to strike, and Refresh gives him no chance at all. Headshot gain, B site under siege.
Even that rotate out towards ramp has to adjust quickly. Crimbo needs a carpool, and he gets exactly that.
It's a massive spray down. He's looking in for a little bit more, biding time for the rotations. That AWP needs to come in from support soon. The plant will be secured here. It's a 4-on-3 for Big.
Now Slacks is being watched. As soon as the smoke starts to clear, he's got to act quickly.
How much does he get out of this? Nades onto his position, doing damage. Not revealing info, though. They're all focused on that B site.
It's about timing, and his players down at lower have got to stay alive.
Refresh incendiary off. Longs comes up good for the first and the second headshot. Refresh gets one of his own, and now it's Tabson again to try and hold the defuse. He's got the kit. Taps it once. 2 players inbound from very different positions, and Refresh holds his nerve for the triple. And Sprout recover that round. Evened up again.
You could just see the composure in that crossfire down at that lower bomb site. How much time that gave the likes of Slacks to get in from behind. And Crimbo gets a lineup, gets a 2K, but it's not enough. Longs and the likes of Refresh to play off one another. What a double that is. And then Tabson just gets caught out in the open between the two of them. 11-11, we're tied up again.
And now Lorx is starting to be the difference maker here. Still not top of the board, but it doesn't matter. Those 2 kills turn the round in favor of Sprouts. And they take their last tactical timeout of this game, of Nuke. Their moment to resurge, gain control of this map up from here on out. Big are on the buy here. They have weapons in play. Crimbo's questioning the AWP buy at this moment. Does he commit to it?
Well, he could drop it over to his teammate at Tabson. Now, we even look back to map number 1. We didn't see a massive amount of AWPing from him. We've actually seen a lot of rifling over the course of the series. He does get the big green. Now, Crimbo's the ramp player, so in this round, in this context, he actually might keep it for himself.
Post himself up and try hold off against the lobby takes. Trophy in radio room. Tabson, M4 holding, spray up. Refresh gets right past him, but put down by Keto in the end. It's going to be a fast take in from the T side, but they cancel. Get back out of the sight. Zyphon does find Farman up at the rafters and looking towards heaven. A stair gets Tabson elsewhere. Keto is going to burn. Sin is going to fall. And still that one player dealt with by Lorx. Crimbo alone, the AWP up against 4. It does catch Stair, but falls back to get no more and concede the lead to Sprout, or does he?
Yeah, while it looked a little bit awkward, while it looked like there was hesitation, the success was there. The entries continued to get cracked open. Yes, there was a slight moment of retreat out there from the heart control, but look at the damage that gets done. Crimbo has to save, and Sprout have got a lead. Whether it's T-side or not, this running momentum breaking the economy, they're coming closer and closer to edging this to a third map of Mirage.
On Big's pick of the nuke as well. Again, you mentioned the average of Sprout having 4 rounds on the T side.
But this is going to equal it. It's now 4.
They need 4 more. That's the big concern. They've gotten so far as to be towards their par. Now they've got to go above par. I agree with that. Bring back Train.
And bring back the comeback. That's what the likes of Sprout are going to be thinking to themselves. Keep this on. Knowing that all the attacks have been used from both teams now, Jay. 4 used from Sprout, 4 used from Big. It comes down to the here and now. Crimbo has got the saved in AWP. Now, we've seen previously some stills for both teams. Is this the round to do it again?
It's a hero AWP in this context. Fast in from Zyphon again. Lornix going to go down to the nade stack, though. Keto picking it up. Stair with the trade back, though. Mac 10's in. Keto is going to get dealt with, so advantage sits with the T-side still. Zyphon going to protect that rifle with all of his might. Refresh knows that there might be a player around him, and he kisses him on the way out of the round. 2 left standing for Big, and there will be no steal on this day.
And both of those rotations going down to that lower bomb site. Sin and Crimbo to work off one another. Now, the next best thing that they can do here is save the AWP. It's going to be difficult in a 2v4 with still so much time, but you can hold on to it. That will give you quite a bit of leverage in the next round.
Zyphon caught off guard, but not caught for dead. Crimbo's AWP's got to save again. Sprout will let this timer tick away a little bit, potentially to hunt for the pick. Give themselves a little bit more breathing room in that regard. The bomb is, of course, on top of the roof. Actually, there for a refresh, rather. So the lobby on top of that little upper position. Crimbo might not be expecting this angle.
I like this from Sprout. Because there's no need to get the bomb down immediately. Wait for a mistake. You got Stair wrapping in from heaven. They've got to do everything in their might when this bomb goes down and put pressure onto the AWPer. Make sure that Crimbo drops. Make sure there's no added rifle to get saved into the next. And then they've cleared a path towards upper, and it's more information to work with on where Crimbo is.
Standoff with the AWPer slacks as well. Bomb will finally get planted. He just looks to fall away. Regain position, does find Zyphon. Hunt on for Sprout, perhaps. Money's still a little bit shaky in certain players' positions, but they're going to commit towards it, and Crimbo's back's going to be turned towards at least one of these entryways. Gets into the B side. That's a smart call.
Just has to start retreating. They know that the hunt's going to be on. Crimbo's got to get further away from that bomb control, get out towards the secret control, if likely. Play out here towards double. There's still a charge down from Refresh.
Stair's going to escape, though. And Slacks will hold his nerve, so these 3 players will maintain the profiteering margin that Sprout will require to build upon the economy and gain their next rounds. Back in the lead above Big on Nuke. They're 5th on the T side. Only 3 more to go.
And just look at that. Tabson, over 550 maps played on LAN, just over 200 for Sprout. But does that matter in this context? Because for Sprout, they've got the momentum, they've got the charge behind them.
They've got the arena. Go follow that guy. Espoo backing their Danish neighbours. As Big tried to put another Danish team out of the competition. The Scandinavian squad to fall. They're still a little bit behind in terms of doing so. The 2-0 not looking so likely anymore, Dweg. 13-11 for Sprout, and the buy returns for Big.
5 out of the last 6 rounds going the way of Sprout. They put in a valiant effort in a few rifle rounds. And now even tabseN towards outside. This could be him trying to strike aggressively.
So quick in with this M4, backed up behind the red box. T-side players making their moves. HG sent, and Slacks waits for the bait, gets the shot, punishes the aggression again.
And for Sin, there's no way that he can set tabseN up now. Can think about the spam through the outside smokes. They've got to try and get a player down towards that lower bomb site. Sin, in fact, is taking a lot of damage in response.
But the incendiary out, the blind sprays come up as the smoke start to fade. He will go dropping. 5-on-3 for Sprout. Again, k1to's aggression might find a backstab with Farvan's support as well. The majority of the CT forces are here in lobby, and Zyphon has absolutely no idea.
Yeah, k1to could try and see if he can backstab towards outside, and Zyphon's going to fall, but the problem is they only saw one. They only spotted Farvan.
You might believe that the notion could still be towards that B site. Farvan checking out A as the smokes come in towards the outside control. They have the info. Now they're hearing the footsteps. They're gathering more.
The Crimbo with the AWP down at lower. Not the best weapon for the job when you're by yourself. And k1to, he's still setting up the backstab.
Time taken by Sprout. Big are going to try and exploit that. They've escaped the outer yard, though. Nothing being seen by this M4. Even the player at Garage, not quite in his position. Checking 30 seconds. Orpa now been spotted. Burst through, potential up. Out towards Secret. Both players evade the kill count. They're running out of time here, and Slacks has been suppressed. Where's that bomb? It's out in the open. Refresh needs to come in with a counter backstab of his own right. Stair needs to try and go for the challenge. Burst through on Silo. 15 seconds. Launch comes up. Refresh with the kill. The bomb gets recovered as k1to drops the Crimbo's AWP. Upper heaven gets his pick back. 9 seconds. They've got to commit towards the A play. Another 1v3 for Big. Crimbo about to take it, but the no-scope only hits the leg. And Sprout claim 14.
Oh, the pace, the pressure coming through, the AWP not quite finding the clutch again. And just when you had the backstab, just when k1to dropped the bomb, it looked as if Big had done enough in that round. Look at the way they scrambled towards the bomb site. Crimbo doing everything, but not enough. 14 being gained now for Sprout.
Lawks is the luckiest man in the building tonight. Sprout abusing that luck, forcing out another tactical from the Big side. Their third one in Nuke, and with 3 rounds to make up for them.
And this has got to be so frustrating for Big, because think about what they've actually gained in the second half. They won pistol, they won the force buy second round, and they won the third. After that, they've won a single round, which was that steal from tabseN, and that's been it. This has been all Sprout on the T side of Nuke.
They only need 2. Hell of a day for them to find their T-side form on this map up. Averages be broken after this, especially with the investment coming in from Big. A single M4 for tabseN. Upgrade pistols for everyone else. Hero rifle eco. And tabseN posted up in his exact same position that he's exploited before. Stair, first man down.
He's still staying around because he realizes he needs more. One pick and falling away isn't enough in this sort of round. He's holding the high ground. He's playing the off angle towards Credit. He wants to draw more outside presence and control.
M4 holds its nerve, still up here. T's trying to work their way in. Still playing for the outside presence, but tabseN's prodding in for a little bit more, trying to hunt for the information back. And he catches Slacks for it in all. 2 kills. Sprout down by 2 players.
They've just got to trade him. They've got to put some pressure. And now there can even be an establishment with a crossfire towards outside. You've got the heaven individual of Sin just spotting.
tabseN's holding out for more. Launch getting rid of that AWP. Smart call for them. They know that they must be on pistols. It must be this one hero rifle. Make sure they can't upgrade on the Big side.
Now you've got k1to close up towards that top of hut control. The Sprout have got to be reliant on some of these entry fraggers to get them out of trouble, to start siphoning off the bomb site. A lot of players here, a lot going in advantage of Big.
Refresh. Slow in this position, Farven there to cut off the vent dive. Is that what they're going to go for? Doesn't matter. Kito's got his own 5-7 kill on the first, not the second. Farven gets one as Zyphon trades it. Now needs 3 more with 13 seconds remaining. Best bet is to dive down to the B site. His high set back on the backstab, going to save the weapon instead. Big will indeed steal one back away from Sprout, denying map point for now. Trying to hunt the man and lose his weapon. It's a big steal from Big.
And just knowing they've used the tactical, and look at what they shape up in that round. tabseN outside again. He has just been a demon out there from Credit Card and Top Garage in previous rounds, and he shows it once more. The M4 gets on top of Garage, gets back down towards Credit, gets into the same angle again, and catches off Stair. But it's not without Kito. He helps them out massively towards that top of Hut control, that siphon off down there towards the Squeak Door presence. And for Big, this means you don't have to play for OT now.
Sprout back on the guns though. They have the savings and they'll go in with the AK buy-ups. No warps this time. These rifles can still close it out, get to that map point. It's a fast hit, it seems. At least prodding up towards the upper bomb site. Counter smokes are in for the CTs though. Sprout not allowed to act. Stair does still force the issue though. Getting Kito, Farven trades it. Zyphon back in control and launch on the bomb site. Will gain control as Zyphon gets tabseN. Refresh responded to by Sin, who sneaks his way forward at then 2-on-2. Bombs dropped. He's hunting for his triple, but Slacks takes him back. And it's Crimbo in another clutch. His 3rd time the charm for him. He's got a bit of time, so does Sprout.
He's got the patience. He's waiting for the reposition. Longs towards the back of the bomb site. Slacks just outside of Tetris.
AK watching. Check position. Slacks back turn as Crimbo gets away. They go back for the bomb, but they're going to face him 2 together. Crimbo doesn't even get past the first. And that's the rifle win. Sprout on map point on Nuke. Mirage may be calling us, Dwag.
Lovely the adaptation that we're seeing here from the pace on the T side. We're seeing the quicker stuff. We're seeing the pop-outs from the Hut control and out there towards Squeaky. What I like there is it's actually a double pump. It's a fake from upper. It allows Stair to get in from behind and out from main, sitting in the open. And then Zyphon with that multi-frag. Sin does his best, drops the bomb, looks in and around that smoke, and Slacks catches him. Slacks even finishing off with the last. Big 3-to OT, 1 for Sprout now.
And 2 SMGs on the buyback for the Big side. Certainly can't afford the AWP in this circumstance. Already they're down towards the Secret Cross. Not even any smokes in the way for the Sprout camp. And they're making a ton of noise. They're going quickly into this.
Rotates are going to be slow. The first point of contact could be Kito out from the ramp presence.
Even he's not making his move. Now he does. The windows gets popped open. It's Crimbo. First to respond, backed up though, only having 2 entryways, and the Incendiary with a crucial miss. Another one follows suit from the T side as well. Damage has been done in minimal amounts as Kito forces forward, engages one. Refresh, only 1 kill. tabseN goes massive with a double, and Lawlix turns back to a 3-on-3.
And now they've got to try and charge back to get that bomb control. Stair being forced out in the open.
Still trying to find for an angle ahead of the smoke. Backed up in the back corner, the CTs move closer. Launch with a gap there to work with at window. Slack's going to get caught by Farven's SMG. 2v3, favourable for Big. Stair still playing around the backside. Unaware of how close they really are as Farven catches an angle, launches all that remains. 1-on-3, spray for the first. 1 player close, adjustments right there. Last man standing for Crimbo. And Long slows things down.
Less than 20 points of health. The time on his side, the bomb too. There could even be an adaptation to go back up towards upper. He's just trying to play this with patience.
7 bullets in the mag as well. Full mag for Crimbo. Launch needs the perfect shots at the perfect times and the perfect reposition. 20 seconds, leaning into the site, sees his man, and he connects it! His own clutch to secure it for Sprout, keep them alive in the semi-finals as we're off to map 3.
What a performance coming through from Sprout. Only 5 rounds on the CT side being gained there from Big. Sprout showing us the pace changes, showing us the stars of the moment, and showing us the victory to map number 3.
And it might not be top of the board, but you can see the difference that Lorx made to the team formation of Sprout, particularly in that last clutch, particularly with the confidence that he held. That was just enough to get him past the finish line on Big's own map pick, and now we throw logic right out the window, Dweg.
Now, going into Mirage didn't seem like we were going to be here at all. And for Sprout, you could feel the hunger. You could feel that ride back all the way on the back foot to get themselves into a leading position. And what a way to close it down on such a highlight too.
And now we've got some very exciting prospects on our hands, right? Because in that last map, we saw several players stepping up to be the big elements for both sides. For Big, Tabson obviously top the board. Crimbo, impactful clutches throughout the course of his run. Stair topping out for Sprout. Lorx having his own impact, refresh in the mix. There's so many individuals that could pop off in this final map to get this series under wraps for either side.
It does seem that way, but if we look at just the one clinical piece, I think Stair, map 1 and map 2, he's been up there towards the top of the board, and he could be a difference maker going into the 3rd.
Mirage is calling us to our 3rd and final map. For now, though, Heku is down to talk to one of the players from Sprout.
Despite what was on their path, they managed to win the 2nd map. I mean, Refresh, this is pretty impressive, especially considering the win rate that your team has on Nuke. I wonder, like, Lungs was not on the 1st map, and he came in. Was he, like, full of energy and just, like, inspired you, like, to, like, push to the 3rd map?
Yeah, I mean, it's all about the game plan, and the game plan was to bait them with our coach on the 1st map, so we gave them fake confidence. So now they thought that it would be easy, but then Lungs came in, and you saw the last round, he won a 1 versus 3, so I mean, I think it's gonna be fun on the last map.
Well, this is like definitely like big brain moves, but I do want to like ask a small question about the 1st map, because obviously Barry has like a lot of experience as a coach. What was the process behind? Like, was he actually like IGLing and you helping out, and you could just like, focus on the rifling because you have experience with that? Like, what was like the chemistry happening?
Yeah, Barry, he was IGL for the 1st map. It was a bit weird because for 3 months or 4 months I've been the IGL and like talking a lot, so it was weird just being a player again. It didn't feel like normal to me, so I was a bit off. And I mean, of course, we are not playing to our best potential with our coach, but I mean, I think we did a decent job and we had good chances to even to win the 1st map.
Well, you definitely did an amazing job right now on your can, so I should not delay any longer. You should prepare for Mirage, so good luck.
Thank you so much.
Well, Laux comes back and he looks good. A 1v3 at the end and that final kill to seal the deal and take us to a 3rd and final map. Mirage will be coming up next. But before that, right, you got to touch on just Sprout. A little bit of jinxing is what we're hearing there from Refresh. He's playing up to the camera right now. He's enjoying this whole moment. Bait him with Berry and then hit him with a full lineup.
Yeah, he's definitely having fun in these interviews, but I was also impressed with him, his skills in the game.
Yeah.
Not only answering questions there from Heku. I thought he had an amazing impact. You know, I was surprised with how well versed they were on their T side. They got a lot of things done, so you know. It's going to be an exciting 3rd map.
Absolutely. Again, impressive. And it must be something, you know, with baiting and everything, like about being in Finland. First you give them the Simma, then you pull the Matto Alta. So, I mean, definitely didn't expect this from Sprout, but we can obviously see what kind of an impact or what it means for Sprout to actually just be their full 5. And that goes for pretty much any team in the world, but this was specifically impressive.
Yeah, this was really impressive. This was an exciting game. You think, right? Imagine if Sprout had their full team going into this. So from the very 1st map, this could be a whole different story. But they've got a fighting chance. They're battling back in it now. And this nuke looked really good. Just how they were playing off each other. Stair, he needs to be mentioned.
Yeah, he brought them back in so many rounds, you know, and he looks so crisp when he gets those kills. Like, he's not phased by the crowd, the stage presence, the arena and the crowd. It doesn't matter. It looks like he's playing a normal, you know, practice game or something, because his aim is on point.
Yeah, and he's willing to take, I guess, risks, which you might not see that inexperienced players actually do. The fact that he feels like Yard is his kind of playground, he's willing to take the space as he sees fit, really. And that created a ton of issues for Big, especially early on. I mean, Sprout got off to a great start. Then maybe you could talk about a little bit of overcommitment here and there from certain aspects on the Sprout side when they were at man advantages and so on, and that might be, I guess, a little bit of the adrenaline and excitement of it all kind of getting to you.
It's a classic stage kind of vibe, you know. You get the advantage and you just want to kill off the round instantly. You kind of overcommit or mistime those double peaks or kind of force your mate into like an awkward position.
You have to read.
Yeah, you have to trade kind of deal, exactly. So there were a few of those moments, especially at the end of the CT half for them, but they regained and posted an amazing T half.
Yeah, and that's kind of the most unexpected part, because I thought they might have given away their chances because they started so well on their CT side. You're kind of thinking, well, if they can continue this, if they can get to double figures, then we might be looking at, you know, a realistic chance for them to take away Big's map pick. But instead, yeah, sure, it doesn't quite pan out the way they would have liked it on the CT side, but they bring it back on T side. And I will say, like, disregarding stats completely, I feel like everyone from this side of Sprout had significant impact in many rounds. Like Siphon, he will be towards the lower end of the scoreboard in this match, but you could see like on a lot of the inner pushes that they have, whether it's him finding that kind of like loosening first frag, or if it's a double kill at just the right moment, like he was there for those ones, and those matter so much more than, you know, a bunch of trade or a bunch of exit frags and that kind of stuff. So the scoreboard might not tell you the full story, but everyone from Sprout was contributing.
And also, I mean, it could have swung either way in this game. If Krimbo hits that, you know, 1v3 when he leg shot the lungs,
dude, that
was so close. And that's one of those swing rounds where Big could get control and just close out the match from there. So it's like incredibly tight from that point onwards.
And we've got to touch on Lounge some more, though, right? Because we were worried whether he would come in hot and fired up and ready to do the damage, or if he'd come in a little bit less than the others because he hasn't played the match.
He was a little bit cold in the start, I would say, but he grew into the game, just like we mentioned before. Like, it's good to have that kind of CT start, get warm in your clothes, get the feeling of the crowd, the presence, you know, get into that focus mode. So it was good to see him back, and I expect even more from him on a map like Mirage coming up.
Yeah, and you can see once he's finally warmed up, right, he's there to close out the game entirely or the map entirely for his side as well, with a brilliant 1v3 as well. So again, Sprout really kind of just growing more and more into the game, whereas on the side of Big, perhaps a little bit more worrying, because again, we were singing Kito's praises in the previous map. He had a much more quiet affair on Nuke, and again, we saw that inner bomb side constantly being pressured and abused by Sprout.
And how important there, right, on that last kill, is that patience he showed. He was not moving.
Yeah.
No, definitely. I mean, you have to have that. It's basically to the point where you're just letting your opponent make a mistake and punish.
Yeah.
And sometimes you can get a little bit over-eager, try to surprise, because it's the correct way to play. Sometimes players, when they've played each other so many times, they kind of expect and try to throw them off by kind of wide peeking. You didn't do anything that, you just played the time and make sure.
And theoretically correct. And I think that's very, very difficult for someone who's not that familiar on a stage.
Well, let's see how it's going to go down on Mirage. We're going to a decide to see which team will be our first to the grand final after this short break.
Katsokaa kuinka Silvan Krois saittia samalla kun Henu kaataa aivan täydellisen kupillisen.
Ei sinne kuppiin kyllä enempää mahdu. Myltsillä on tähtäin kohdallaan. Viimeisenkin tulis osua, ja osuuhan se.
On se Myltsi vaan tarkka.
jaksaa painaa jalkaa toisen eteen. Hupi hupi! Hyvä tempo päällä pojilla.
Podi yrittää pitää vielä tiiminsä pinnalla. 1 vastaan 2. Pommi on jo pläntättynä. Podi löytää ensimmäisen saitilta. Sitten hakee vielä sitä viimeistä. Tän ensimmäisen kudin täytyy osua. Nyt ei virheitä saa tehdä. Podi tiputtaa vielä luolaan viimeisen.
Löytää sieltä pimeästä se viimeisen pelaajan. Hakee vielä sen pommin savu, josta Podi otaisi kohtaa todella etevä hakemaan. Ne kaikki tarjotavat stackin.
Eiköhän tää riitä. Tulkaas nyt.
Red Bull gives you wings.
We have a solution for you.
We're going into Mirage. It's the third and final map. It's a decider map, and what I would say is a middle ground for these two teams, Devilwolf.
No, absolutely. I think at this point it could go anywhere. It's a lot about what can Big throw at them early on. Can they get that big, head start that they usually do? Because they are incredibly good at getting those, especially if they start on like a T side. They're almost a team I would prefer to see start on a T side for some weird reason. Just because they have that kind of shock prep that you just throw rounds into, abuse your rotations correctly, and go be, being a master of the game. He's incredibly good at abusing those kind of things, especially against young players who might not have as much experience against anti-strats like that.
Yeah, and I guess this is where it comes in very handy to have a pretty experienced guy on your side as well for Sprout and Barry, right? Like, sure, he might have not reached the individual level of Gabi as a player himself, but again, he's been around for just about the same time and probably watched as much Counter-Strike as well. So I think he's going to be a vital part in just making sure that, people are level-headed and cool in the right moments, and also obviously having the good adaptations that might be needed. Because again, it's not easy to play versus Big. We've seen this already in the quarterfinals in terms of like how good they were at switching things up versus 500 on Inferno, for instance. It's going to be a similar kind of battle, and what we saw with 500, they were not able to adapt in time, and that's going to be essential for Sprout.
Now, for the side of Big, right, when it comes into Mirage, they played it twice already here at Elisa, once against Havu, once against Ents. What do you make of these? Because these games were one overtime, they only just got over Havu there, and then the Ents game, they ended up getting obliterated on.
Yeah, but it's always a little bit like this. Group stages of tournaments are always so different than going to a playoff.
Okay.
I mean, even back in the days when I referenced Fnatic, we were never good on group stages.
No.
Never, ever. But we always, in playoff, it's kind of like that. You're like, we're safe,
Yeah.
Now we can
survive.
just relax and perform and have a good time in front of the crowd, because the group stage are the scariest, because it can feel like a disaster going out there. So I think those nerves can kind of settle in, especially in a group stage like this, when you just play, every game, each after one another. So I think, now they're going to be much more confident, especially they bring their player back, and they have a performance on a map that they have not shown pretty much any good results except one in the past. So that's a huge deal for them. So I think they're going to be super confident going into Mirage.
Yeah, and I mean, on the Big side as well, like, results can be misleading. Obviously, yes, they did get trounced by Ents, etc. But the overtime loss versus Havu, people might look at that and think like, wow, they should have probably crushed Havu.
Havu's not a bad team.
Yeah, and then that's probably one of their better maps as well, right? And they have a very unique play style that actually fits pretty decently versus how Big likes to play around connector, with extremely like quick drop downs from top mid in towards con and that kind of stuff. So in my eyes, it's more like they were able to overcome that obstacle of a different play style.
So there's positives to take away from it, but guess what, guys? I've got something more positive to throw to.
Ooh.
I've got us a special man ready to bring some hype to the arena. That wasn't special, man.
And go.
Yo, 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 Espoo, what is going on tonight? I want to try what I did yesterday. That was pretty cool. One more time. Elisa. Elisa. Unreal. Third and final one. Elisa. Hey, everybody give yourselves a round of applause, please. Guys, what an amazing semi-final, first semi-final that we have had so far. Sprout on my right, Big on my left. And what has it come down to? The third and final map of Mirage. The winners qualify to the grand final here at the Elisa Masters Espoo 2022. Everybody in here, I want to hear you raise the roof. Are you ready? You make my job easy, and don't forget, after this, we have another semi-final. All right, Jay and Dweg, over to you.
Thank you, Parla. Yes, it all comes down to Mirage. Unexpectedly so as well, Dwayne. We thought Big were going to take that map pick. They didn't quite do it. And the question is, are Big bottling it now? Mirage, the final map of the series. How do we start to break this one down?
Well, we've seen Mirage a couple of times. We saw it in the group stage. I think for Big's sake, they're looking to return. They weren't all that happy with some of the results. So this is a chance in your home turf, your home environment of playing on stage, to kick back after losing map number 2.
For me, I'm taking a look at the more intricate details of how the last map played out and thinking that's going to carry forward into map 2, right? Because we obviously saw the reintroduction of Launx into the server in place of Berry. Yes, again, he wasn't top of the board, but the impact you could see in the team differential made the difference for the first 6 rounds. They were able to close it out, take us this far to go towards Mirage as our final map of the series. And for me, I look at that being the major impact element here for the Sprout camp.
Well, if I give you any more confidence, Launx is the highest rated player on Sprout on Mirage in the last 3 months. So that builds in a little bit more that going into this final map, this is often times where he's at the top of the board. He is your X factor. He is your impact man.
And as I was saying before the break as well, right? Stair, obviously top of the board right now for Sprout in this entire series, doing work for his side. We saw some incredible moments from Refresh as well. And on the Big side as well, you have themselves with their stars and their elements and their confidence and their experience that will try and take the grand final position above Sprout. It is the last map of this semi-final, Espoo. Okay, we'll warm into that, don't worry about it. Pistol round, Sprout on the CT side, getting challenged immediately by tabseN, who only gets 1 kill. Farthen able to respond all the same. Big involved in the mid control.
Yeah, quite a fair bit of pace going down towards that underpass area. They can now start bridging the gap, smoke off short. This is going to be a quick split into that B site. Now, Launx is here by himself. It's all down to him to hold.
Glocks in Bakito, charging straight forward. Launx on the site. USP taps up SYN in an instant. Looking for Keto next. He's domed in heads. 3rd man facing. 4th man on the way. Launx still fighting. 6 bullets in the mag and now has some backup alongside of it. Crimbo gets the trades alongside Farthen. And they close it down. Impressive shooting, but it is Big with the cohesion and the confidence to take the pistol.
And that just shows there from Big how much was kilted off of that initial fight. Down there at underpass, splitting down into B. Yeah, you have a sick hold. Yes, you've got an incredible anchor position coming through from Launx, but he's by himself. The rotates are still taking some time, and eventually the pressure just starts building down. Crimbo fights out towards that market door, over towards the bench control. He comes through with a double, and Big gets started. No force buy here from Sprout.
Of course, CT side means that you're not going to have a lot of money bases to work from off the back of a pistol loss, so harsh eco inbound for them. Rifles will be out for round 3. Big Mac 10 in for SYN to try and farm up the cash. And a very cheeky position held on the Sprout setup towards the B side. The boost on top of the box, but not much else from Contact.
And Crimbo's playing his 100th map on LAN here in map number 3. What a way to be able to push that boundary to get into the grand final.
It's been his year, hasn't it? And stuff for his own right, and again, impacting the clutches over on Nuke. If there is any 1vx scenarios, keep your eyes on him. And the stack may pay off here for the CT side.
It's still going to be a tough one, even for SYN with that Mac 10. He can start ripping through.
Molly sent. They make their way out, seeing nothing. Matt Tennyson does get slacks. At least they check that corner as well. Zyphon able to get one decent pick back. Farther than Keto able to return towards him and Stare. And it was a decent effort from Sprout. A good call in terms of the B stack, but the firepower just wasn't there.
Now, even though the win rates are quite similar between both of these teams during the last 3 months, the T-side win rate is very different. It's a lot more favored in favor of Big. So I wonder if that makes a little bit of a change in complexion as the series rolls on, as this map rolls on. Refresh tries to see if he can sneak his way through out from that market door, not to be.
Yeah, pistol loss, conversion not being gained either. But again, it was a harsh eco, so the guns will return from the CT side, so... M4's in on 4. Fifth man of Refresh also going to follow soon. Not enough cash for the AWP just yet. Here we go. First gun round of Mirage.
And Long's top fragged in the server versus Big in the group stage. 28 frags and 21 deaths. We've seen what he was able to do on Nuke. And now you go into some even territory of Mirage. This could be his chance again. 2 players towards Underbow. Very quick and towards a mid stance from Crimbo.
AK set up. Up in ladder room. Being quiet about this position, as are the rest of the T defaults here for Big.
Now, even for Stare, he doesn't have an incendiary, so the only way that he can cancel a B-pop is putting a smoke down and try and reposition out to jail, out there towards a bench control. He's jump spotting for info as of right now. No one is going to be there on a quick rotate. This is a very heavy stack towards the A side.
Seeing smokes being sent down as well, out towards the connector position, I think. Indicates some sort of play onto the A site for the T's, but it's all a ruse. The aggression of the CT forces should get that info.
Now, Stan needs a multi. If he gets a 1-for-1, I don't think it will be enough in the round for Sprout to take it.
Smokes in the try hold off against them. Just waiting to receive T contact.
Even Crimbo's not seeing anything out towards connector when that smoke starts to clear. Stare can smoke it off, but Big might still commit.
Oh, that HE's perfect. Lot of damage done. Sin goes falling. Keto does respond towards it. He's also low HP. Longs on the back of the site here at Market. Molotov sent to his general position. The smoke might get in the way of it. Buy a bit of cover for himself to try and progress forward. The CTs are on the rotate.
And Sprout need to pick in quickly if they want to make this happen. Farford to get the bomb down. The reposition. Crimbo does catch off Longs.
This back corner working well for Big, and the pistol only good for 1 kill on Crimbo this time. Zyphon a re-smoke back out towards the back lines as Farven swings, supporting Tabson being tagged up low. 2v3, but there's such low HP across the T side, but Farven still sneaks forward and catches slacks off. Refresh now alone, probably the save.
And just knowing that he's stuck out here towards ladder, the best that he could hope for is an exit frag. One of those retreating T-side players to escape the bomb blast. Big up to 3-0, and you compare that to Nuke. We saw Sprout off with the flying start. They were the ones that were up 6-0.
Now momentum initially going up to that ridiculous scoreline, that one-sided affair in the start of the map-up was ultimately what was able to bolster up what was a confident win for them. Still only 3 rounds deep for Big, plenty of time for Sprout to recover. But this is the point where you start looking at those parallels, thinking how much is the concerning factor. Even Sprout themselves thinking about the concerns at this moment, taking a tactical pause early.
Zyphon trying to work out from that market doorway, but just not to be. Even Farfan on the post plant realizes the intent that the CTs are going to already be saving. Try and catch slacks as he moves back over towards CT spawn. Big out on Mirage, 5 wins and 5 losses in the last 3 months. They'd love to be able to make that win rate more than 50, put it into an advantage.
You've got to be using the time as appropriate again. Giving his boy a bit of discussion time, a bit of moment. Well, this has transitioned into a technical pause very quickly, though. So no more talking will be allowed. Either way, they've had their moment in. The question is, what has been discussed over on the Sprout side?
And just knowing that we've got a third map, something that Big did not have in their best-of-3 series yesterday. It was a tidy little 2-0 against the Bulgarians, a 500. It's a different atmosphere. It's a different series in the semis.
This moment's respite, we'll on to a little bit more. Love that.
Bit aerial.
Yeah.
Nice to see him on the stage.
Sort of.
Yeah, it's close to.
We're gonna lay it down on the stage later if you want to come find us after the show. A little bit of support for the Finnish teams. It's very early to derive any definitive advantages for either side. Again, Big have got the scoreline advantage, as you would expect with 3-0. But again, Sprout will be on guns now.
Yeah, for all the Finnish fans as well, of course, the Finnish matchup tomorrow We'd love to see that. Ents Academy versus Havu. We'll get to see Ariel on the stage. We saw the youngsters, Server, Whitey, Joissi all down there on the stage yesterday watching on, trying to support Ents. They'll need your support. Great to see the Finnish crowd supporting the Finnish talent.
And then back in Sprout over the course of this one as well. This might be on a major back foot with the standing situation.
Where's the skeleton? Bring that back. It's got to be in here somewhere.
See, now they're going to go hunting for it. They're going to get another great moment for the Twitter shares. Love that. Sprout. Intention in the air for them, being the ranking underdogs in the context of this matchup, and now with an opportunity to potentially make the grand finals. If you walked into this tournament and asked whether Sprout would be in the finals, you wouldn't have really thought that be the case, let alone the semi-finals for that matter. And here they stand with the best opportunity to do so. M4 is the only thing being brought in here by Refresh, and Eco around it, so hero rifle setup. Zyphon takes the early engagements down towards A side.
It did seem like there was a very early shift to a B stack, but now with presence being seen, they're going to bring that M4 back into the action. Try and set it up for a bait, a trade frag if possible. Big. Going to be hitting that M4 head on.
A good smoke there from Refresh. Holds the back up. Holds his nerve over on the palace entrance. The flash is coming over for Tabson. Set up his teammates to look in with the AK burst fire. M4's also for Keto. Hunting, but not catching anything. Sprout passive.
I like this from Lonks. He's already set up a backstab. They could have a little bit more of a gamble down here towards the A site. Try and get him from behind late rounds.
Smoke to the cross. Gap generated to the far side, not towards the near position. Refresh will still boost above it and actually does find an angle to play with, but not seeing anything. The teaser yet to move in. Zyphon's Deegan instead catches Keto aggressing. Out towards Sandwich, he's going to drop off, and Refresh will take the wider face, engaging against one, but Sin wins the try alongside Farven getting slacks elsewhere.
And this backstab still being set up, but you need more distraction. You need more tempo being made from CT Spawn. Try and bring that attention over.
Slow but sure from Lonks. Only a USP to play with, though. Zeus also being brought out, heard a footstep. Checked on Sin. Low HP for the man, but still the AK comes out for it. Important shot. Farben still holds his nerve, and Lonks does not get much more for it. Giving us a few shenanigans, though, in that round. 4-0 still for Big.
Well, I didn't think I'd see a Zeus in the playoffs. Maybe it feels 500, but not to be.
Should be expecting more knife kills from 500.
Yeah, it would so. A nice little shot there from Zyphon. I mean, overall, it's an okay eco. You didn't have much investment. You had a couple of upgrades. You get 2 kills, so you got to look up to the next rifle. You got to end this streak quickly.
Damage compounding for Big, though. God be not happy with losing to a Zeus frag, even if it is very minimal in the grand scale of things to how this position holds for the Big side. Once again, getting involved as he always loves to do. Sprout back up on the rifles here. Chance to get started in this map up. They probably need this round, honestly.
They definitely do. The last thing that you want to do is give the favorites momentum on the last map in the series, because that's when Big can put a lot of pressure, start cracking mistakes to your opposition. And Sprout looking for that way in, and maybe it might just be the AWP combo, Slacks and Lonks. Something that we haven't seen over the course of the series is the double AWPs. It makes sense now on Mirage.
So a lot more automatic weapons over on the first map. Nuke, obviously not a map that caters itself to the double AWPs. Mirage does do, though. Slacks set up towards the A site, Lonks over towards B. Mid control taken by Refresh's M4, spraying through that smoke, indicating his position. And now repositioning himself towards the connector control.
And Refresh just jiggling down, hoping that anyone's going to walk through it or even up towards that short control. Even backing off towards that jungle area. Big, getting a lot of freedom in mid.
Smoke sent, Incendiary's back, Keto. Watching on past the smoke. One will fade, the one up top con does not. Lonks will get challenged for 29 HP. Charges forward to the AWP back into the apartments. Needs to fall away from that short control as well.
No, he's low. He can reposition out towards market, maybe looking towards the window. Refresh, even keeping eyes on for any sort of jump up. Tabson's hoping for a reposition.
Eyes set on, turning away. No aggression from the CT side. See, Refresh is really tempted to do so, though. He's only pixels off of it. Tabson is thinking that he might be there. He jumps in towards the window with a flash support. Refresh can't get out of the murder hole, and that gives a kill up to Tabson.
What a flashbang, and now even deep towards CT spawn. Zyphon's gonna have to try and hold and back up the AWP.
Tabs is still working in against that AWP's backstab. Slacks does not stand a chance. Launch picked up as well with a quick turnaround. Stair with a trade, now Zyphon on site. Basically in a 1 versus 3 for now. Backup is on the way, and Keto Zork will find his head now to Stair in his own clutch. A true 1v3, denying the bomb plot for now. But Farven very quick to respond back at Dark. 5 in a row for Big, a stellar start.
Now notice what happened in that round. You actually had Keto AWPing over Tabson. Now one thing that we saw in the group stage was Farfen was doing a little bit of AWPing and Keto was doing a little bit of AWPing. So now that we come with Mirage and the sort of pace that Tabson's trying to bring with the rifle, we might actually see the AWP on T-side get floated around a little bit.
Shot from Keto, catching Zyphon off in the back, thinking he was safe there towards Stairs. He thought wrong. Pistols back in for the Sprout side. Big. The early start in this game, looking like a unit to be reckoned with. Sprout have fought hard to hold contest in this series despite being on the back foot from that first map. But so far in Mirage, very little seen from them.
And the last time that we saw Sprout in a semi-final on LAN was back in Valencia in July. 0-2 loss against Movistar Riders, and that's with the old lineup too. That's with Rouse and Speedy still into the mix, so that's what shows you how much time it's been since that portion. How there's been further roster changes, how there's been improvements to the lineup to this sort of level. Zyphon, jiggle peeking, shadow advantage to put the smoke down.
Diego will continue fighting, take shots behind the smoke. But ultimately yet to yield a kill for Sprout. Similar story for Big, but they've got the firepower advantage. They can continue playing passive in this case. Just wait for the right time to strike.
A bigger setting, a lot of slow tempo, but Refresh sets that 5-7 up to an aggressive maneuver, and Farfen, well, pays the price for it.
Deagle back at Zyphon, still looking to strike in from the site. Simnieri's onto the CTs as well, taps up, Crimbo tagged up, does get a kill back on Slacks, but Launch comes up with the Deagle to return frag. AKM for Tabson, swing back from the player on site itself. Molotov's into him, should force him out in the open, give Tabson an easy second pick, and a 3-on-2 advantage with the site now being gained by Big.
And this just looks like it's going to be another map where you're going to have to deal with Tabson. Launch down in the corner towards CT! Sends it up with the sin! And that's come out of nowhere! The aggressive walk forward towards back triple, and the spray transfer creates 3.
You were right when you said it came out of nowhere. No one saw that coming. Watch it again. Drink it in. And there's the impact again, soaring to the top of the board for Sprout for Launch. Tactical to recompose themselves because they've just found a hell of a start on their CT side.
We all remember looking at Launch back in some of the Elisa Invitationals playing with Nexus. How it feels only so short ago that he was there and now moved over to the international scene. Been on this lineup now for about 6 months. And it looked like they were just going to give respect. Looked as if they were going to play it cautiously towards CT spawn. And Sprout find their first.
That they do. Big. Still able to buy back into the AWP though on Keto. Mid control for the first phase. Slack's going to challenge him. Smoke's in the way of the contact. Still holds his nerve towards the stack angle, so the nade's being sent. The stacks do very little damage with how much HE damage could have come through as well. 3 of them sent back there. It's a massive waste, but Big, that's unfortunate.
Well, they're hoping that the AWP's down there at the bottom of the stairs, aren't they? Refresh even getting flashed in towards top mid just to pair for some info. Now, Keto has been back passive. They probably won't pincer again towards top mid after that initial start.
Rotate back away from spawn. We're thinking of getting away from that mid position. Orps of Keto still holding out for aggression. There was a prod forward from Sprout, but outside of that, they've gained no further aggression in that mid control.
Tabson out here leading the pack towards the apartments. You've got the jump spotter once again in Stair. He's got to be the one to slow this down once more, but it might not be on a full-on commitment. You've still got 2 lurkers towards A.
HG's holding, ready to do some damage. Got smokes being sent out by that 1T side player on towards the set piece, trying to indicate that there's going to be an A play. Draw attention back. Molotov sent a bit of a gap in that first smoke, though. So they're thinking that there might be something a little bit awry here. 2 players to still hold down the B site. 1 player, 2 players jumping out, not being seen yet. Long's going to wait for his chance to strike, and Stair gets a line-up. Look for the triple as well. Perfect follow-up for Sprout now.
It just shows how patient they are to not over-rotate, how they don't get scrambled there at all. Crimbo and Farfen try everything to over-rotate them, to force them off of B and over to A. Not to be. Sprout came in with some X Factor with their first round. Now it's clean in for the second. You've got double AWPs, you've got AKs being saved in, and you've got confidence behind you.
2 in a row now for Sprout, mounting up a CT baseline. Getting 3 AKs as well for that. Only one of them actually being saved forward. Giving a lot more firepower with how many dropped on the center of the B-bomb site itself. You could see the sequence from Stair. Look at the patience that he held to get both of these headshots. And then gave the third man a Keto. Lightning fast adjustments, well played there from him. And now Big are down to the half, actually force invest, excuse me. MAC-10s are coming through for them.
A Big, got to try and put a lot of emphasis forward for themselves. Maybe a pacey round, think about the arch smoke, sending it into B. You've already got the first smoke from Spawn.
Lawrence thinking of getting up on the boost up for his teammate. He doesn't quite duck down, though. They're going for a fast rush in. The AWP might feel a little bit more pressured. Slacks does strikes there, does get his 1 kill and 2 alongside Slacks' AWP double. And they rip apart Big pretty quickly here. Sin's AK can't even get a casualty. Damage done to a couple players, but all 5 alive for Sprout. 3 on the trot.
And just start working with it. You saw a slight little cancel. That AWP doesn't quite get up on the boost straight away, so you just move away. Don't try it a second time. You'll get caught off guard with the timing. And Big. This has been 3 losses in a row for them, and now, without the money, Sprout can just continue diving forward.
Double AWPs back in for Sprout. Slacks and Lonks. Bringing them in as appropriate. Of course, they had it in the previous round as Eco Pistols out for Big Deagles. Still able to strike, though. Sin catches that first headshot. Really Slacks one enough this time to connect to refresh back to take another challenge. The teams are backed away from the mid-contact.
And now over towards the B side, they can start that prod again. Stair just jump spacing, allowing Lonks to be able to rotate in. Big. It might be another one of these fakes, because again, you've got the bomb outside of A, plenty of time to work with.
Shots ringing out, nice nade. Tabs sitting Crimbo, all getting tagged down. Tabs in the center of mass. 30 HP for him. So you have to see a pit back here from the CT side, but they are getting closer to finding them.
HE placement out there towards ramp, comes in closer. And now look at the reposition. You've got refresh out towards connector. Zyphon back here from CT, just spotting for info.
Yeah, Farven tagged. Dropping in towards the site. Zyphon leaning forward to that M4 refresh. His own M4 finds a kill at Con. Sees where Sin is, gets the revenge frag for Slacks' death and makes it a triple. An easy one against the pistols. Farven gets 1 more to return, make it somewhat expensive for the CT side, but with 3 players still alive, it's all Gucci in the hoochie for the CT forces.
Here's something you might like, Jay. The last time that Sprout were in a grand final in an international LAN was 3 years and 2 days ago, with a very different looking lineup. Speedy, Farfen, Cirrus and Keto and Dennis, 2 players that are now on Big. They'd love that opportunity to get to a final again.
What event was that?
DreamHack Open Atlanta.
Wow. Again, Sprout wouldn't have counted on the idea that they would have gone so deep in this tournament. They are evening up the board, but Tabson is finding a cheeky kill against Slacks. A leg shot game for that AWP on short, and the AK can win the fight back. Zyphon's now seen them exiting out of the ramp control. Molotov sent to his position as Refresh tries to challenge. Lineup potential, gets away with a peek ahead. Farman does get that kill in the end, but now Zyphon charges forward for the first. Unawares of the players close on the bomb site. The Molotov's getting in the way of the contact from Sin. Sprays awkward. Farman gets that kill anyway. It's a 4-on-2 for Big.
Esther's gonna have to fight, try and make some space happen, and Sin gets dropping. There's a player behind him too.
That's 1 pick. Needs 3 more, trying to deny that bomb, but runs out of ammo on the wall bang. The AWP now smokes in Vestair, getting up on top of the ticket booth as well. Might provide some cover for them.
And Lonks is hoping for an overface, but look at the patience. Big just aren't peeking, are they?
Not moving at all, don't have to. Time is on their side, burst forward, the M4 tap-in, trying to bait them forward. Oh, the shoulder! The slightest of angles, a pixel gap for Longs to take. And now it's a 2-on-2. Crimbo rotating back and Tabson looking in, doesn't see him on the defuse back. The spray through on a smoke, kill found, he lines it up so perfect. Tabson has been pretty much perfect this entire series long, and it's no different for that round.
And we saw Tabson out of the group stage be the 6th highest rated player. Ended up dropping 50 kills in that best of 3 against 500 yesterday. 28 kills on Nuke and 22 on Inferno. We've now seen that consistency again. Just stepping up in the post club, making sure there's no denial of a round steal.
just knows where those positions are, exactly where that bomb was planted. Rebuy back in for Sprout. Han invested the double orbs back in play for them. Still a little bit of cash in reserve for a couple of players. Big whittling down the HP and the money line here for Slacks. The kill gets found. Sin able to follow suit with the trade back. Zyphon can't get it responsive, so it remains at a 4-on-4.
Zyphon still looking out in case there's a walk forward from Palace. It's all a matter of timing on when Farfan starts to act. He might have to wait for tabseN to start creating some space in con.
So what he's doing, leaning forward. They think they're safe. Zyphon hides, though. Does not take the challenge towards the ramp control or connector for the time being. Refresh Incendiary down instead.
I like this position coming through from tabseN, just holding the sight line towards top of connector. Try and see if you can bait a reaction. Is anyone going to get re-aggressive towards the stairs? Is anyone going to fight back in just to try and make an info play towards mid? Now, while that's happening, you've got two players that can come in from underpass or at least show presence in the apartments.
Stair jump facing again, the HE in hand. The crack angle can get gained. He sees it, puts it up. That's very nice, but doesn't get Sin still.
tabseN's going to try and get him in market late round. He's going to try and get in behind them.
Smoke Sin, trying to indicate they hit. Two players remain on the site, but two stay back towards the A play, thinking there might be a rotation. There might be something more going on here. Molotov sent on short indicates so, but tabseN's already found Lorg's position, and now they make their way up. Refresh, up high. Spray lines up 2 and a 3K, in fact. With the low HP of Sin providing the second kill, it's tabseN now alone. 17 seconds to get the clutch in on the site. It's Zyphon creeping around to catch his frag and catch the 5th for Sprouts.
And when it looked like tabseN had actually made the right call, you have the idea of faking the B site, bringing that bomb back down towards underpass. He's trying to mimic the over-rotations, cut them off from market, and he does that with a kill. What he doesn't do, though, is open up A. Refresh, height advantage towards the top of CT ticket, and then the unknown entity is Zyphon from default. Big taking a tactical. This is 5 out of the past 6 rounds being won by Sprout.
Big have contested every single one, though. Their T side is rocking.
The issue is the plants, though, Jay. Even though the rounds are competitive, if your plants aren't coming through, it's buy eco, buy eco, buy eco.
Bit of a float in the cash amounts, though, Glenn. What do you make of this money line? Is this a buy or an eco?
I think it's maybe a hero, actually. You maybe get someone like Keto down towards an AK armor, upgrade a couple of pistols around it. It shouldn't be a buy.
Looks like it's just going to be mostly pistols out for them. Farvan has bought a scout, though. There's a little something to work with there. But surely nothing major for the T-side line. They will work their way into an eco basis. And for Sprout, they have lost a number of picks to the Deagle, so I'm not counting Big out of this round just yet. Scout involved here for Farvan. Oh, and that's the point I'm proving. tabseN opens it up.
And this could be pacey. Try and recover that weapon, get themselves out towards connector. Now you've got the M4 to play with from tabseN. He keeps jiggling down in case the orb's repositioned out.
Now they've got an automatic. Sprout have HGs, using 1 on Farvan to 19 HP he'll go. tabseN will continue to charge up, one of 2 players with Kevlar. The right man is set up with the M4, and he sees a second player, but Zyphon wins the fight.
Now Slacks is aggressive out to the apartments, and he's not seeing anything. He might be able to catch him out from underpass, does get baited.
Oh, Sin swings forward, though. That Deagle's still able to strike. So many of these hand cannons in play for the T side. Lorg's on site, tagged up, trying to get towards the diffuser, but ultimately loses his fight towards Sin. Crimbo comes up good with the orb, and Zyphon is left alone. Indeed, this deco works out well enough here for the T-side line. Zyphon, such low HP, Farvan cleans it up, and that is a steal for Big.
An incredible steal that keeps it back and forth. You think about what the investment came down, how important that first drive-by was from tabseN at top mid into connector. And then even the likes of Slacks, he's actually quite aggressive in that position. If you get baited, you're out in the open. He tries to reposition down, but that orb just gets caught by Sin.
Deagle's just too good here. Rifles recovered, and now Big are back in control. A reinvestment from Sprout will still come out here. They prod their way towards mid, and initial smokes come down towards connector position. HE sent, tabseN looking for the engagement, spotted one of the gap in a smoke there, but unable to capitalize upon the full-on kill. Meanwhile, Zyphon waits for contact, slacks his orb, picks up 1. Crimbo and Sin get involved, but Zyphon hesitates no longer, gets a kill back to a 3-on-3, needs to win next against Keto, but he can't quite seem to do it.
His consistency has been up there. That AWP on this T side has been clinical in these trades, and now for this round, there should be nothing. This should be an instant save, not even looking for exits.
SMG and M4, though, it's not a lot to save in, especially for Stair. Try and look for an exit frag back here at the mid window. The backstab also inbound from Long, so they are setting up something.
That wrap stab. Tabson, doesn't even see it. Why would you expect him there?
Couldn't react in time for Lonks. Stare. Left alone, let's try and grab another rifle. M4 saved in for certainty this time. And Big will grab 8 to turn over their T side. T side is something we discussed a little bit over on that nuke Dwayne, and I have to wonder, with the half now going the way of Big, are Sprout's chances going down the toilet here?
Yeah, they might be. They really might be. Because I look at Big, and so far in this event, Jay, the maximum amount of rounds that they have won on a T side is 7. Whether that be in the group stage, whether that be in the playoffs, whether that be in this series already. So the idea that you might be looking at double digits on the T side, that's got to be the best performance yet.
100%. Sprout might need something a little bit special here. M4, of course, safe for Stare, the hero weapon in the eco basis. Does find one pick, that's a start. Tabson down. Significant player to remove in this round for the big side. They make their way towards the A site anyway. Harsh that back of the rotations, and Stare is still looking for picks for that M4. Flashes in against him, refresh will fall.
And now Farfen makes it a couple. Starts continuing that pace out towards the jungle control, even spotting the player out to Ninja. And that's just the reaction for Big. You lose a pick out in mid, you start getting aggressive, you start executing that tempo towards A. Stare with the M4 still finds another. This could still be on.
Oh, Long's Deagle strikes as well. Kito's all picked back. Oh! He gets his own Deagle shot and closes a fantastic hold on the A site itself. You thought a spanner was thrown in there by Sprout, but Big continued to hold solid.
Oh, Kito's putting on a show, mate. He is putting on a very good effort here in map number 3. Just when Lorgs, the spin around.
Kito has been on fire in this series, and not even like the top of the board. Some of the stuff he's done for Big has certainly been impactful, and now he charges forward to the AK. Prodding out towards the A site for a quick rush to close the half. Big looking to end on a quick and confident note. Refresh, looking for some sort of trade back, looking to open up this round in the midst of the fire. Gets that first kill. Tabson and Sim with a responsive.
So much pace down here towards A. Now Lorgs has got a gap in the smoke, and Zyphon's got a backstab.
M4 leans in, being checked out. Not entirely. Tabson caught a reload. That's a 3-on-3.
And they know exactly what's going on. Boost up towards CT. No chance of the bomb being planted just yet.
Can't see anything above that smoke either. Lorgs making some noise. Leans in, sandwich, did not see the player that's out there. Zyphon now leans forward, but Zin is ready for him. Stare now up, can catch the bomb carrier. Farben with a trade back though. It's all Lonks again. 10 kills so far in this map up. And he rotates away to find a different angle of play.
He's got to try and reposition, play out from jungle, out towards connector. He's got to give himself a chance of isolating these individual jewels. And even for Farfen, he's got another smoke. He can use this on the post plant to waste time.
It was a risky plant there, down over towards the open position. You can see it open up there for connector. Walks. Leaning forward, M4. AWP covers it. And Crimbo closes out the half. 10-5 up for Big.
And it just shows that opening start, how much that meant, Jay, to give themselves that sort of security and a 10-5 half. I don't know if any team can come back here like that against Big.
Well, leading into the T side, Sprout have got some worries. Will they bottle it at the last hurdle? We'll find out after the break.
We have a solution for you.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Big are only 6 rounds away from the grand finals of the Elisa Masters Espoo 2022 at 10-5 up on our final map on Mirage Dweg. Man alive, what a performance it would be for them, especially considering what Sprout were able to do on the second map, their own map pick, bringing it back on the T-side basis. There's a lot of work to do still. They've done it once before, but big, man, you can feel the hunger in their side.
And you can, and it's been a while since they've been in a grand final, on land, in an international event. It dates back to January of 2020 at DreamHack Open Leipzig with Xantara still on the lineup. 2 years coming up to 3 since they've been in a grand final. This is their chance now.
This is the pistol round, our final pistol of this series. Refresh. First man up, smokes in the ready for Crimbo. HG sent towards Apps, perfectly placed. That's a ton of damage with Sin support as well. USP looking for the taps, can't quite find that opening kill. He's being chipped away. Finally, it comes forward for Tabson to open up the half against Longs as Crimbo holds towards the backside. Sin is picked up, Keto will drop. Crimbo can't hit a bullet, caught out of ammo, and drops towards Zyphon's double. Father now alone. And Sprout will look to pick up the pistol. 1-on-4 for the lone CT. No kit in for him either. Surely this does not happen.
And an impressive return coming in there from Sprout, being naded down to such little amounts there in the apartments. They come through and start ripping with the entries. And Fafn's got no hope. 1v4's not presenting Sprout a lifeline to start off the second half.
And the T side that they need to mount up on the comeback. These Farmer get one pick back, returning some damage again, looking for heads, looking to try and take this Kevlar away if possible. Not a mass amount of the excess, eventually does fall back to save his own Kevlar, as it will be Sprout with the 6th round now on the T-side bases. And T-sides were a bit of a talking point in the second half of Nuke as well. Like we mentioned how it's only a tiny average there for Sprout, still able to bring it back and turn that map towards the 3rd. So the question is it a similar story here for Mirage?
It's 1 round to get started, but I think the rifle round will give us a big picture. That will give us a tell of exactly where he sit. From Farfen's point of view, Jay, he ended the group stage as the 47th highest rated player, and now he's turned it around in the playoffs. We saw a decent performance against 500. We're seeing an even better performance here against Sprout, and out on Mirage, he's leading by example.
Forced back in for Bing meanwhile. Scouts in. Farlen trying to engage that first contact. Did not see the player pass stack. Dives out of the way. Holds position at the edge of the sniper's nest.
And just for Big, it's all about being able to start off on the right foot. Opening kill, opening information, anything in a round like this. Now they've smoked off. It shows that they want to get aggressive with a nade stack to top mid.
2 of them sent up, and they do catch Stair. Stair caught Farben on the way out of it, though. So even standing is Big, but with Crimbo the same.
Now Longs could have had a timing of trying to walk out to the apartments. He opts against it. May have heard some of these footsteps rotating away outside to the market control. There's actually only 1 on B to defend for Big.
5-7 standing for Crimbo. Molotov sent, smokes go down. Man tucks himself in as the Molotovs do go over. They make their way forward. Longs the first contact individual of Sprout. Refresh gets the kill on Keto and actually forces the rotation back from the T side.
And this is a smart call. Now you still got Sin out towards CT spawn that can try and deny that bomb for going down from Connector. And now even Tabson are looking for the scout.
Oh, what a shot towards Longs. The Eagle comes out as well. And the 5-7 waits and baits, waiting for the T's to get closer to the bomb site. Can they see him? Can they read him? At long range, they can deal with him, certainly. Advantage now for Sprout as they gain the bomb site.
Sin just had to fight, and so does Tabson out towards jungle. He gets connected. Zyphon drops him, and Crimbo. And this 5-7 wouldn't be able to do it. Might have to opt even for the save.
Try to take a fight at least, catch that scout. get out of the way. 19 HP for him against Zyphon's 4, and was a close enough kill. But the other two are the big concern in that one. So it will be a 7th for Sprout to follow up against the force buy of Big.
And think about what this would mean for someone like Sprout, not only to beat the side of Big, but to get into the grand final, because they've had to make some changes. Parting ways with Speedy, I mean, he's your rock of your team. He's your experience factor. Parting ways with Rouse as well. And signing Zyphon and Refresh back in August. Only a few months from where we are here today. And this would be the event to say, right, it's worth it. That change was for the better. You've made the major. You're now here in Elisa, and a chance to try and press you all the way to the grand finals.
Still early doors, only 2 rounds deep in this half, both of them going the way of Sprout. 3 more needed to catch up towards Big. You'll get one of them for free right here. Be a harsh eco around this scout, maybe an upgrade or 2, but nothing major from the CT side.
And just knowing for Big, they've got the security of this 3-round buffer. And it should only be 2 after this one, but even Tabson with the scout, some upgraded pistols, you're hoping that you can save in a rifle, try and get some damage down.
And that scout leans forward. York's about to give him a fight. Evades the shot. Just barely, though. That was a risky play.
That's what Big need in this sort of round, though. Bit of risk. Even Sin up towards the top of Connector. Could get hunted down. That back 10 wants to fly.
Gets the kill for it. Tagged up to 23 HP, though. Leaning back in for more. Double up found. Triple in the round. Not quite allowed by Farvin. The Refresh does the trade on Keto. Knows where the last player is as well towards that jungle position. Crimbo catches one out towards the site. But A is completely open, so the bomb will cross and will get planted.
And now you just look for exit frags. Try and see if anything presents itself in the round. That scout comes in close to denying the bomb.
Couldn't stand in the fight for too long, though, so Farman backs off. The plant should be secure by Zyphon. Protected from CT, and CTs are backed up. Galil and Scout going into the next round for Big. It will be 8 for Sprouts. They make it 3-0 to start off the half. Pistol and conversions truly going their way.
And it's good to see the step up from Zyphon, because I think he was fairly quiet in map 1, didn't show us everything in map number 2. He's normally a highlight individual, and I think in the 3rd map, he's actually grinded very hard. Him and Stare have been consistent. They've been the 2 front runners, and maybe the difference makers to bring this comeback even further towards him.
Escaping with 3 players alive for Sprout. Money can build. Not in the most confident fashion in the world, of course, but still building nonetheless to build up the basis. That should enable their map up here, enable their T-side half. But the big challenge is the gun round. You mentioned it off the back of the pistol, Dwayne. That's where we start to get an indication of how far Sprout can go here.
And this is where you've got to imagine for Big, what have they got up their sleeve? Is it a nade stack? Isn't it aggressive duel? Because I think about the city side of Nuke, think about what Tabson was doing outside, getting on top of Credit, getting out to T-Red, getting outside. It might be actually something high tempo where they get full frontal. Even Farfan's decided to pick up the AWP this time.
Flash is sent up. Farvan tagged up quite heavily to a nade, I believe. Damage return on towards launch here as the flashes come over and Tabson tries to swing. Farvan catches one. Tabson with one of his own. Can't double up and Slacks returns 2 back into 3-on-3. And behind the plume of the HG also finds Crimbo. Flashed off for Farvan. Gets away. That AWP is known here though.
Now Farfan's just got to try and hope that he doesn't get spammed up in the process. Get some assistance from Keto back out from spawn towards Ticket. Zyphon, if Farfan stays here and this smoke starts to clear, all the advantages here for the AK.
Only they had a HE, then Farvan would fall easily. AWP still hunting for them, the gun barrel sticking out, but not spotted there by the player at bottom mid. Zyphon is trying to one out for him though. There's an inkling that player might be there. I think he's seen him now.
Molly, oh, he's gone up. Nothing that Farfan could do, has to fight. And straight to the hands of Zyphon.
Smart call. A pixel was all he needed. And a kill is what he'll find. Keto, 1-on-3. Just got to hope they play towards the A-side, and he has one of those magical 1v3s that we've seen from Big so far in this series.
And this is very familiar to what we saw on Nuke in that second half, Jay.
Yep.
We know that Sprout averaged 4 rounds on the T-side of Nuke. It's 6 on the T-side of Mirage. It's not many.
Keto going to try and make sure they stop at 3. 27 seconds, bomb on site. Denied. Keto swings in, catches Zyphon. Slacks goes dropping. Maybe it's not going to be so easy for Sprout, but Stare still gets his headshot, climbs the stairs, and climbs his way up to 9 for Sprout.
That's a good effort coming through from Keto. Good patience for him to be out there towards CT spawn. thinks about the idea of him being able to aggress out towards triple.
I love that. Did his best to try to adjust so much that he left his mouse fall on the floor. Always go with wired mouse, kids. How close did this get for him? Frustration on his face, I'd imagine, at certain points.
What a flick.
Stare, the adjustment so perfect. And had he missed that, I imagine that kill goes the way of Keto. I imagine we'll be sitting at 11-8. Instead, it's 10-9 for the big side.
And just think about Stare too. Has less than 70 maps played on LAN. He's here in a semi-final against Big, and he's putting on such a showing in map 1 and in map 2. You're right about the frustration there from Keto. Not happy about losing that one at all. But it's about responding because they still have the lead.
Broken half by Hero Scout on M4. Tabson flashing his teammate in. The 5-7 looking for close quarters combat against Lorgs, and he wins it against Stare as well. Keto caught with a smoking hand, but Refresh is so tagged. Tabson finishes him, tries to double up, but Zyphon holds the trays. Still a 3-on-2 for Big here as Sprout try and make their way into the A site.
Rotates coming quickly. Even Farfan gets mollied out in the open, has to start retreating. Now he's got a crossfire being locked out towards Connector. They're going to have to start fighting and getting map control just to get the bomb down.
Slacks his eyes, set to Stairs. When the Siegers go attack from that primary angle, Molotov's in towards jungle will force one back. CT is the big concern though for Sin. Scouts involved, shots ringing out, and now the Deagle looks to strike for Sin. Tagged up a little bit, forcing them to try and challenge their own right. They're both tagged up. The Deagle spams. Zyphon just about wins out one fight, but needs to get 2 more, and he knows that they're watching this cross.
What does he do? Get up high, try and fight these individuals. He's got to try and offer up the bomb plant.
That's what he'll do. Down a danger, Crimbo and Farvin leaning in slowly, grouping up. Could be a lineup for Zyphon. They're going to spread apart. Crimbo watching with a Deagle, and he connects it. Big fight of steal again. And these steals, these Force Spies, these hero rifles, these anti-ecos that Sprout are not able to convert, these are going to come up to haunt them if Big can take this series.
So that's your first loss in the second half. That's the streak ended. And it starts off with Keto. This 5-7 up close and personal, turning away from the flash and just reaping the kills in there with a double. Sin and Crimbo work off one another back in towards the A site. And for Sprout, the one thing that they can at least think about is in the rifle rounds, we've done better. We just need to try and keep ourselves in the game. 2 rounds the difference. Mac 10 even down for Refresh.
Could catch Crimbo lacking a helmet in his department, but everyone else is going to be protected against that smoke. Incendiary's in against the smoke seer, flown out towards that mid control. One player diving down. Crimbo now ahead of the underpass entrance is being suppressed. The T's will not move up there themselves. Crimbo now provided a bit of utility to support the mid take. He'll see nothing past Stack. They'll all back off.
Now, Crimbo was hoping for a fly out towards top mid, a real aggressive approach coming through from Sprout. It just doesn't happen, so because of that, you use the utility between you and Farfan, you get out of trouble, you get back up to connect to safety. Now, it's a regroup from Sprout. We haven't seen much over towards the B site from them in this second half.
1:10. Big. Still want to prod for that mid position here. You see Tabson starting to walk up. Snare's ready for it, though. Is he ready for how close the man is, though? Looking for some flash assistance. It will come in for Farvin. Tabson swinging for it. 2 to find. Gets 1. Doesn't quite get the second. Trades from Farvin and Lornix also come up good. So it's a 3-on-3.
Now, Crimbo hasn't backed off. He's still out here towards Connector. He deals with Longs. That could drop the bomb. That could cancel the round.
Meanwhile, Keto's pressing in from ramp. Crimbo. Crosshairs a little bit too low for it. Footsteps heard by Stare. No adjustments in the smoke. Just come up ahead. Zyphon does find Keto, but close quarters. And Stare still lands it with a no-scope. Sin now alone. On short. Stare was on 1 point of health as well. How close they got to winning that round.
And for Sprout, it shows more of an emphasis, more of a control in the second half for them. Sin can't do anything. And for Big's sake, you think about the idea that you've got a 3v3, you've got Crimbo in towards Connector. It looks as if you've got everything in the right place, all the pieces to siphon off one another. And instead, Stare comes through with the no-scope.
A beauty of a shot. One that saved Sprout. Brings them back to 10. The similarities between this and Nuke are just so prominent here. Mirage. The final map of the best of 3, and Sprout are fighting hard to deny Big their glory in the finals. within one of the leads. Just one to go to equalize. And Big know they will be pushed up against it. They know they got Sprout on the rope, similar story. Pauses are coming through. Tactical for Sprout, their third one called here.
And Sprout know what it's like to be in series where they're close quarters, where they come down to the wire. Even take the group stage as a prime example. 5 best of ones played, 3 of which went 30 rounds or more. They have had a lot of tight series against opposition. And against Big, you can just feel as if this second half has bringing a lot to the table and a lot to start transitioning the deficit into a lead.
11-10. Big still in control, but only just. Sprout looking to snatch it away from them at this stage. Guns are being brought back, but not in a full force buy. Half in best of a kind. Money down to about $1,900 on the float. A little bit lower for tabseN and Keto. M4 AK Scout in play. Upgrade pistol set as Slacks hopes for the first shot in at apartments.
Deep HE coming through from Crimbo. That's a little bit of tag-up damage. Now, we know how solid Big have been on these half-buy rounds. This is something that Sprout are going to have to think back on how they adjust themselves. You've got tabseN looking out towards top mid, not seeing anything at all. They've given full mid respect.
Maze Incendiary sent up stair. And Slacks holding in mid-control. The AWP watching, waiting for aggression, which he might be about to receive. Crimbo posted around the corner, but will not face with this 5-7.
And this is very clever here from Big. Maintain the mid stance, have tabseN looking down towards underpass, try and bait Crimbo out in the open.
Flash in, oh, close quarters, he saw him. Backs off. AWP trying to provide some cover with the flashbang support as well. Should get the man involved. There's many more players than just this one man, and they're all going to line up for stair. Only gets the one pick for it. Now backup has arrived with the bomb on its back.
And this is a lot of time stalling, but Slack still finds it, but the bomb gets dropped down the open. He's got to find more, and Sin, he actually steps up to the plate towards short.
Not the first time Slacks has been caught in a jump face, trying to dive behind the stack cover. Losing his life for it, and now Big are in control. Bomb in the open, 3-on-2 for them, and 30 seconds, less than that for Sprout to play with.
Zyphon's got to get back in a connector. He's got to give an avenue of that bomb to get over to A.
Farben does get caught off, sprays a bit manic, however. Molotov in should force that man into the open, try and get the kill back. Bomb has been recovered, he tries to cover off the rotations as well. The carrier trying to get to the site, but Farben lands a shot and attack towards Lugs, who barely gets to the plant position, but tabseN was also rotating from the B site. And he grabs the round of steel on the half-buy for Big.
And how do they do it? Again, Jay, another one of those steals. And for Sin, we've seen him have a quiet series. 24 frags on map 1 and map 2 combined. That might be one of the most massive rounds that we see from him all day so far, because that keeps them involved. You're not in a tied-up scoreline. You've got AKs to work with, and now you've got another rifle round where it's not a rifle round on the other side.
Here a rifle instead. Zyphon's AK set in as part of a passive default. Sprout have taken a major setback now in this matchup. Might lead towards guns in the next round. Lost bonus will be in tatters for them though. A steal would be ideal for them, but it's no guarantee, not even likely at this moment.
And they might be able to try a walk contact. You got Longs trying to see if he can keep his head ducked down, come out of the apartments. Might be able to drop this first.
If he can find the angle though. On the boost position, trying to watch out the site itself. Meanwhile, tabseN fights onto that hero rifle. Zyphon the full, Refresh picks up the AK. But no Kevlar for him or for anyone else on the T-side. They're going to be ripped apart by these guns here on Sprout. HE sent, Keto gets his kill. Spokes up and all, 5-on-3. The P250 trying to get something, but Crimbo puts him down. Stair, quick to follow suit. Slacks alone, 1-on-5. The perfect round from Big. And back in the lead by 3.
And this has been a map defined with streaks, Jay. Defined with rounds in a row being gained. It was the 5-0 start, then answered back with 4. I look at this position for Big and say, is this going to be a streak? Is this going to be one to get it over the line? You've already got 2 in a row, you can make it more. Back onto the rifle, look at what the case is. No AWP out from Slacks, a Mac 10 down for Refresh. Big, win this, and you probably make your way into the grand final.
You almost guarantee match point here. It's 5 match points it would be at this stage, so you're probably right about that assessment. but at a minimum, it would be 15-10. Big on the precipice of glory here in the semis. Sprout trying to put a stop to that. They've been doing so well up until this point. But a couple rounds go back to the favor of Big, and now they're on the ropes again. They need this round desperately.
I'm surprised about the passiveness, to be honest, here from Sprout. One of the things that they were so successful with on the T side of Nuke was those pace changes, those real aggressive rounds with high tempo. Haven't seen much of that towards the mid stance on Mirage. Instead, you've got a lurk from Zyphon out towards Palace, Lonks down here towards Underpass. Everybody else trying to see if they can regroup with the bomb outside of A.
Two on the side defensive. Third man in from Connector, going to see smokes coming his way, so will be suppressed back. Keto, meanwhile, AK to engage against the MAC-10, does some dink down damage. He's low HP, but still looking for a fight against Slax, which he will win out. Sin going to smoke off from Dark and hold a crossfire with his teammate at Stairs.
Look at the rotates, though. They've already got 3 on A, and Zyphon's going to fall to Tabson.
Now Lonks moves up. AK involved in this one. Not quite catching Tabson. The engagement does find a 3-on-3 though. Smokes down, flashes over, needs to get into the site desperately. Back up in from mid and in from ramp. The bomb will make his way forward.
They got to deal with Sin. He's still out here towards Underbound.
AWP sprayed up by Farm, and Sin still gets his kill. Molotov's ascent. Stair needs this pick, but Crimbo comes in with support, and Slax can't do anything in the clutch. 14-10, back-breaking round on Sprout. Big closing in on the series win.
And the stand-in of Sin in these last handful of rounds of Mirage has shown us the glory, has shown us the reason why Big have got that extra strength, the extra composure to move it into a grand final setting. 3 more, 2 more, and an eco, Jay.
Surely this should spell the end for Sprout. Look at that nade from Tabson. Does get returned by 2 of the HGs to the T side, and Slax gets a P250 shot. Farvan, decent trade. AK involved over Slax, and look at how quickly he charges forward with backup into the apartments. Crimbo's overwhelmed with a numbers game, gets that first headshot, but no more than that. They're on the bomb side, but Tabson comes up good with the low HP. Bomb plant is at least secured. They have money for a buyback for the overtime clutch. Ideally, though, they need to steal this back.
They've got to keep fighting. They've got to try and recover one of these rifles. They've at least got an M4 out to Van.
Get the AK, that'll be even better. Nade sent, evaded by Lonks. Zyphon still rocking the Deagle, and Big are slowing things down, happy to play with pace. Keto leaning forward, Zyphon's gonna get caught for it. Lonks now, left alone versus 3. Doesn't even get past the first. Map match in semi-final point for Big now. 1 more to go to beat Sprout out of the playoffs and make their way into the grand finals.
And again, Jay, nearly 3 years since we've seen Big on land make a final. It has been a long time coming for them. Had to work hard in the group stage, coming out with 3 wins and 2 losses, having an overtime win against Harvu on Mirage, in fact. And now at 15-10, it's about closing. 5 rounds to do it in.
Double ops in from Farvan and Keto. Bomb plant enabling the buyback from Slax's AWP himself. It's all in the gun buys here. Sprout turned round 26 into 5 in a row. And they know it. They know that they are pushed up with their backs against the wall. All they've got to do is fight forward. It's easier said than done, though. They play a passive default.
They're going to have to deal with Sin. They're going to have to put a molly down here towards Underbout because he's been clinical.
What they'll do for Refresh. Smoke can get in the way. A second one does come out. The HG sent towards Slax doing the damage, and Refresh tries to escape. Retreat away as Sin gets to the center of the site.
Look at what's happening on B, though. A lot of distraction towards A. Now the walkout, but the CTs are rotating back in. Keto with the orb.
Setting as well. Seeing at least 1 player crossing. I'm not sure if he caught the second man. Smoke back on the site. Lonks, Molotov also sent down. Will try to press the T's at this stage. Get that bomb in for the bomb plant.
And Zyphon's still going to lurk towards A. They're going to try and set themselves up. They're going to put all the counter utility involved to try and deny the bomb.
Haven't got much time stalling. Big can force the issue. Plant down in the midst of that. Molotov down at default. Second incendiary comes up. Refresh will just sneak it in. The HG comes up to get the kill though. Lonks needs to step up. That's what he does. Farvan caught 2 picks though. Stairs dropping a Sin. Backs a turn. Lonks goes in with 2. And that backstab for Zyphon. Now all important. Lonks is out of HP. The smokes are about to clear. And he's seen 2. Zyphon lines it up. And Sin's now all alone in his own clutch. He wins that first fight. This on the default position. The tap of the bomb once. There's no kid. Zyphon, he's found his angle. He holds his nerve. And Sprout stay alive.
One more chance. One more round for survival here for Sprout. And it comes down to that backstab and its timing. Lonks wasting the time on the bomb site. The wraparound coming through from Zyphon. And Sprout hold on.
Only just though. Once again in the dying stages of these games here on the big stage. The back foot team do all they can to keep pace, to bring back some miracle here. Big nearly had it. And Sprout will let that simmer, take their fourth and final tactical. Buyback will be rough though. Orphan AK is in for 3, Galil's on 2 others.
And even from Big's perspective, they want to close it now, Jay. Look at the way that rather than just having a single AWP and M4s to have money in the bank, they're going double AWPs. They realize, let's close it now. Let's give ourselves the best chance possible.
AWP set in for Farben. Taking shots. Flashes forward as they quickly storm that mid-control. Refresh trying to look for the man. Farben did get caught up with some damage. The shot ringing out from the AWP certainly going to aid that factor. 2 HE sent down, tons of damage done, but Zyphon gets away with the kill. Tabson gets away with the trade.
That nade damage in towards mid, just compounding. Refresh is hoping for an overswing. Another repeat back in. Now notice the way that Big have got a lot of influence towards that short control. Lonks is going to stay out here towards Chair, and Crimbo's making an info play. He is going to find so much space.
Slow but sure. Ever so careful, creeping forwards. Thompson right behind him. And the bomb could get caught off. No one's watching this backstab position.
Just knowing, underpass, TV, set up the crossfire. I don't know if Refresh has got an idea for it.
He's thinking about it. Backs turn, hitting Cubby. Sees his man and wins that fight. Crimbo drops the advantage, sits with Sprout now.
It could still be misdirection though. Only one individual was seen. They don't know about Tabson, but they're still watching it.
Slacks is ready for a peek forward, expecting there to be something out of it. The scope has been heard, and Tabson leans in closer. Their backs are turned. Zyphon could drop, 2 to line up. This is massive. 3 players seen. The trade there from Lawnix keeps them alive. They've got to hit the B site now.
Smoke off connector, try and get into B. Even Refresh trying to work up.
Working against them all. Farben hit the collateral, and that's all it takes to end things off and send Big to the grand finals of the Elisa Masters Espoo 2022.
What a way to close it down there from Big. Farben with the big green connects the all-important blow, and it's one more best of 3 to add to the winning tally.
To think it was one bullet, one single bullet that closed things out for the big side when Sprout fought all their way back into it. Farben, tip your hat to you, sir, and Big, despite the incredible comeback for Sprout that they set up, despite all that they did on Nuke and damn near did on Mirage. It is a result for the German team as they find themselves in the grand finals of another big tournament here on LAN. And credit to Sprout, man. Look, again, walking into this tournament, we didn't see them as a playoff team. With the standing situation for Berry on that first map as well, having Lonks coming back in on the second, man alive, they did some real work to try and make this competitive.
Yeah, they did. They put in a valiant effort, but I think it just showed that slow start on the first map and the slow start that they had even in the first half. Think about Mirage, 5-10 down, Jay.
Result for Big, grand finals for them, grand finals for that man Tabson, down on the stage with Parla.
Tabson. Look at the turnout here in Espoo, Finland. Look at the reception. Hear the reception. What's that like?
Feels amazing. Feels amazing to play in front of the crowd. It's a really nice tournament to be here. Thank you so much, guys.
What a scene. All right. I don't want to bore you with the details, but we have to go over them a bit. Let's go back to map number 1. So Overpass, you did win it, but it was odd considering that Sprout had Berry standing in, playing for Lounks. Was that hard to adjust to?
To be fair, we didn't really pay attention on that. It's a really unfortunate situation for them that Lounks didn't feel it good. But overall, we just focused on ourselves. We just played our game, and Overpass is a hard map to play for sure.
Now, Nuke, unfortunately, it did not go your way. Any thoughts on what went wrong?
I think they played good Counter-Strike. We didn't hit our shots. We were missing a lot of shots. Stair was finding a lot of holes in our play, and it was hard to play. They had nice pops, and it was hard to handle the situation.
Third and final map, Mirage. Tabson, how did you and the big boys bounce back?
Feels good. Playing Mirage was a rough game against Enzo on Mirage. It was a tough game mentally wise because it was always up and down, losing eco, winning eco. But feels amazing to just win a game and be in the final league.